Huh, since when has there been such a big house here? On a street in London, a brown-haired little girl moodily kicked a stone from the roadside. The stone rolled into the yard of a house, and the girl stared at the large building she had never noticed before, asking in confusion, "Should I go and have a look?" For some reason, as she looked at the house before her, a desire to go inside and explore welled up in her heart. Perhaps it was because she had been ostracized by her classmates at school. The idea of going to a seemingly uninhabited mansion to clear her mind felt strangely appealing. With a trace of nervousness, the girl pushed open the heavy gate with a creak and cautiously poked her head inside. The vast yard was overrun with weeds, as though it had not been tended for a very long time. The strange thing was that these wildly growing weeds all avoided the path leading to the house, as if there were magic at work. I think barging into someone else's yard without permission is a very impolite thing to do. Just as the little girl was about to continue her exploration, a cool voice suddenly sounded nearby. She jumped in fright and turned her head, only to see a white-haired girl sitting quietly at a table amid the weeds, as if she had just been absorbed in a very thick book before being disturbed. What was strange was that the white-haired girl's eyes were not the blue or brown so familiar to the British, but a pair of heterochromatic pupils, one blue and the other astonishingly gold. Her almost flawless features resembled a fairy out of a storybook, leaving the little girl momentarily spellbound. I also think that staring at someone for so long is equally impolite. The cool voice rang out again, pulling the little girl's attention back. Those mismatched eyes regarded her coldly, clearly displeased that she had broken into the yard and interrupted her reading. I'm sorry, I thought no one. And I had never seen this house here before, so I wanted to come in and take a look." The white-haired girl arched a brow, seemingly accepting her apology, then turned her attention back to the book on the table and said calmly, "Now you know there is a house here." With those words, the yard once more fell into silence. The little girl felt awkward for a moment, unsure whether she ought to leave or stay, especially since the other girl still seemed somewhat annoyed by her intrusion. Perhaps out of an instinctive curiosity for knowledge, the little girl glanced at the book on the white-haired girl's table, then walked over, drawn in, and stood before her. "Hello, my name is Hermione Granger. Did you just move here? How come I've never seen you before?" "No, I've always lived here. The fact that you didn't see it before is your own problem." The white-haired girl gave her a brief, indifferent glance as she spoke her words, successfully choking Hermione into speechlessness. The yard sank once again into an atmosphere of faintly awkward silence. What are you reading?" After a long while, the little girl looked at the book on the white-haired girl's table with curiosity and asked, "A complete compendium of dark magic." "Huh? Magic? What is that?" Hearing the white-haired girl's answer, Hermione froze, asking in confusion. In her understanding, after all, magic simply did not exist. "My, are you a child from a Muggle family? But the fact that you could find my house means that, like me. Never mind, you'll understand later. In any case, I think you should leave now." As Hermione spoke, the white-haired girl looked up at her, about to explain, when a sharp crack of air sounded from the back garden. She sighed softly and addressed Hermione. Although Hermione still had many questions in her heart, the clear note of dismissal in the girl's tone made her nod. After apologizing once more for her rude intrusion, Hermione turned toward the gate. "Oh right, I still don't know your name. What's your name? What are you called?" At the gate, Hermione suddenly turned and asked. Hearing her question, the white-haired girl clearly hesitated for a moment, but for some reason still answered, "Anna." "All right then, Anna, I'm going now. See you next time, bye-bye." Hearing Anna's reply, Hermione seemed quite delighted and hopped away from Anna's house. Watching her retreating back, Anna frowned slightly. She was fairly sure she had not invited the girl to come again. Just as Hermione left, an elderly white-haired man emerged from the back garden. Watching Hermione's departing figure, he asked in a tone tinged with curiosity, "A new friend?" "No, just a little girl who wandered in by mistake. I don't have to report everything to you, do I, old bumblebee?" Anna rolled her eyes at the old man behind her. He seemed long since accustomed to her tone, and continued with a gentle smile, "It is merely an old man caring for a child, nothing more. The new term is about to begin. Have you prepared all your things?" "Caring? Or monitoring? Forget it. I'll go to Diagon Alley myself to buy my things in a while." With that, she ignored the old man, turned back into the house, and closed the door behind her. Watching her depart, the old man could only give a wry smile and shake his head. The weather in London was forever capricious. One moment the sky was a clear expanse of blue, and in the next a torrential downpour would crash down. Heavy raindrops lashed against the windows of the villa, producing a constant pattering sound. A white-haired girl sat quietly by the window, watching the rain outside. The rhythm of the downpour seemed to grant her an unusual sense of calm as she observed passers-by opening umbrellas to shield themselves or hurrying toward their homes. The appearance of a lone figure made Anna involuntarily knit her brows. It was a brown-haired girl, her entire body soaked by the rain. Her naturally fluffy hair was drenched and plastered tightly against her head. Hermione Granger was walking down the street, even though today she ought not to have been here at all. A model student like her was not supposed to be wandering outside, yet she could not bear to stay at school any longer. Because of her personality, no one wanted to be her friend. They mocked Th. She did not want to go home, either. She had no idea how her parents would react upon discovering that their good, diligent daughter had skipped school. For some reason, she suddenly thought of that girl she had met only once in passing. Without quite realizing it, her feet had brought her to the front door of the girl's house. All at once Hermione felt that the raindrops around her no longer fell upon her body. Curious, she raised her head and saw what seemed to be an invisible barrier above her, every raindrop splashing harmlessly against it. "What are you doing?" A familiar cool voice sounded. Anna stood there, her heterochromatic eyes fixed on Hermione. In her hand, she held an object Hermione had never seen before, a small wooden wand that emitted a faint blue glow. "Forget it, come inside," Anna said, lifting an eyebrow as she stepped aside to open a path for Hermione. She led her into the villa, and the moment they crossed the threshold, the chill brought by the icy rain vanished. Anna turned around and pointed the wand at Hermione. "Clean and renew," she intoned. As her words fell, Hermione's rain-soaked, wrinkled clothes turned impeccably neat, and a wave of warm air swept over her, drying the water clinging to her skin and fabric as though she had never been drenched at all. "What is this?" The scene that had just unfolded was clearly beyond the girl's understanding. She murmured in amazement, eyes wide. Anna lifted the little twig in her hand and said, "A wand and a few simple spells. Now you can tell me why you were wandering about in the pouring rain." Anna herself did not quite understand why she was asking such a question. It felt as though a quiet voice within her was urging her to do so. She could not comprehend it. Perhaps this was what people called concern. Having never truly experienced emotion, she did not know where such a feeling came from. It was strange that she would feel concern for a girl she had only met once. Perhaps it was because Hermione was the first person around her age who was willing to talk to her at all. They all hate me." Anna's question was like opening a floodgate. Large tears spilled from Hermione's eyes as she sobbed and poured out everything that had happened at school. Anna, watching the crying girl, had no idea how she was supposed to respond and could only listen in silence. "That is quite normal," she said at last. "Whether they are muggles or witches and wizards, people will always envy those who are better than themselves." Hermione continued to sniffle softly, and seeing the state she was in, Anna felt for the first time a disconcerting sense of helplessness. Don't cry. "Let me show you something," Anna said. She gave her wand a gentle wave, and a flock of tiny birds suddenly appeared, fluttering around Hermione. Hermione gasped in delight, her worries momentarily forgotten, as she watched the little creatures wheel through the air. "Wow, it's so amazing. You will learn this too someday," Anna said. "Really?" Hermione asked, hope shining. Anna nodded. "Yes. Every wizard or witch receives a letter of admission from a school at the age of 11. In your case, you should be getting yours soon. If nothing unexpected happens, you will go to Hogwarts, perhaps the finest magic school in the world." As Anna spoke, stars seemed to ignite in Hermione's eyes. A girl who had long been trapped in a hostile school environment now gazed toward this fairy tale-like world of magic with profound longing. "It's getting late. I'll walk you home," Anna said, glancing at the darkening sky and the rain that still fell outside. Hermione hesitated for a moment, then nodded. From a dusty cabinet nearby, Anna took out 2 umbrellas, and together they headed toward Hermione's home. Their houses turned out to be unexpectedly close, separated by only a few streets. When they reached her front door and saw the lights shining from within, Hermione could not help feeling a little puzzled. "Do we have guests at home?" she wondered aloud. With that lingering doubt, Hermione took out her key and opened the door. In the living room, besides her parents, an elderly witch was seated on the sofa. At the sound of the door opening, all 3 turned to look toward the entrance. Seeing Anna standing beside Hermione, the old woman's expression shifted to clear surprise. "Miss Grindelwald, to think I would encounter you here," she said. "Good evening, Professor McGonagall, Mr. Granger and Mrs. Granger." Anna politely greeted the 3 people in the room, and one could only imagine how surprised some old man with a white beard would be upon witnessing such a scene. "Good evening. Returning to what we were just discussing, Mr. Granger, your daughter Miss Granger is a witch, and this is her acceptance letter." Professor McGonagall produced a piece of parchment from her robe, and the faces of the Grangers were still filled with disbelief. "Magic really exists. How is that possible?" It was evident that Professor McGonagall's earlier conversation had successfully shaken their long-held beliefs in science. Seeing the still disbelieving expressions of the Granger couple, Anna took out her wand, waved it gently, and successfully transformed the Granger's coffee table into a small sheep before changing it back. "An excellent transfiguration, Miss Grindelwald. If you were at Hogwarts, I would award you 10 points. Professor McGonagall seemed quite pleased with Anna's performance, and then continued to look at the Granger couple, who were still in shock. So what exactly is this Hogwarts like?" Mr. Granger seemed to have easily accepted the existence of magic, which made Professor McGonagall smile again. After all, negotiating with Muggle parents who had never seen magic could be quite challenging at times. "Regarding Hogwarts, Mr. Granger, I can say without exaggeration that it is the best magic school in the world, home to the strongest white wizard, Professor Dumbledore, making it also the safest place in the world where students can learn magic freely and be assured of their safety." When mentioning Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall seemed to catch a glimpse of Anna rolling her eyes, but she chose to ignore it. The back of the acceptance letter contains a list of items needed for school, and students can go to Diagon Alley to purchase them. I will assign Miss Grindelwald to guide you there, is that all right? Professor McGonagall continued to introduce Hogwarts to the Granger couple, then suddenly turned her gaze to Anna, expressing her surprise at seeing both Anna and Hermione together. She was very pleased that Anna could make a friend, although she was unsure if they had truly become friends. I can. Anna hesitated for a moment upon hearing Professor McGonagall's words, then looked at Hermione, who wore a hopeful expression, and ultimately agreed. Then I won't disturb you any longer. I wish you all sweet dreams, Miss Granger, Mr. Granger and Mrs. Professor McGonagall stood up and bid farewell to the Granger family, then left with Anna. The moment Professor McGonagall stepped out of the door, her figure twisted in midair, and with a resounding bang, she disappeared. This scene left the Granger family dumbfounded. Anna then slowly walked towards her own house, and Mr. Granger curiously looked at his daughter. Is she your new friend? I suppose so. Under the showerhead, Anna rinsed her body repeatedly. Looking at her body, which appeared no different from an ordinary person's, she couldn't help but smile wryly. Staring at the intricate patterns on her skin formed by obscure spells, Anna took a book from the shelf in her bedroom and followed the instructions to cast a spell. The golden patterns on her body flickered and became more pronounced. Seeing this, Anna sighed in relief. After completing all this, she finally chose to rest on her bed. Hermione, are you sure this Miss Grindelwald lives here? The next morning, Hermione arrived early at Anna's doorstep with her parents. However, seeing the empty space in front of them, Mr. Granger couldn't help but ask Hermione. Hermione pressed the doorbell, but to Mr. Granger it felt as though she was pressing on air. Yes, Anna said, only witches can see her house, ordinary people cannot. The muggle-repelling charm prevents muggles from finding my house, avoiding a lot of trouble. Just as Hermione finished speaking, Anna walked out of the house dressed in a black gown. Even though it was summer, her attire covered her completely. Upon seeing this, the Grangers didn't ask further, just accepting it as some strange wizarding custom. Let's go. Anna waved to the side, and a Rolls-Royce that had been waiting nearby approached. Even as a dentist with a decent income, Mr. Granger had never seen such a top-tier luxury car up close, leading him to have a new understanding of the young girl beside him. After the three, who appeared somewhat apprehensive, got into the car, it began to slowly head towards Diagon Alley. Hermione curiously observed the driver dressed in black with a mask hiding his face completely, making it impossible to see his features. The most peculiar thing was his necklace, which clearly did not seem to be merely decorative. Rather, like some sort of emblem. We have arrived, the Leaky Cauldron. The car stopped in front of an inconspicuous pub. Anna led the three into the pub, weaving through the bustling crowd, and arrived at the back alley. Anna took out her wand and tapped it gently against the brick wall twice. Surprisingly, the wall split open, revealing a whole new world behind it. Welcome to Diagon Alley. Hermione gazed curiously at her surroundings. The clothing of the people inside was completely different from that outside, resembling the attire of centuries past. There were many children around her age wandering through various shops. I had someone buy your school supplies. We only need to get your wand. With that, she guided the still bewildered Hermione towards an old shop. Oh, Miss Grindelwald, a wand made of elder wood with a phoenix feather is extremely rare and powerful. I remember it well. May I ask what seems to be the problem with the wand? Anna pushed open the door of the wand shop, and a clear jingling sound of bells rang out with her movement. Accompanying the sound was a slightly stooped old man with white hair who brightened at the sight of Anna and approached her, asking, "The wand is very useful, Mr. Ollivander. I am here to accompany Miss Granger in selecting her wand." Upon hearing Anna's words, Mr. Ollivander immediately turned his gaze to Hermione, then quickly walked over to her, his energy and spirit so lively that even Mr. Granger, standing behind, questioned whether this was truly an old man. New student, then Miss Granger, do you usually use your left hand or your right hand? Right hand, sir. Looking at Mr. Ollivander's excited demeanor, Hermione clearly felt a bit overwhelmed and hesitated for a moment before speaking. Just as her words fell, several soft measuring tapes flew over, grasping her right arm and beginning to measure her length. As Mr. Ollivander was about to turn back to retrieve the wand, a commotion from the shelves caught his attention. He noticed a box high up on a shelf seemingly trembling slightly, which surprised him greatly. Miss Granger, it seems a wand has chosen you. Mr. Ollivander skillfully climbed the ladder, retrieved the box, and handed the wand inside to Hermione. Made of vine wood with a dragon heartstring core, this wand is typically suited for those with great ambitions. It is said that this material releases a magical effect when in the presence of a suitable owner, and it seems that might be true. Mr. Ollivander was evidently very excited, and although Hermione did not fully understand, she still accepted the wand from his hand. The moment she grasped the wand, it began to leap in her hand, the surrounding magic seemingly celebrating, swirling around Hermione. Wow! For the first time, Hermione clearly felt the magic, leaving her quite astonished, while Mr. Ollivander appeared quite pleased with his wand. Since you are a new student, this wand will only cost 7 galleons. Hearing Mr. Ollivander's words, Anna took 7 gold galleons from her small bag and placed them in front of him. Then she turned to Hermione and explained, the currency in the wizarding world is different from that in the Muggle world. Galleons are our universal currency. 1 galleon equals 17 sickles, which is also 493 nuts. Students from Muggle families can exchange currency at Gringotts. Hermione nodded and followed Anna as they headed towards Gringotts, which was a pure white building that appeared somewhat crooked, making one wonder how it did not topple over. Perhaps it was the magic at work. Before they even entered Gringotts, Hermione heard a voice that seemed to carry a hint of arrogance and disdain. Here come many annoying Muggles to Diagon Alley again. Upon hearing the voice, Hermione instinctively looked towards its source, where a blond boy was disdainfully observing the passing crowd. His slick-back hair seemed far too mature for his age, making one curious about how much hair gel he used daily to maintain that shape. What are you looking at, Maud? Mind your mouth, Malfoy. Anna's cold voice interrupted whatever the boy was about to say, and he glared at her, seemingly furious at being interrupted. Just as he was about to speak, a man beside him pressed his head down heavily. I apologize, miss. I will keep a close watch on my son, he said, pulling the boy away towards the distance. Father, why? The boy looked confused as his father quickly distanced himself from Anna and the others. Draco, remember her face. Even if you cannot be friends, do not make enemies. After all, her last name is Grindelwald, Lucius Malfoy said, glancing at Anna, who was conversing with Hermione with some apprehension. Draco nodded, somewhat understanding, but internally, he did not fully accept it, believing that no one could surpass the Malfoy family. Pureblood families always look down on half-bloods and Muggleborns. There is no need to pay them any mind. Watching the two disappear around the corner of Diagon Alley, Anna said to the Granger family. Due to the limited amount of Muggle money that Hermione could exchange, she left Gringotts after exchanging only a small sum. After strolling around Diagon Alley, she happily returned home with the books that Anna had sent someone to buy for her. However, she was somewhat curious about the person delivering the books. A man in black robes, his face obscured by a mask, and wearing a peculiar necklace. This curiosity about Anna's family was soon overshadowed by the books she had brought back. Hermione seemed quite fascinated by the wizards of the magical world. Before leaving, she had purchased a book documenting the outstanding contributions made by wizards in recent times. The first page featured the headmaster of Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore, and another familiar name caught her attention. Anna Grindelwald awarded the first-class medal of the Merlin Society for creating the spell Purple Lightning that inflicts significant damage on dark magical creatures. The brief introduction in the bow. Welcome to each and every one of you. The show is about to start. The sorting ceremony is about to begin. In the Hogwarts sorting hat. And it's time to play my part. You may call me worn and ragged, if it's all you truly see. But listen close, and I will tell where you're supposed to be. You might belong in Gryffindor, where the bravest often dwell. Perhaps it's loyal Hufflepuff, where your heart will truly swell. Or could it be wise Ravenclaw, whose language you speak best? Yet again, perhaps it's Slytherin, that'll help you top the rest. Go ahead and try me on. There's nothing left to fear. You'll find right where you belong by looking between your ears. Though the lyrics of the Sorting Hat change every year, Anna has never liked it singing. After casting a spell to block her ears, she ignored the Mad Hat while the sorting ceremony began. Hannah Abbott. Professor McGonagall called out a name, and the nervous girl walked up to the stage. Before long, the Sorting Hat loudly proclaimed Hufflepuff, deciding the girl's house. Hermione was sorted into Gryffindor, which did not surprise Anna, but deep down she thought Hermione seemed more suited for Ravenclaw. When the renowned Harry was sorted into Gryffindor, the hall erupted with applause. Gryffindor was always like this, showy, filled with a strong sense of personal heroism. They would abandon you when you didn't fit in, while Slytherin was entirely the opposite. If you didn't fit in, they would never accept you. Dinner began with Dumbledore's nonsensical words, fools, crybabies, leftovers, and twists, and while listening to Dumbledore's speech, Anna rolled her eyes at him once again. Noticing her expression, Dumbledore discreetly winked at her, successfully earning another eye roll from Anna. What does a Hogwarts feast taste like? Anna had no idea, as she had never experienced the sensation of taste. In fact, she never needed food to sustain her life. Each time she tasted food, the insipid experience only served to remind her of her differences from others. Unlike the first-year, second-year students could return to their dormitories after dinner, so Anna left the hall before dinner ended and returned to her solitary dormitory. The Slytherin dormitory had very few windows, but perhaps due to some old man's favoritism, Anna's room had a large window. However, the dormitory was located at the bottom of the lake, and all she could see outside was water. Occasionally, the giant squid swimming by could make her feel less lonely, but magical creatures rarely passed by her window, and they wouldn't come close to her. It seemed they were afraid of her. Meanwhile, far away in the astronomy tower, Hermione was also gazing out the window. Every year there might be one person without a roommate, and coincidentally, she was the child who had received a private dormitory. At that moment, she was wondering what Anna was doing. During the sorting ceremony, she had seen Anna but couldn't approach her. In fact, she had always been concerned about Anna's cold aura that seemed to repel others and her lonely appearance. It seemed that it would take a long time before the other could open her heart to her. On the train she had heard Ron's description of Slytherin, but in her heart Anna did not fit that description. Hermione shook her head, organized her things, and after writing a letter to her parents, she lay down early and fell into a deep sleep. The courses at Hogwarts are always so dull, at least in Anna's perspective. Moreover, living in a world of solitude makes everything seem equally uninteresting. It seems that many of the older professors do not favor her, perhaps due to her frequent absences or her last name. However, Anna does not take it to heart, for not every teacher is as fair as Professor McGonagall. Of course, she attends Professor McGonagall's classes, although Transfiguration in her second year is quite simple for her. Professor McGonagall is always very tolerant of her students regardless of who they are. Sometimes Anna would take a stroll in the Forbidden Forest, but it is said that the forest is home to many dangerous magical creatures. Yet it is eerily quiet when she enters, which makes her feel even more bored and isolated. Perhaps there is one thing that seems to intrigue Anna a bit. She is quite curious about what Miss Granger is doing now. It is strange considering they are not very familiar. Under the murderous gaze of Professor Snape, Anna quietly left the classroom. However, her departure went unnoticed by anyone except for Professor Snape, as no one wanted to brew potions with her. She was always alone. The corridor was silent as it was during class. Anna quietly made her way to the classroom where Hermione was studying. They seemed to be in Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class, turning matches into silver needles. This might be somewhat challenging for first years, but Hermione successfully transformed them into silver needles after a few attempts. Seeing this, Anna nodded in satisfaction for some unknown reason. Miss Grindelwald, could you explain why you are not in class? Just as Anna was admiring Professor McGonagall's class, a voice suddenly rang out behind her. Recognizing the familiar voice, Anna instinctively rolled her eyes and turned around. Not interested, and what about you? Is the headmaster so idle too? Oh, I fear I am just like you, Miss Grindelwald. I also do not wish to deal with my responsibilities. Would you mind coming to my office to talk? Under the crescent-shaped glasses of the headmaster, there seemed to be a hint of amusement. Hearing his words, Anna could only nod, for it seemed that the headmaster had not given her the right to refuse. He had already begun to lead the way. All right, Miss Grindelwald, now we can discuss your situation. However, before that, would you like some cockroach clusters? Upon arriving at the headmaster's office, Anna looked at the jar of indescribable sweets on Dumbledore's desk with disgust. No thanks, you can keep that disgusting thing for yourself. Also, don't call me that. Oh, I have never liked it. Oh, is that so? But it seems you have accepted it. After all, you accepted his. Never mind. If you insist, I can call you Miss Dumbledore. Seeing Anna's increasingly unfriendly expression, Dumbledore decided to abandon his intention to finish his sentence. TSK. Just call me Anna. I'm not your family, nor a substitute for someone in your family. Listening to Anna's cold words, Dumbledore let out a helpless sigh. The strongest white wizard in the world seemed like an ordinary old man at this moment, with a hint of sadness in his eyes. I'm sorry, Anna. I apologize. You please forgive an old man for caring about a child. Sometimes they cannot express their concern correctly. Dumbledore spoke with remorse, for nothing that happened at Hogwarts escaped his notice, including the lonely Anna. But before he could say anything more, Anna stood up and walked towards the exit. I don't need your concern. Sigh. All right, but I think if you feel lonely or want someone to talk to, Miss Granger might be a good choice. Hearing Dumbledore's words, Anna's footsteps paused slightly, as if she nodded before leaving the office. Watching Anna's retreating figure, Dumbledore sighed softly, and memories seemed to drift back to that night 6 years ago, a letter that changed many things. A loud crack of apparition sounded outside the eerie castle as Dumbledore hesitated, looking at the castle before him. Upon seeing the words "for the greater good" at the castle's entrance, he couldn't help but sigh. After a long hesitation, he eventually chose to enter. You have come, Albus. It has been a long time since you last visited me. As Dumbledore stepped into the castle, an aged voice echoed. It belonged to a gaunt old man, but time had left its mark on his face, still allowing one to see the handsomeness of his youth. His mismatched eyes fixed on Dumbledore as he slowly spoke. You know, Gellert, I came for the matter in the letter. Hearing Grindelwald's words, Dumbledore replied, and Grindelwald nodded, though a hint of loneliness flickered in his eyes as he led Dumbledore towards the bedroom. She has awakened, come see her. Pushing open the bedroom door, a girl of about 6 years old lay on the bed, seemingly asleep. Watching the girl's steady breathing, Dumbledore was momentarily stunned. How is this possible? You know, Gellert, alchemy cannot create a soul. But I have found a new way. Hearing Grindelwald's words, Dumbledore immediately fixed his deep blue eyes on Grindelwald and asked what method. A soulless, unconscious entity that still lives. Hearing Grindelwald's answer, Dumbledore's brows furrowed instantly, and his right hand had already reached for the wand in his pocket, yet he still asked, what do you plan to do with her? This is why I called you here. I want you to take her away and teach her your so-called love. Looking at the girl on the bed, whose face bore some resemblance to his sister, Dumbledore hesitated for a moment, but gently touched the girl's cheek. What is her name? Anna. Hearing the girl's name, Dumbledore was once again taken aback. It seems that the reason they created an alchemical life in their youth was because of his sister, Ariana. All right, I will take her away to Hogwarts. I will try to help her understand what love is. But ultimately she must seek it herself. Hearing Dumbledore's words, Grindelwald nodded. 5 years later, a white-haired girl entered Hogwarts when she turned 11. But, having always been alone, she did not understand what love was. After leaving Dumbledore's office, Anna happened to glance out the window and saw the first years beginning their flying lesson. Madame Hooch, a stern instructor with eyes as sharp as an eagle's, was one of the few professors who held no prejudice against Anna, perhaps because she cared for little beyond broomsticks. The schedule indicated that Anna's next class was History of Magic, a lethargy-inducing subject she disliked and rarely attended. Rather than endure a lecture from a ghostly professor, she preferred watching first-years wrestle with enchanted broomsticks. She didn't mind at all. After all, she had other means of flight, though admittedly less elegant ones. Or perhaps slightly unsettling ones. As ever, some students ignored Madame Hooch's instructions. This year's culprit, none other than Neville Longbottom, rising higher and higher with every wobble. Longbottom, get down this instant. As Neville's broom trembled violently upward, Madame Hooch shouted frantically from below, but her voice only heightened his panic. I don't know how to descend. Neville clutched the broomstick with trembling hands, staring down in horror as the faces on the ground shrank to mere specks. Beads of cold sweat rolled down his cheeks, and his rising terror made the broom shake even more violently. His mind, ever unconventional, chose that precise moment, just as Madame Hooch prepared to take flight and rescue him, to release its grip entirely. He plummeted from nearly 10 meters. Even with a wizard's resilience, such a fall would surely break an arm or leg. Anna sighed softly, drew her wand, and cast Arresto Momentum. The spell slowed his descent steadily, and by the time he landed he'd likely suffer nothing worse than a bruise. Madame Hooch rushed forward, lifting the groaning boy, then turned toward Anna with quiet gratitude. You may consider your flying lessons forfeit, permanently, if I see any broomstick ascend again. Having delivered her warning, Madame Hooch strode off toward the hospital wing, cradling Neville. Anna. Hermione Granger had scarcely had time to greet Anna since arriving at Hogwarts. Yet here, they were unexpectedly reunited. Her face lit up with delight as she broke into a run, only to freeze halfway, her gaze snapping skyward. When she saw what hung above, her expression drained of color. Oh no. He'll be expelled. No, he won't. Dumbledore would never expel the famed boy who lived. Anna appeared beside Hermione without a sound, her eyes fixed on the sky, where Harry Potter, now locked in aerial combat with Draco Malfoy over a tiny darting ball, circled triumphantly. Ron Weasley jumped at her sudden presence, then hastily stepped back 2 paces upon recognizing her. Seems your friend isn't quite fond of me. I'll take my leave. Anna arched a brow and departed without waiting for a reply. Hermione turned sharply to Ron and glared. Who is she? Harry descended, having secured the small object midair, and asked curiously, gazing after Anna's retreating figure. She's a Slytherin and a Grindelwald. Definitely not someone to trust. I'd advise you to keep your distance, Ron added, though his tone carried no malice, only earnest concern. Hermione frowned. You don't even know her. Anna isn't like that. And what does Grindelwald even mean? Does it change who she is? Grindelwald, the Dark Lord who nearly conquered Europe. His daughter can't possibly be anything but danger. Honestly, I can't fathom why Dumbledore admitted his archenemy's child. Ron exaggerated dramatically, drawing frowns from both Hermione and Harry. Before Harry could ask another question, a crisp, authoritative voice cut through the air. Mr. Potter, please come with me. Professor McGonagall stood silently on the grass, her gaze icy. Harry's face paled instantly, his shoulders slumped. He followed her, unaware that once she turned, a rare, satisfied smile flickered across her lips. Anna, already walking away, heard Ron's words clearly. She usually dismissed such talk with indifference. Yet now, observing Hermione's stricken expression, something stirred faintly within her. Was it sorrow? But why? Alchemy cannot create life, nor can it create souls. This is the taboo of alchemy. Books on alchemy were thrown on the ground by Anna, and looking at her own body, a bitter smile involuntarily appeared on her face. Alchemy cannot create life. Of course I know. So what am I? A monster in human skin. A cage for a limiting mind. Forbidden existence. A nameless rage surged from Anna's heart. Anger, the first emotion she learned initially, arose when Dumbledore placed her in that villa in London, making her feel alone for the first time. In the cold house, with the faint presence of surveillance, every time she looked outside at the children running, playing, and laughing, a strong feeling erupted in her heart. Perhaps this is anger or jealousy. She feared herself, feared what was lurking within her. She did not know what she was, and there was no one around who liked her. What is love? A person who has never experienced love cannot give you an answer. Looking at the moonlight streaming through the lake into her bedroom, Anna put on her clothes and tidied up her messy room. To be safe, she cast binding spells on herself again and again. Those spells wrapped around her like chains, marking her body like a prisoner, but perhaps only this way could she find peace. It seemed she wanted to take a walk. Anna stepped out of her dormitory alone. This shouldn't count as sneaking out, right? After all, she was walking out in plain sight. And she wasn't the only one leaving the dormitory. Our classmate Potter had not faced any punishment for his conflict with Malfoy during the day, instead becoming the seeker for Gryffindor, which greatly displeased Malfoy, even prompting him to request a duel. Naturally, our prideful classmate Potter agreed, while the conflict-averse Miss Granger tried to stop them. Unfortunately, the stubborn Weasley and Potter ignored her advice, leaving Granger with no choice but to accompany them into this mess. As Anna left the Slytherin common room, she encountered a triumphant Malfoy who was clearly in high spirits as he walked back to the common room, completely oblivious to Anna passing by chatting with two seemingly dim-witted chubby boys, saying something about someone is going to be in big trouble. Anna ignored Malfoy and continued on her way. This was probably her first time actively seeking out Dumbledore. The password. Upon arriving at the office door, the Stone Guardian spoke. Hearing its words, Anna frowned, but she had no intention of wasting time with the stone beast. She raised her hand and unleashed a thunderous explosion, causing a look of human-like panic to appear on the stone beast's face as it hurriedly jumped aside. The spell struck the door to Dumbledore's office, shattering it to pieces. Attacking an old man in the night is not a polite act, Anna, but I must say that was a powerful spell. You seem troubled. Sit down. Perhaps I can offer some sweet honey. I really wonder how much candy Dumbledore eats in a day. This morning, it was a nauseating pile of cockroaches, and now it has turned into lemon drops. After hesitating for a moment, Anna picked up a candy and placed it in her mouth. It had no flavor, just as it always had no flavor. What exactly am I? That is for you to answer, Anna. Searching for who we are is the ultimate pursuit of humanity. Many people go through their entire lives without understanding who they are, where they are going, or what they want to do. Dumbledore's deep gaze penetrated through his crescent-shaped glasses, looking at Anna, as if addressing her, yet also as if he were speaking to himself. Anna opened her mouth, hesitated for a moment, and asked another question. Then am I really human? Or a monster? What do you think? On the outside, you are certainly human, just like me. But what lies within you? Anna, what do you think constitutes a human? Many people appear to be human, yet act like beasts. Oh, what are they? Like Voldemort from 11 years ago. Just as I said, who you are is not for me to decide. What you wish to do, I will not interfere with. Everything depends on you. Dumbledore's eyes were filled with many emotions, yet there was no doubt or scrutiny. He seemed to trust the girl before him, believing she would understand what love is. A trust that only those familiar with Dumbledore could appreciate the rarity of. Not receiving the answer she sought, Anna turned to leave, while Dumbledore once again took out the crystal ball he had been looking at before Anna arrived. 3 small figures ran out from the 4th floor of the school, and Dumbledore nodded with a smile, clearly having planted the seeds of curiosity. Who would not be curious about what lay beneath the massive 3-headed dog? Days passed, and a perilous night adventure did not bring Hermione, Potter, and Weasley closer as friends. Rather, their personalities clashed even more, especially between Hermione and Ron. She is so annoying, no wonder she can't make friends. As Anna strolled through the corridor, Ron's voice caught her attention. She saw Weasley venting to Potter, and the explosive genius Seamus seemingly about Hermione correcting his pronunciation of a spell. Unbeknownst to him, Hermione stood right behind him, having heard his words, and she bumped him with her shoulder before running off on her own. Anna noticed the glimmer of tears in Hermione's eyes. I think she might have heard that. Watching Hermione walk away, the somewhat emotionally intelligent Potter said to Ron, but the nearly emotionally oblivious Weasley merely shrugged nonchalantly. It is indeed very rude to speak ill of a lady behind her back. Anna's cold voice echoed behind Ron, and then she walked into the Great Hall by herself. Where did she come from? And what does this have to do with her, a Slytherin? Looking at Anna's retreating figure, Ron expressed some dissatisfaction. The belief that all Slytherins are bad people was deeply ingrained in his mind. No one could change that. The Great Hall seemed a bit different. Looking at the floating pumpkin heads in the sky, Anna realized that today was apparently Halloween. But then again, she had no one to spend it with. For her, it was just another ordinary day. Just as Anna was enjoying the tasteless yet beautifully crafted food, a flustered figure rushed in. Anna recognized this person. It seemed to be the new defense against the dark arts professor, Professor Quirrell. She had never attended that class and was not very familiar with him, but Quirrell always gave off a strange feeling. This malicious intent was something she, with a sensitivity to malice within her, was very familiar with. Where does a teacher get so much malice from? Troll. In the dungeon. I think you should know. After finishing, Quirrell seemed to faint from fright, and the Great Hall erupted into chaos. Fortunately, Dumbledore was there to take charge. Silence. Now all prefects organized the students back to their common rooms. Dumbledore's words seemed particularly trustworthy. After he spoke, the students in the hall surprisingly calmed down, and under the prefect's guidance began to line up in an orderly manner. However, Anna felt a lingering sense of unease. Anna anxiously looked up at the Gryffindor team, but did not see the familiar brown figure, intensifying her unease. Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, she quietly slipped away from the group and ran toward the basement. Meanwhile, Hermione was lost in thought about the words Ron had spoken earlier. She had expected to make friends at Hogwarts, but Ron's words struck her like a blow and tears streamed down her cheeks. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Hermione panicked momentarily, not wanting the other person to see her current state. She lifted her tear-streaked face to look at Anna, who, unsure of how to comfort her, simply crouched down. "You remind me of someone," Anna said. "Who?" Upon hearing Anna's words, Hermione wiped her tears and asked curiously, "Who is it?" "It was a new student who enrolled last year. Like you, she had no friends and was not accepted by her classmates. As a Slytherin, it was quite normal not to be welcomed by students from other houses, and because of her surname, many Slytherin students disliked her. They ostracized her, mocked her, and set traps for her. After all, who cares about a seemingly powerless Grindelwald?" "What happened next?" Anna gently ruffled Hermione's fluffy hair and continued, "Who knows? But I heard that one night the houses of these so-called pure-blood families exploded," Anna said nonchalantly. Seeing her demeanor, Hermione finally managed a smile. From Anna's description, she understood perfectly why those people's houses would explode. "Because I made them realize that although I despise it, Grindelwald is still not someone they can provoke. After that, no one bothered me anymore. However, I also ended up alone, but that's fine, at least I don't have to deal with those annoying people. Perhaps in the future the name Grindelwald will resonate throughout the world again, but not as a dark wizard attempting to rule humanity, rather as a creator of a new era." Anna continued, noticing Hermione's stunned expression. She paused before adding, "I just wanted to express that you are not the annoying person Weasley described, you are not friendless, and you are not alone. So would you like to be my friend, Miss Granger?" "I would like to Miss Grindelwald." Hermione finally smiled as she grasped Anna's outstretched right hand and stood up with her. Watching Hermione's smiling face, Anna was momentarily taken aback, feeling a flutter in her heart, though she could not quite understand this feeling. "We should go, but it's not safe here. A troll has entered the school." "A troll, eh?" "Yes. Just like this." Anna pulled Hermione's hand, intending to head outside, but Hermione, hearing Anna's words, furrowed her brows in confusion. "How could there be a troll in Hogwarts?" "It is. Just like this." Before they reached the door, Hermione caught a whiff of a foul stench as if it had never bathed since birth, making her feel nauseated. An ugly creature lumbered in through the door, even dripping snot, looking somewhat comical, but seeing the enormous club in its hand, Hermione's face went pale. "Have you read the complete guide to defense against the dark arts?" "I remember I bought it for you before school started," Hermione replied, her face ashen, trembling as she nodded. Anna drew her wand and pointed it at the ugly giant. "The spell I created, unlike the protective spells against dark arts, can also harm ordinary enemies." As Anna's words fell, arcs of purple electricity began to leap at the tip of her wand. Purple lightning. A thick arc of purple lightning shot from Anna's wand, dyeing the entire bathroom a brilliant purple. The lightning arced through the air, striking the troll squarely in the chest, and the bathroom was soon filled with the smell of burnt flesh as the troll collapsed, seemingly lifeless. "Cool." This spectacular scene was witnessed by Harry and Ron, who had just entered. Watching the spell Anna had just cast, Harry couldn't help but comment, while Ron had similar thoughts, but being a Slytherin, he wouldn't voice them. "What are you doing here? Oh my gosh. What happened here?" The professors, who followed closely behind upon seeing Harry and Ron standing at the entrance, were led by Professor McGonagall, who immediately shouted in annoyance, and then saw the troll inside the bathroom. Clearly, Professor McGonagall, Miss Granger, was having a conflict with her little partner this afternoon, and came to the bathroom to clear her mind, only to be trapped here by the troll, Anna said, putting away her wand and pointing to Hermione behind her. Hermione nodded as she recovered from the earlier scene, and upon seeing this, Professor McGonagall's face showed a look of apology. After all, if Anna hadn't arrived this innocent young, which wouldn't have been able to escape the troll's grasp. "I am very sorry, Miss Granger. I apologize for Hogwarts' negligence towards you, and I will award Miss Grindelwald an extra 20 points for her brave protection of her classmate. As for you two, come to my office." After expressing her apology to Hermione, Professor McGonagall turned her face back to Harry and Ron, speaking angrily, and then took them away from the bathroom, while Anna led Hermione toward the Gryffindor common room. At this moment, Professor Snape, examining the troll's corpse, concluded that the troll's heart had been pierced by lightning, causing immediate death. Upon hearing his conclusion, Quirrell looked at Anna's departing figure with a thoughtful and sullen expression. After sending Hermione back to the common room, Anna did not rush back to the dark Slytherin lounge, but chose to stand in the vacant tower of Hogwarts, gazing in the direction of Gryffindor Tower. "What are you looking at?" Dumbledore approached slowly, following Anna's gaze, while Anna surprisingly did not roll her eyes at him, softly saying, "I now have something I want to do." For a long time, Anna's life had been devoid of novelty, perhaps simply because she feared the monster within her. Listening to her, Dumbledore smiled and asked, "Oh, what is it? Do you want to see the future?" Without directly answering Dumbledore's question, Anna took out a skull-shaped water pipe from her small bag. Seeing the magical item in her hand, Dumbledore couldn't help but twitch slightly at the corner of his eye, but he nodded nonetheless. Anna took a puff from the water pipe and exhaled slowly, projecting an image before them. It was London, a city familiar to Dumbledore, yet somehow different, with countless skyscrapers towering in the city. The scene did not end there. On the streets, people held small rectangular devices constantly displaying various images like miniature televisions. In the future, people will easily record everything they see and spread it among the masses. Do you think in such an era the magical world can remain undiscovered for long? Presenting the vision of the future, Anna asked Dumbledore, who fell silent. He did not know how to respond. If this was the future once magic was seen by muggles, it might only take a few minutes for all of England, or even all muggles in the world, to know of magic's existence. When they realize magic exists, our doom will arrive. Muggles have always had a low tolerance for the unknown. At that time, the second witch hunt might come, and wizards will scurry like rats in the sewers. I don't want to hide. I want to walk openly on this land with those I care about. Then, what do you want to do? Anna's words felt somewhat familiar to Dumbledore. The blood of the last person to have such thoughts still flowed within her. He couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. Abolish the statute of secrecy. Upon hearing the first half of Anna's sentence, Dumbledore instinctively thought of his wand, but he paused upon hearing the latter half. Merge. Oh. Nodding, Anna quietly gazed at the moon in the sky and spoke. Wizards and muggles are fundamentally different. We are like two distinct species, and there is no possibility for peaceful coexistence between two species, just like with fairies and humans. This inherent difference makes peaceful coexistence exceedingly difficult. The statute of secrecy hinders communication between the two worlds. If it were abolished and muggles were gradually introduced to the existence of magic in a gentle manner, allowing the two worlds to slowly merge through intermarriage, perhaps in a few centuries the two races could become one. Wizards wouldn't have to hide anymore. Just imagine this brand new era. As Anna spread her arms, painting a picture of the wonderful era she envisioned, one without the statute of secrecy, where wizards and muggles walked equally under the sun, Dumbledore found himself somewhat yearning for that time. Perhaps this era where wizards need not hide was indeed what he longed for. But those pureblood families will not agree. They will certainly obstruct you. Anna's beautiful vision was met with Dumbledore's skepticism. Slowly she lowered her arms, her gaze cold as she looked into the distance, saying icily, I will make them accept it. No one can stop the arrival of the new era. If they do not agree, I will make them agree. Anna's silhouette was filled with determination, her black robes billowing gently in the night breeze, reminiscent of that spirited youth from a century ago, the one who ruled Europe. Stay on the right path, Anna. No matter what you wish to do not walk the same path as him. After contemplating for a moment, while watching Anna's back, Dumbledore spoke, and then turned to leave his silhouette, revealing a sense of relief. Or perhaps anticipation. Meanwhile, far away in Austria at Nurmengard, the dark night sky suddenly lit up with countless purple lights flying towards the surrounding Dementors. With each flash of purple light, a Dementor would perish, and the old man inside was startled awake by the external sounds. Watching the dark-cloaked figures dancing outside, he revealed a smile. As he took the letter from one of the cloaked figures, he smiled even wider. Ha ha ha. So this is the path you chose. Not bad. Not bad. Stronger than mine. Stronger than what we once had. At this moment, the style of the necklaces worn by those dark-cloaked figures also changed. The former triangular emblem still existed, but now it was wrapped in a pattern resembling a phoenix, symbolizing rebirth. This seemed to signify the resurrection of an organization that had existed for nearly a century. In this new revival, a new Grindelwald would rise again, a new Grindelwald. But that is a story for another time. Everything is for a greater benefit. Why does that girl show up everywhere? No wonder she's such a show-off. Typical Slytherin. Hermione, I'd advise you to keep your distance. She's clearly got some hidden motive for befriending you. That's just how Slytherins operate. Ron stormed back into the common room, still fuming from Professor McGonagall's reprimand, and immediately addressed Hermione, who was waiting for them. Upon hearing his words, Hermione frowned, ready to retort, when Harry interjected first, but she saved Hermione. Neither of us would have dared face a mountain troll to rescue her. You're actually defending a Slytherin. They're all born villains. Hearing Harry's remark, Ron stared at him in disbelief, as if preparing to argue further, only to realize Hermione had already slipped away from the common room and returned to her dormitory. But we hardly know her. Jumping to conclusions is unjust, isn't it? Slytherins are simply like that. Trust me. Ron fixed Harry with an expression of earnest concern, while Harry sighed helplessly. To him, Anna seemed merely aloof, not odious like Malfoy. Let's get some sleep. We've got Professor McGonagall's class tomorrow morning, and I'd rather not be scolded again. For the next month, nothing remarkable occurred. The days passed quietly until the much-anticipated Quidditch match finally arrived. Anna, who held no fondness for such spectacles, naturally took no part. In a secluded chamber deep within Hogwarts, Anna shed her garments and pointed her wand at her own body. As she intoned an ancient cryptic incantation, golden runes etched across her skin slowly fractured and dissolved. These runes had been self-taught wards, designed to suppress the volatile force slumbering within her. Yet recently, ever since befriending Hermione, a strange, unfamiliar sensation had grown increasingly vivid within her. Before she could even begin to comprehend its nature, she sensed the savage power inside her gradually calming, settling, merging seamlessly into her very being. This sudden transformation left her utterly bewildered. She consulted Dumbledore, who only smiled gently, and said she had begun to glimpse the threshold of love. Could this unsettling warmth tea? It felt peculiar, yet these strange emotions appeared to counterbalance the seething hatred emanating from the obscurus, transforming it gradually into her own magic. Just as she completed the unraveling of the binding enchantments, a fissure split open across the chamber wall, a door materializing instantly. A figure clad in brown robes slipped through, then sealed the entrance tightly behind her. Anna. Professor Snape tried to kill Harry. Oh, sorry. Hermione burst into the room, speaking breathlessly before even lifting her gaze, only to freeze upon seeing Anna unclothed. She instantly bowed her head, though not before catching sight of the fading golden runes. This chamber, the Room of Requirement, was one of Hogwarts' most hidden sanctums, known to only a handful. Even those aware of its existence could not enter unless truly in need. What's happened? Anna quickly dressed and turned to Hermione, who remained flustered and flushed, but spoke nonetheless. Earlier during the Quidditch match, Harry's broom had suddenly trembled, violently spiraling out of control. Hermione had glimpsed Professor Snape's lips moving, muttering what looked unmistakably like a curse. She rushed forward and set fire to his robes, and instantly Harry's broom steadied. Clearly no one believed the broom itself had malfunctioned. It was Professor McGonagall's own gift of Firebolt 2000. How could it possibly fail? It must have been Snape casting a curse. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Snape has no reason to harm Harry. On the contrary, he's sworn to protect him. Still, there is someone rather suspicious. Who? Anna's conclusion diverged sharply from Hermione's, yet curiosity compelled her to ask. Recalling her brief, unsettling encounter with Quirrell, Anna replied, Quirrell. He radiates something deeply unnatural, intense, aberrant, dark magic. Isn't it normal for the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor to carry traces of dark magic? Hermione asked. Anna shook her head, brow furrowed. No. My sensitivity to magical resonance far exceeds that of ordinary witches or wizards. What I sense isn't mere dark magic. It's a flaw in the soul itself. Quirrell's soul is profoundly wrong. It feels as though two souls inhabit a single body. Hermione listened, puzzled, but nodded anyway. Truth be told, compared to two boys, one seemingly underdeveloped in intellect, the other outright deficient, Anna struck her as infinitely more credible. Whoever is behind this, stop investigating. Anyone threatening Potter can only be linked to one person, Voldemort. Whoever seeks to harm him is dangerous beyond measure, and you especially must stay clear. This is perilous. Unaware of it herself, Anna's eyes shimmered with quiet, unguarded concern. Hermione nodded, then embraced her, only to recoil slightly. Anna's body felt unnervingly cold. Anna's skin held no warmth at all. I understand. I'll try to reason with them. Miss Grindelwald, may I take up some of your time? Just as Anna was about to return to the common room after parting ways with Hermione, she saw Quirrell emerging from the Defense Against the Dark Arts office. He wore an awkward smile as he spoke to Anna. Observing Quirrell's demeanor, Anna raised an eyebrow, thinking that he had shown up right after she mentioned him to Hermione. It would be interesting to see what he was really like. She lightly nodded and followed Quirrell into his office. Quirrell's office was fairly tidy, much like himself, but it exuded an irritatingly odd aura. It was strange, and now she could even detect a faint scent. Miss Grindelwald, first I must thank you for helping Hogwarts through a crisis. Secondly, I have also noticed that you possess a remarkable talent for magic, he continued. Speak plainly, Professor Quirrell. Anna replied, a hint of impatience creeping into her voice. Quirrell paused, seemingly taken aback by her response, and after a moment he continued. Well, the thing is, your magical talent is quite high, Miss Grindelwald. The class material must be far too simple for you. Quirrell said, his tone suddenly shifting, becoming more confident. Anna frowned, feeling that Quirrell's annoying aura had intensified, but she nodded in agreement without arguing. Would you be interested in learning some more advanced magic? Some magic that Professor Dumbledore does not permit, some truly powerful magic, Quirrell coaxed, but there was a sense of ulterior motive in his tone. Anna could not help but smirk coldly. To be frank, Professor Quirrell, you may have noticed that I have never attended any of your classes. This is indeed because I find the second-year curriculum far too simple for me. Furthermore, I do not believe you can teach me anything worthwhile, considering I am at least a recipient of a first-class Order of Merlin. So Professor Quirrell, if you don't mind, I shall take my leave now. Without waiting for Quirrell's reaction, Anna strode out of the office, leaving Quirrell's face fluctuating with emotions. Moments later, a hoarse roar erupted from the office. Damn Grindelwald. How dare she refuse me? Once I kill Potter, shall be the first to die. Yais, master, this Grindelwald is indeed quite audacious, but could it be that she has seen through us? Quirrell reflected on Anna's cold smirk before she left and felt a wave of unease. Trembling, he inquired of another voice, "Fool." The voice roared in anger, and Quirrell's pained screams echoed in the office. No one can see through the disguise of the great Voldemort. Not even Dumbledore. How could a mere Grindelwald possibly unravel our true identity? Yzma. The soundproofing in the office was excellent, keeping the voices contained. Meanwhile, Anna, having left the office, did not rush back to the common room, but instead walked briskly towards the headmaster's office. First, she used a thunderbolt to threaten the stone gargoyle to move aside, then forcefully pushed open the door to the headmaster's office. Our headmaster was currently amusing a phoenix, and upon hearing the loud noise at the entrance, Fox the Phoenix cast an annoyed glance at Anna. Quirrell is a problem. Anna wasted no time entering the office and addressing Dumbledore, who appeared unfazed, tossing a nut meant for Fox into his mouth with a smile. "Yes, Anna, I have noticed too." "Then why are you allowing him to roam freely at Hogwarts? Is it not more dangerous to have a dark wizard who has studied soul-splitting?" "Soul-splitting?" Dumbledore initially looked surprised, then pushed away Fox, who was pecking at him in annoyance, to ask, "Oh, does our great Dumbledore not sense it?" Indeed, it seems Anna has a more acute perception of such dark magic. Quirrell harbors a fractured soul, clearly a remnant of a powerful dark wizard. Based on his behavior, I suspect it to be Voldemort. Listening to Anna's mocking tone, Dumbledore showed no reaction, as he was accustomed to her manner of speaking. However, regarding soul-splitting, had it not been for Anna's comment, he truly would not have noticed. I understand now, but do not worry, Anna. Everything is under my control. You had better be careful. If she gets hurt due to your arrogance, I might do something we both regret. For now, you should continue amusing our Professor Snape with birds." After Anna left, Snape emerged slowly from the shadows behind the bookshelf, his expression dark as he glared at Dumbledore. "Just as she said, Voldemort is dangerous within the school. Do not worry, Severus. Oh, everything is under my control. You intend to train that boy with Voldemort. Time flows like water, slipping through our fingers, often unnoticed, and at times we realize too late how much time always passes quickly, and in the blink of an eye, Christmas is approaching. As one of the most important holidays in Europe, students at Hogwarts naturally have a break. However, some students choose to stay at Hogwarts. Anna was originally supposed to be one of them, as the cold villa lacked any Christmas atmosphere. Of course, she would receive 2 gifts each year, but they were mostly just books. "Anna, how will you spend Christmas?" On the grass by the Black Lake, Hermione and Anna lay quietly gazing at the clouds in the sky. "I don't know, maybe you'll go back to London and spend it alone." "Huh, what about your family?" Hermione instinctively asked this question, but immediately regretted it as she recalled Ron's words. "You should know, last century Dumbledore defeated the dark wizard Grindelwald and imprisoned him in Nuremberg, Austria. The Weasleys must have told you about that." Hermione was unsure how to respond. She remembered Ron's offensive words that Anna had overheard. After pondering for a moment, Hermione suggested to Anna, "Would you like to spend Christmas with me at my home?" "Of course, if you don't want to, that's fine." "I will go." "Great. Let's hurry and pack our things." Hearing Anna's agreement, Hermione immediately sat up joyfully, pulling Anna along as they ran towards the castle. As Anna felt Hermione's excited grip, her cold hands seemed to sense a warmth emanating from Hermione's grasp, warm enough to feel slightly hot for Anna. "I am such a monster." Once she merely wanted to comfort Hermione when she was sad. Even after becoming friends, she would still choose to part ways upon learning her background. But the reality was completely opposite. Hermione still held on tightly to her hands. Anna's heart was fragile. So fragile that she would even deny the meaning of her own existence. Hermione could sense Anna's vulnerability, which is why she was willing to stay by her side. "You two actually have time to play chess. Since it's Christmas, hurry up and find out who discovered Nicholas Flamel." Having finished packing, Hermione took Anna to the Great Hall. Seeing Harry and Ron still playing wizard's chess, she felt a surge of irritation. Upon hearing Hermione's words, Ron couldn't help but sigh. "We've searched the library 1,000 times already." "Are you looking for Nicholas Flamel?" Listening to their conversation, Anna frowned and spoke up. "Yes, we want to find Hagrid after discovering that Snape was trying to harm Harry." This name was accidentally mentioned by Hagrid. Hermione. Ron was completely unprepared for Hermione to easily reveal their secret to a Slytherin, and he widened his eyes in disbelief, saying, "So Anna, you know Nicholas Flamel?" I do, and also don't suspect a professor without evidence. Professor Snape won't harm you. The problem lies with Quirrell." Anna looked at Hermione and the others, but clearly Ron dismissed Anna's words with disdain, thinking that a proud Weasley could never believe a Slytherin. "Nicholas Flamel is an alchemist who, along with Dumbledore, defeated the dark wizard Grindelwald last century. He is also the inventor of the Philosopher's Stone, and he must be over 600 years old by now." Ignoring Ron's contempt, Anna spoke to Hermione, who was clearly shocked upon hearing that Nicholas Flamel was already 600 years old. "So, Quirrell wants to steal the Philosopher's Stone. But why?" After hearing Anna's words, Hermione murmured, but then shook her head and looked at Harry and Ron. "You two remember to pay attention to any odd behavior from Quirrell and stay safe." Although Ron didn't quite believe Anna's words, he nodded under Hermione's authority. After Hermione and Anna turned to leave, he quietly told Harry beside him this guy probably just accused poor stuttering Professor Quirrell because Snape is their head of house. The most important thing is that Hermione actually believes it. It seems all Slytherins are up to no good. Harry, who had been influenced by Ron for a long time, also nodded, but seemed to plan to keep an eye on Quirrell. On the train returning to London from Hogwarts, Anna looked out the window and suddenly asked Hermione, who was reading, "Hermione, have you heard of the MO ran?" Hermione, suddenly called by name, quickly lowered her head as she had just been pretending to read while secretly watching Anna. Anna's sudden call made her think she had been discovered. Huh. Oh, I've seen it in a book. It is a magical creature that coexists with wizards, formed when a young wizard suppresses their magic for an extended period coupled with long-term negative emotions. Generally, young wizards who are parasitized by it do not live past 11. Once it leaves the wizard's body, it quickly dies. Why? There is a way for it to survive after leaving the wizard's body, but it will no longer have its own consciousness. Hearing Hermione's words, Anna whispered, but Hermione did not quite catch it and asked with some confusion, "What?" "It's nothing. Do you know that there was a time in history when a large number of MO ran appeared?" Hermione shook her head. These were not recorded in books. Anna continued to gaze out at the endless plains and spoke, "That was during the Middle Ages when Muggles harbored hostility towards wizards, leading to the witch-hunting decree. Wizards hid everywhere, and some wizards of Muggle descent suppressed their magic out of fear of being killed, eventually becoming MO ran." "I can't believe that." Hermione's eyes widened in surprise. She had not expected such a history between wizards and Muggles, and Anna continued, "Such an era is about to come again." "What do you mean?" After hearing Anna's words, Hermione raised her head in disbelief and looked at Anna, seemingly not understanding why Anna would say such a thing. "The Grindelwald family can foresee the future. This is what I saw. The magical world will be exposed. Muggles will hunt wizards, and wizards will hide everywhere. And what I want to do is to prevent all of this from happening. Will you join me?" Looking into Anna's mismatched eyes, Hermione opened her mouth, and a thought seemed to tell her that this was a very important choice that could change many things. "There's no rush to answer. Before that day comes, we have time." Anna held Hermione's hands. The cold touch brought Hermione back to her senses, and she gently nodded while Anna turned her gaze back to the window. Back in London, Anna and Hermione temporarily parted ways. Hermione went home to tell her parents about Anna's visit on Christmas Eve, while Anna returned home and walked into the basement, taking out an exquisite necklace and placing it on an alchemy table. She pulled out her wand and cast a spell on it according to an ancient book nearby, as strands of golden thread fused into the necklace. Christmas Eve was always lively, with every household in London displaying a Christmas tree and the interiors brightly lit. Anna walked out of the desolate villa alone, heading towards Hermione's house, leaving only her footprints in the snow along the way. Ding-dong, the clear sound of the doorbell rang, followed by the sound of footsteps rushing from inside. Hermione excitedly opened the door of her house and pulled Anna in from the wind and snow outside. "Anna, you came." "Yes, I brought you a gift, as well as for Mr. and Mrs. Granger." Anna took out 3 boxes from her bag and handed them to the 3 people in the room. They eagerly tore open the gifts, revealing a beautifully crafted necklace in Hermione's hands, shaped like a phoenix, made of pure gold and adorned with rubies. If one looked closely, they could also see a small triangular symbol at the tail feathers. The gifts for Mr. and Mrs. Granger also appeared to be quite expensive, though they didn't seem as exquisite as Hermione's. "Miss Grindelwald, this is too precious. We can't possibly accept it." Seeing the obviously precious metal jewelry, Mr. Granger hesitated for a moment before speaking. "It's all right, Mr. Granger, just call me Anna. This is merely a Christmas gift for you. It's nothing significant. Also, these accessories have been enchanted by me to protect you," Anna said, as these spells were cast by her own hands. Even Hermione's necklace could withstand one curse of killing. "Thank you, Anna. I love it." Hermione hugged the necklace tightly and gave Anna a big hug, leaving Anna a little dazed while Mrs. Granger then chimed in, "Come on in, Anna, dinner is ready." Christmas at the Granger household was much like any other family in London, featuring some seafood, a turkey, and a variety of pastries. Anna sampled a bit of everything. For her, the only difference between the foods was the texture. "What's wrong, Anna? Don't you like it?" Seeing that Anna hadn't eaten much, Mrs. Granger asked with concern. After all, Anna's gifts and presents gave off an air of a noble young lady, leading Mrs. Granger to think perhaps her food didn't suit Anna's taste. "No, Mrs. Granger. I just have no sense of taste," Anna whispered. This secret was likely unknown even to Dumbledore and Grindelwald. However, it was easy to understand, as she was merely a life form created through alchemy, hardly even qualifying as a living being. The Granger family was taken aback by Anna's revelation. Hermione had indeed noticed Anna eating very little in the hall, but she had not expected such a reason behind it. Anna, it's okay. I've suddenly been able to taste some flavors lately." Hermione, looking at Anna, seemed to want to comfort her. But Anna spoke again, then cut a piece of chicken and tasted it carefully. There was indeed a subtle flavor. Strangely, it seemed that she only experienced such sensations when she was with Hermione. Even the silence within her calmed down, as if being with Hermione made her feel like a truly living person. After dinner, Hermione took Anna to her bedroom. This was Anna's first time entering someone else's room. Hermione's room was filled with a girlish charm and many cute dolls. Hermione seemed to have a fondness for kittens, as many of the dolls were in the shape of small cats. Hermione sat Anna down on the edge of her bed, and the two gazed at the night sky outside. Speaking of which, Hermione had been in the magical world for almost half a year now. Leaning gently against Anna, Hermione felt an inexplicable sense of peace, a feeling that Harry and Ron could never provide her. "Anna, you're so cold." Anna felt icy, as if she had no warmth at all. Hermione curiously looked at Anna and asked, "Anna, what was that you had in the room of requirement before? If you knew, you probably wouldn't want to be with me anymore." "I wouldn't." Hermione pulled Anna's face toward her, her eyes shining with sincerity. Under the moonlight, Anna momentarily lost herself in Hermione's gaze. "Never mind. I'm not ready yet." Anna turned her head away and whispered. Seeing this, Hermione said nothing more. The two of them quietly snuggled together, watching the night sky outside and the occasional fireworks bursting in the city. "Merry Christmas, Miss Grindelwald." Hermione's head gently rested against Anna's shoulder as she said softly. In that moment, time felt as if it had stopped, and this beauty was something she wished could last forever. The Christmas holiday soon passed, and Anna and Hermione returned to Hogwarts. Hogwarts remained unchanged, while our classmate Potter used a magical invisibility cloak he received for Christmas to uncover what he believed to be the truth. "Hermione, I saw Snape threatening Quirrell. He must be trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone, worried about being discovered by Quirrell." As Hermione had just returned to the common room, Harry rushed over with Ron and said to her, but Hermione frowned slightly. But Anna said, "Don't mind that Slytherin, who of course she would side with her head of house. Maybe she wants the Philosopher's Stone herself. If she gets it, Grindelwald could make a comeback." Before Hermione could finish her sentence, Ron interrupted her, speaking with conviction, clearly having constructed a complete narrative in his mind. "Let's go find Hagrid. Maybe we can find out other clues." Without waiting for Hermione to respond, he pulled her and ran into Hagrid's hut under the cover of night. Hagrid had not intended to tell them anything, especially since he had inadvertently revealed Nicholas Flamel's name to them last time. "Hagrid, we know about the Philosopher's Stone, and that Snape wants to steal it." "That's absolutely impossible. Snape is one of the teachers assigned to protect it." Upon hearing Hagrid's words, Hermione raised an eyebrow, seemingly indicating to Harry and Ron that she had already mentioned this. However, Harry still didn't believe it, and just as he was about to argue, he noticed a large egg in Hagrid's cauldron bouncing up and down. Dragon!" Hermione exclaimed in surprise as she looked at the creature on the table. Ignoring the expressions of the others, Hagrid picked up the small dragon, which breathed fire on Hagrid's beard, igniting it. Yet Hagrid wasn't angry at all. He merely thought it was the little dragon's way of showing affection. What a lovely little creature. He'll call it Norbert. Wait, who's there? As Harry reached out to touch the dragon, he saw Hagrid's expression suddenly change, and a golden figure flashed by the window. "We're done for. Malfoy will definitely go to find the professor and Hagrid's dragon egg." Upon seeing a shadow flash past the window, Hermione and the others chased after it, but they still couldn't catch him. On the way back to the common room, Ron said glumly, but before he could finish, they saw Professor McGonagall emerge from around the corner with a stern face, accompanied by a smirking Malfoy. "Given your disregard for school rules and your nighttime escapade, I will deduct 50 points from each of you." 50 points. Hearing Professor McGonagall's words, Hermione exclaimed in shock, yet it seemed McGonagall wasn't finished. "Each of you will lose 50 points. Additionally, the 4 of you must patrol the Forbidden Forest with Hagrid tomorrow night as punishment." "I'm sorry, Professor, but I might have misheard you. Did you just say the 4 of us?" Upon hearing Professor McGonagall's words, Malfoy's previously amused expression instantly turned to disbelief as he asked McGonagall, who shot him a glare before replying, "Indeed, you will accompany them, Mr. Malfoy. Although your report was made with good intentions, I will not deduct points from you for the nighttime escapade, but you still deserve a punishment. Now return to the common room and rest. I have other matters to attend to." With that, she walked towards Hagrid's hut, leaving the 4 of them in despair. Inside Hagrid's hut, Dumbledore and Hagrid sat at the table gazing at the little dragon. "Please, Professor Dumbledore, this little guy hasn't done anything wrong. Norbert is just a newborn dragon," Hagrid said somewhat aggrievedly to Dumbledore, who was indeed fondly teasing the little creature on the table. "It should be called Norberta. She's a girl." A voice suddenly chimed in from the side, and Anna appeared in Hagrid's hut, or perhaps she had always been there unnoticed due to her disillusionment charm. "What are you planning to do with her? If you have no place for her, just give her to me." Ignoring Hagrid, who was startled by her sudden appearance, Anna addressed Dumbledore, then looked back at Hagrid. "If you give her to me, you can visit her anytime and not worry about her. I will find someone to take care of her. Perhaps Mr. Scamander would be willing to take care of a newborn Norwegian Ridgeback." Hagrid hesitated for a moment before nodding, and after observing Anna for about another minute Dumbledore sighed, and nodded saying somewhat helplessly, "Sigh. All right, but I hope you can ensure the safety of our caretaker after all." "You know what I mean." Anna certainly knew what Dumbledore was referring to. It was merely about Mr. Scamander and Grindelwald. If Mr. Scamander was willing to take care of Norberta, he would undoubtedly encounter Grindelwald and Nurmengard, as where else in the world would be more suitable for raising dragons than a castle hidden deep in the mountains. Anna nodded, and before the stern Professor McGonagall arrived at Hagrid's hut, cast a disillusionment charm on herself, quietly returning to Hogwarts Castle. After delivering a letter to the reluctant fox, Anna returned to her common room. Meanwhile, in a small wooden cabin somewhere, Mr. Scamander, having just finished caring for his magical creatures, was preparing to go to sleep. After all, old folks need less sleep, and Mr. Scamander usually rests late, so he happened to see a flicker of firelight in his living room, where a familiar phoenix stood on his dining table. "Oh, Fawkes, is there something that Dumbledore needs me for?" But Fawkes merely pecked at the letter on the table before starting to indulge in the nuts placed there. Mr. Scamander curiously picked up the letter, glancing at the oddly marked phoenix seal, and frowned, wondering why the Deathly Hallows symbol would be stamped in the center of a phoenix. Would Dumbledore use the previous saint's symbol? Upon opening the letter, Scamander browsed through its contents, his expression changing repeatedly. He never expected that in his lifetime he would be invited to work by a Grindelwald, with the location being Nurmengard. Could it be that they mean to trick him into coming over to eliminate him? But this is a fire dragon, and a fiercely powerful Norwegian ridgeback. Even though he had seen an adult fire dragon before, Newt Scamander could not refuse a newborn dragon. After all, who could resist the allure of a fire dragon? After thinking for a moment, Newt took up a feather quill and pinned his response on a piece of stationery. "Dear Miss Grindelwald, I am honored to be invited to care for a juvenile fire dragon, and I will be going to Nurmengard soon. Additionally, I hope you can ensure my personal safety." The letter contained only a few short sentences, the last of which was bolded. After finishing, Newt handed the letter to Fawkes and watched as Fawkes transformed into a burst of fire once again. Newt fell into contemplation. After all, Fawkes delivered the letter. Dumbledore should know as well. This job should be fine. Right. The next day, seeing Newt's reply, Anna couldn't help but smile slightly, and sent another letter to Grindelwald, informing him in advance that a guest would be arriving before stepping out of the common room. Before she even reached the Great Hall, she spotted Hermione and the others looking glum, along with several disgruntled Gryffindor students staring at them. "What's wrong, Hermione? You seem to be in a bad mood. Gryffindor lost 150 points last night," Hermione said dejectedly to Anna, while Harry added, "We have to patrol the Forbidden Forest with Malfoy tonight." Hearing their words, Anna frowned and said to Hermione, "Be careful tonight. The Forbidden Forest isn't safe. I'm not just talking about the magical creatures inside." All day long, Hermione and the others endured the unusual gazes and whispers of Gryffindor. The excitement and thrill brought by the arrival of the Savior Potter soon faded, and many students now viewed him as a nuisance, as someone causing trouble for Gryffindor. After all, this is Gryffindor. Compared to Slytherin, they seemed more pretentious. When you were hailed as a savior or respected as a hero, everyone would flock to you. But when you no longer met their expectations, they would eagerly distance themselves and shun you. Led by the grinning and malicious caretaker Filch, Hermione and the others arrived at Hagrid's hut with Malfoy that night. Gazing at the eerie Forbidden Forest, Malfoy couldn't help but shudder. "Are you joking? You are actually sending us into the Forbidden Forest. There are werewolves in there." Malfoy looked at Filch in shock, while Filch responded with a sinister smile, seemingly relishing the punishment of these arrogant young wizards. "Oh, believe me, there are more than just werewolves in there. I will tell my father." Malfoy exclaimed the famous line of a pure-blood family heir, but Filch merely scoffed. "That's something you'll do later. For now, you'll be going into the Forbidden Forest with the big guy." After saying this, Filch handed the four over to Hagrid, who, having lost his little buddy, looked somewhat downcast, but still smiled at them. "Come on, our task is to patrol the Forbidden Forest. Recently, a nasty character has been harming unicorns. Hermione, you and Ron will be with me, while Harry, you'll be in a group with Malfoy. Then I have to bring Yaya." Hearing Hagrid's group arrangement, Malfoy immediately shouted, and Hagrid simply nodded without objection. "Suit yourself, but I must warn you, Yaya is quite a coward." Ultimately, Malfoy took Yaya along, although she seemed even more frightened than he was. All the way, Malfoy incessantly complained to Harry, saying this was something only a servant would do. He even brought up his father, a school board member, claiming that if his father found out, he would definitely cause trouble for the school, while Harry merely shrugged, not wanting to engage with Malfoy's attitude. "Wait a minute, Malfoy." Malfoy kicked a dead branch aside just as he was about to move forward, when Harry suddenly changed his expression and pulled him back. "What is it, Potter?" Harry, pale-faced, pointed ahead at a figure on the ground. There lay a unicorn, seemingly lifeless, its silvery blood reflecting the moonlight, creating an especially eerie atmosphere in the dark night. Even more terrifying was a figure in a black robe, crouching over it, greedily drinking the unicorn's blood. "Ah, As soon as Malfoy saw the figure in the black robe, his face turned white in an instant, and without a moment's hesitation he ran back. Hagrid. Potter is in trouble. Hearing Malfoy shout, Hagrid wasted no time and immediately ran toward Harry with his crossbow drawn. Meanwhile, Harry seemed frozen in fear, unable to move as the figure in the black robe stood staring in Harry's direction. The huge hood obscured his face, making it impossible for Harry to see him, and a chilling voice echoed at that moment. Harry Potter. Come to die? You have delivered yourself right to me. A sinister voice like that of a deflated balloon emerged from beneath the cloak, and sensing the terrifying aura, Harry likely realized who he was facing. The dreaded Dark Lord Voldemort with no nose crossed out. Avada Kedavra. A thick beam of green lightning shot from the wand of the figure in the black robe toward Harry, the heavy scent of death, bringing Harry back to his senses. He quickly rolled aside to dodge the attack. Harry! Hermione, who had followed Hagrid, shouted in concern as she watched Harry narrowly evade the killing curse. Seeing Hermione and the others, the figure in the black robe clearly grew enraged, whether it was due to Harry's successful evasion or the increasing number of witnesses. Harry Potter. I will kill your friends one by one. Just as Harry got back on his feet, he saw the black-robed figure's wand casting another spell aimed directly at Hermione. As an 11-year-old girl, Hermione did not possess Harry's Quidditch skills, and faced with the threat of death, she was frozen in fear. Before she could react, the spell struck her. Meanwhile, in the Slytherin common room at the bottom of the Black Lake, Anna, who was about to rest in her room, suddenly felt a disconnection from the magic link. She had an overwhelming sense of panic surge through her. She immediately dashed out of the common room, transformed into a swirl of black mist, and roared toward the Forbidden Forest. The intense dark magic and the aura of death also alerted Dumbledore, who was all too familiar with this presence. The presence of a powerful dark wizard has appeared in Hogwarts. Hermione, struck by the death curse, felt no pain as she had imagined. Instead, she touched her unharmed body and sat up from the ground, a sight that startled Ron, who thought Hermione had come back from the dead, and left the mysterious figure across from her in utter shock. But before he could ponder this, a roar of some creature echoed from the distant sky. Reaching the edge of the Forbidden Forest, Anna forced herself to revert to her human form with the last of her rationality and soared down towards the position of the others. Before she could land, a powerful blast spell shot towards the mysterious figure, who, despite the frailty of his body, did not dare to take it heed and quickly dodged to the side. Meanwhile, Anna, having just survived a near-death experience, felt a surge of intense emotion erupt within her. Anger, the most primal and uncontrollable of human emotions. Will pay the price. The mysterious figure did not completely evade the previous blast spell and suffered a wound to his arm. Looking at Anna before him, he spoke coldly, Avada Kedavra. A green flash shot towards Anna, who swiftly sidestepped. Subsequently, 2 silent, disarming spells were launched at the mysterious figure, only to be blocked by his protective armor. Purple lightning. Having evaded the green lightning, Anna retaliated with her unique purple lightning. The mysterious figure's movements appeared less agile than theirs, and Anna's lightning struck him directly. Although the spell was diminished by the mysterious figure's armor, which could shatter the heart of a giant beast, it still sent him flying and caused considerable damage. Feeling his injuries, the mysterious figure glared venomously at Anna, but also felt a new urge to retreat. Creating a cloud of smoke around himself, he intended to escape. Anna, losing sight of him, sensed his intent to flee, and the temperature at the tip of her wand began to rise, blue flames flickering from it. History fire. The raging blue flames surged towards the location of the mysterious figure. Guided by Anna's magical power, any trees that touched the history fire were instantly incinerated, yet the mysterious figure had already vanished without a trace. Seeing the elusive figure, a new wave of fury ignited within Anna, causing the history fire to blaze even larger. All spells shall end. Anna. A deep voice alongside Hermione's worried tone sounded nearby. Dumbledore's wand tip glimmered with golden light, and the flames of the history fire gradually subsided, eventually disappearing into the Forbidden Forest. Calm down, Anna. Stay composed and control your emotions, Dumbledore softly advised her as he passed by, then headed towards the spot where the mysterious figure had just consumed unicorn blood. Hermione, are you alright? Are you hurt anywhere? As she looked at Hermione rushing towards her, Anna embraced her and carefully checked for any injuries. It seemed that even Hermione herself had not realized how worried and concerned her eyes were at that moment. I'm fine. Thanks to the necklace you gave me. You just... Looking at the broken chain of the necklace, Hermione spoke to Anna, seemingly recalling Anna's earlier display of raw fury, and asked with some concern, are you okay? I'm fine. Don't worry about the necklace, he'll get you a better one. Let's go back. Anna picked up the necklace that had fallen to the ground, placed it back into Hermione's hands, and without caring for the reactions of others, she directly embraced Hermione and left the Forbidden Forest. Just after they departed, a centaur, hiding nearby, stepped forward to speak with Dumbledore. Dumbledore, You cannot allow such dangerous beings into our territory. A hot-tempered centaur shouted at Dumbledore, but Dumbledore merely cast him a fleeting glance. Every Hogwarts student has the equal right to enter the Forbidden Forest. At that moment, the imposing presence of the White Lord was vividly displayed. It was perhaps only when protecting his students that Dumbledore would be so assertive. As for you three, I think it's time you head back to rest. After all, it has been a thrilling night, and you still have classes tomorrow. Hearing Dumbledore's words, Harry and the others hurried back to the castle, shaken by the events of the night. Dumbledore, that was the Morse Mordra. The Morse Mordra that brings death. The centaur Firenze said anxiously to Dumbledore. It should be expelled or killed. Anna led Hermione's hand to the room of requirement, which puzzled Hermione somewhat. She had thought Anna would take her back to the common room, but Anna did take a moment to check Hermione for any injuries before entering the room. Why would you still take risks with Potter and the others? You encountered Voldemort today. Without the necklace I gave you, you might. Anna expressed her concern, unable to imagine what would happen if her friend died before her. All right, I'm fine, aren't I? Thanks to you, Hermione gently hugged the anxious Anna, the warmth of her body bringing comfort to Anna. I'm sure that person is Quirrell of Voldemort has attached himself to him in a symbiotic relationship. In Hermione's embrace, Anna gradually calmed down and spoke to Hermione in the space behind her. Yes, Anna, I'm sure too. But can we keep this from Harry for now? Suddenly the voice of the headmaster echoed from behind Hermione, startling her into standing up and looking in Dumbledore's direction. Professor Dumbledore. I don't mind me, Miss Granger. The person standing before you is merely a sleepless old man who just came out for a stroll. Hearing Dumbledore's words, Anna rolled her eyes a bit dissatisfied. You promised to ensure her safety. Anna tugged at Hermione behind her, who appeared flustered, especially since the headmaster was standing before her, and Anna had just had a quarrel with him over her own matters. I apologize for my oversight, Miss Granger. However, I assure you that this will not happen again. Dumbledore's azure eyes looked at Hermione through his half-moon glasses. Given Dumbledore's promise, Hermione inexplicably nodded. Do not attend Quirrell's classes anymore. His killing curse failed to kill you, and he might not let you off easily. I will teach you magic, real magic, not the kind that teaches you how to be a servant to someone like Quirrell. Anna continued, and after a moment of hesitation, Hermione thought of the terrifying green flash and nodded. Okay, I will take leave from defense against the dark arts for Miss Granger's health reasons. But Anna, be sure to consider what magic is suitable for your age group. Dumbledore left the room of requirement after giving one last piece of advice, while Hermione stared blankly at the back of the headmaster. Professor Dumbledore seems quite agreeable. No, it's guilt. What? Hermione didn't quite understand Anna's words and asked in confusion, but Anna simply shook her head. With a gentle wave of her wand, the previously empty room of requirement transformed into the appearance of Hermione's bedroom. Rest now, I will teach you magic tomorrow. Saying this, she brought Hermione to the bedside. Under Anna's gentle, soothing, Hermione quickly fell asleep, while Anna quietly left the room of requirement and came to Dumbledore, who had been waiting by the door. You lost control today, Anna. The ancient binding spell was ineffective, and there won't be a next time. I can control that thing, but seems to have become a part of me. Hearing Anna's words, Dumbledore looked at her with curiosity. When I'm with Hermione, I feel as if I possess emotions and sensations that I never had before. Although I don't understand why I feel more like a real person now. It seems that emotions, friendship, and love are powerful forces. Cherish them, Anna, cherish them. After saying this, he winked at Anna and left the doorway of the room of requirement, yawning as he headed back to his office. As for Anna, after pondering for a moment, she returned to the room of requirement, looking at the large bed and the girl frowning on it. After thinking for a moment, she lay down as well. Feeling the cold breath beside her, Hermione's tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed, and her expression became one of peace. That night, Hermione slept exceptionally well. When she woke up in the morning, Anna had already left the room of requirement, leaving a small box on the table beside her. However, the unique fragrance of Anna still lingered in Hermione's nose, causing her to blush. Just thinking about how she seemed to have slept with Anna yesterday filled Hermione with a complex feeling, joyful yet shy with a hint of excitement. Opening the box Anna had left, she found the necklace Anna had previously given her, now repaired with 2 red gemstones added to each side, making the already splendid necklace even more beautiful. Hermione happily put the necklace around her neck and cheerfully headed to her first class, Professor Snape's potions class. Wearing the necklace Anna had given her, Hermione's mood seemed to improve, and even the stern and intimidating Professor Snape appeared particularly handsome today. Hermione, where did that Grindelwald take you yesterday? Why didn't you return to the dormitory? In Professor Snape's potions class, Ron curiously asked Hermione, who had not shown up in the Gryffindor common room all night. Upon hearing Ron's reference to Anna, Hermione couldn't help but roll her eyes dramatically. Don't call Anna that, as she doesn't like that name, and besides, she saved us yesterday. Yes, Ron, I think Hermione is right. No matter how much you dislike Slytherin, you must acknowledge that Anna is different from them. Harry chimed in, clearly still affected by the near-fatal experience from the night before. Had it not been for Anna's timely intervention, he might have perished there. She almost set the Forbidden Forest on fire. That's one of the most dangerous dark spells the fiend fire. Alright, fine, I concede. I will be more polite to her. Hearing that even his friends were not on his side, Ron exaggeratedly exclaimed. However, under Hermione's slightly reproachful gaze, he changed his words only to be sharply hit on the head by Professor Snape passing by with a thick potions textbook. Silence. During the subsequent potions class, the three remained silent. The reason was simple. Anyone would hesitate to speak when being scrutinized by a teacher for an entire class. After potions, there was a defense against the dark arts class. Harry and Ron headed toward the classroom, while Hermione planned to go upstairs. Seeing this, Harry asked with some confusion, "Hermione, where are you going?" "Defense against the dark arts is about to start." "Oh, I'm not going. Anna said that after Quirrell failed to kill me with the killing curse yesterday, it might be a bit dangerous for me to go, so she is here to teach me magic. Professor Dumbledore also granted me a leave of absence." Hearing Hermione's words, both Harry and Ron frowned, not fully convinced that Quirrell was connected to Voldemort. In fact, Snape, who clearly did not resemble a good person, seemed even more suspicious. "Sigh. Just observe Quirrell for a while. Remember, Professor Snape didn't have any injuries, did he? Do you recall, yesterday Anna injured that mysterious man?" Watching the two friends' unwavering expressions, Hermione sighed. Just as Anna had said, these two indeed seemed to lack common sense. After giving them a small piece of advice, Hermione made her way to the Room of Requirement. The Room of Requirement was always so magical, capable of altering its interior based on the user's thoughts, making it serve many purposes. The large bed where they had rested yesterday had completely vanished, replaced by an empty room filled with numerous training dummies. "You're here, Hermione. What are we learning today?" Hermione nodded, appearing very interested in what Anna was about to teach her, her eyes sparkling with excitement and curiosity. After pondering for a moment, Anna began to speak. "Theoretically, defense against the dark arts should start with the basics, but the disarming charm might not be enough to deal with the hidden Voldemort at school. Dumbledore won't allow me to dispose of him directly, so to ensure your safety, I decided to teach you the most powerful spell I am accustomed to." At this point, Hermione already had an inkling of the answer. The spell Anna excelled at was likely the one she had created herself. Purple Lightning, the spell that earned her the first-class medal from the Order of Merlin. "My spell, Purple Lightning, can inflict significant damage on dark magical creatures, and is the only spell in the world that can kill a Dementor. Additionally, if the magical power is strong enough, it can also kill a wizard." As Anna spoke, Purple Lightning began to coil around. "However, you are different from me, and you should be able to unleash the spell's greatest power because you possess something I do not: happy memories and positive emotions. Incorporate them into the incantation. Come on, give it a try." Hermione raised her wand, reflecting on her joyful memories. Was it the moment she received her acceptance letter from Hogwarts? It didn't seem to be that. Perhaps it was the memories of her childhood birthday celebrations. But that wasn't it either. Those memories didn't bring her as much joy as her first meeting with Anna. The little moments spent with Anna flooded her mind, being taken home in the rain, Anna standing up for her in Diagon Alley, buying her books, comforting her when she was sad, saving her from a troll, and even rescuing her from Voldemort. These countless memories collectively formed her happiest memory that Christmas night, when the two of them quietly nestled together, gazing at the stars in the sky. Purple Lightning. A bolt of purple lightning shot out from the tip of Hermione's wand, creating a large hole in the dummy. Though not as powerful as Anna's, it was still quite impressive for an 11-year-old witch. "Anna, I did it." Hermione excitedly ran to Anna and leaped into her arms, joyfully exclaiming, Very impressive." Anna was taken aback by Hermione's sudden action, but instinctively embraced her. If anyone could see them, Anna's expression would convey happiness and joy. "Hermione, I think you're right. Quirrell does seem off, his arm looks injured." In the evening, Hermione returned to the common room and encountered a somewhat anxious Harry, who seemed to have just had a bit of a quarrel with Ron. "As I said, he might have just injured himself while preparing lessons for us." Even with the evidence before them, our Weasley classmate remained stubbornly convinced that Professor Snape was the real mastermind. "Didn't we go to find Hagrid today? Don't you find it strange? Why would someone give Hagrid a dragon if he wanted to raise one? Besides, Hagrid once let slip that the three-headed dog Fluffy falls asleep when it hears music. We don't have time. No matter who wants the Philosopher's Stone, we must get to it before they do," Harry said anxiously, while Hermione pondered his words for a moment. "I might need to find Anna. I want to bring her with us." "Huh?" Ron looked at Hermione in shock, seemingly not understanding her reasoning, but Hermione earnestly replied, "Anna is stronger than any of us. If we face Voldemort or Quirrell, she can protect us." Harry nodded in agreement. Though he had a bias against Slytherin due to Ron's influence, he had to admit that with Anna's help, their chances of success would be significantly higher. 2 against 1, the three of them reached a consensus. Just as they were about to sneak out of the common room, they saw a sofa facing away from them suddenly turn around. "I can't let you go out. You'll get Gryffindor into trouble." Neville, the chubby boy, looked at the three with a serious expression. Hermione couldn't help but sigh slightly at the sight. All petrified. "Sorry, Neville. This is for your own good." She glanced apologetically at Neville, who lay on the ground like a statue. Hermione draped Harry's invisibility cloak over the three of them and stepped out of the Gryffindor common room. She can be a bit scary at times, you know, brother. Harry nodded, but before Ron could say anything else, Hermione stepped hard on both of their feet. I can hear what you're saying. The three arrived at the door of the Slytherin common room, staring at the tightly closed door. Harry asked Hermione with a hint of frustration, how do we get in? Without speaking, Hermione simply grasped the necklace hanging around her neck and gently infused it with magic. Before long, the door to the Slytherin common room opened and Anna stepped out. Although she was covered by the invisibility cloak, it seemed Anna could see them as she looked at Hermione and asked, what's wrong, Hermione? Why did you bring Weasley and Potter so late? Hearing Anna's words, the three became even more certain that Anna could see them. How do you? Anna Quirrell is trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone. We need your help to stop him. Come in quickly. Before Harry could finish his question, Hermione interrupted him, speaking urgently to Anna. After pondering for a moment, Anna nodded, lightly tapped her wand on herself, and her body slowly began to dissipate before the three of them. Cool. I'm not used to squeezing in under a cloak with two boys. As for Potter's question, I suppose you're wondering why I can see you, right? Although they couldn't see each other, Anna's voice accurately echoed in Harry's ears. I'm different from you. Very different. My sensitivity to magic is much more acute. Anna provided an answer that was partially complete. As a being formed purely from magic, her perception of magic was sharper than that of any magical creature. Even behind a wall, she could accurately pinpoint the location of her prey. Following Harry and the others, Anna quickly arrived at the room containing the three-headed dog. However, this was Anna's first time in this corridor, as there was nothing here. The place she frequented most was probably the Room of Requirements, as she wasn't as curious as a typical Gryffindor. Alohomora, Hermione quietly opened the door, revealing the sleeping three-headed dog, while a harp played itself nearby. Seeing this, Harry's unease grew stronger. Quirrell may have already gotten to Fluffy. We need to hurry. Saying this, he prepared to move Fluffy's paw, but the already restless giant dog wouldn't let this little fellow mess with him so easily. The dog opened its eyes and sat up at the sight of Harry and Ron's terrified expressions. This is bad. Looking at the three-headed dog, Lu Wei sitting in front of a few people like a small mountain, Ron's face turned whiter than the moonlight reflecting off the tiled floor. In his terror, he completely failed to notice Lu Wei's strange behavior. Get out of the way, Anna said from behind Ron. He hurriedly dodged to the side, and Lu Wei mirrored his actions, seemingly afraid of Anna, as if it were an instinctive reaction of a creature facing a more powerful being. With a swift motion, Anna and Hermione each grabbed a handle of the trapdoor on the ground, directly pushing the previously trembling Harry and Ron down. Then Anna took Hermione's hand and jumped down. Ron, displeased at the sight of Anna and Hermione jumping down as well, said, if it weren't for these plants. Ron was about to thank the plants for preventing his backside from splitting into 8 pieces, only to notice that both he and Harry were already entangled in these plants, which were tightening their grip. Harry's face had turned red from suffocation. Have you really taken herbology? Seeing the two's predicament, Anna couldn't help but be speechless. She pulled out her wand and raised it above her head. Lumos. As Anna's incantation echoed, the entire space suddenly lit up as bright as day, and the plants retreated at the sight of the light, allowing the 4 to drop down from their green prison. Harry and Ron fell heavily to the ground, while Hermione, holding Anna's hand elegantly, descended alongside her. This is the devil's snare. The more you struggle, the tighter it gets, and it fears light. Just a simple Lumos can make it release you, Hermione explained to the disheveled Harry and Ron, rolling her eyes. If Dumbledore were here, he would surely be quite familiar with the expression on Hermione's face. I will definitely pay attention in class from now on. Harry dusted himself off and said, while Ron nodded beside him. However, our Miss Granger merely pouted, looking skeptical. Sigh. Let's hurry and go, Anna said, ignoring the furious duo, and directly pulled Anna to open the door in front of them. Inside, an old flying broom was displayed with countless winged keys. Wow, what is this? Harry exclaimed in surprise, looking at the flurry of keys in the air. Keys. Haven't you ever searched for the school's treasure chest? From Hogwarts Legacy, treasure chest. The three looked at Anna in confusion. Anna frowned, but quickly understood. After all, she wasn't attending classes and had plenty of time to explore Hogwarts Castle. In the midst of their curiosity, Anna pulled out an extremely ornate Hogwarts robe from her bag, which still bore the shimmering emblem of Slytherin. At that moment, Hermione seemed to understand why Anna never wore robes, but opted for the shirt inside her uniform. If she had such a beautiful robe, she probably wouldn't wear that plain uniform either. It doesn't matter, let's just open the door, Anna said, draping the robe over her shoulders and walking straight to the closed door, raising her wand. Bombarda. A violent explosion echoed in the room. As the dust settled, a hole was blown into the wall, yet the door remained unscathed. Dumbledore's defense. But clearly only targeted the door. Seeing the large hole in the wall, Anna raised an eyebrow, then cast another bombarda at the wall, instantly creating a hole large enough for a person to pass through. Such a simple method, how did no one think of it? Anna shrugged helplessly, leading Hermione inside first, while Ron, looking somewhat frightened, poked Harry beside him. She's even scarier than Hermione. I agree. We can hear you. As Ron and Harry finished speaking, Hermione's voice came from behind the hole, startling the two into following her inside. Meanwhile, a certain peeping old man helplessly looked at the large hole in the wall, tapping his forehead and letting out a sigh. Where is this place? A tomb. They entered the next chamber. Ron whispered as he gazed upon the eerie stone statues within. Just as his words faded, countless candles flared to life. Before them stretched a colossal wizard's chessboard. I hate puzzles, Anna muttered, frowning at their predicament. She raised her wand to blast open the door opposite, only to find her magic sealed as if bound by an invisible restraint. A shimmering barrier had risen along the board's edge, trapping them inside. After probing its strength, Anna paused and thought breaking it forcibly would likely require the power of her Obscurus, a force she had no intention of revealing before Hermione. Looks like we'll have to finish this game. With a resigned sigh, Anna acquiesced. If Dumbledore wished to play by his own rules, she would grant him that courtesy, for now. Though reluctant, she took her designated position on the board, following Ron's instructions. The group's most skilled wizard's chess player. I hate chess. As a white pawn shattered the piece before her, Anna waved away the dust with a flick of her hand and scowled. Few pieces remained. Ron, playing the knight, studied the board intently, then found the only path forward. Harry, once I move, the queen will take me. Then you'll deliver checkmate. And end this. No, Ron. There must be another way. Harry cried, grasping his friend's intent. But Ron only shook his head, his expression solemn, resolute, like one stepping toward martyrdom. There isn't. My sacrifice lets you advance. After all, it's you who must stand before Voldemort in the end, Harry. Fine. You won't actually die. Just as Hermione's eyes grew misty, Anna rolled hers, cutting short the trio's emotional crescendo. Ron scratched his head awkwardly, then guided his mounted piece forward until it stood before the queen. With a single stroke, she impaled his steed. Ron tumbled down, striking his head against scattered debris, and slipped into unconsciousness. Harry stepped forward, facing the queen alone. Checkmate. At his words, the queen's sword clattered to the floor, and the great door behind her swung wide. The magical seal over the board dissolved. Harry and Hermione rushed to Ron's side. He just fell badly. Now he's truly sacrificed, knocked out cold. Anna sighed, then tapped her wand. The broken chess pieces transformed into tiny animated figures which lifted Ron and carried him out. Yet as they passed through the doorway, perhaps because the figures were so low to the ground, Ron's head slammed hard against the doorframe. I didn't mean to. Anna shrugged, then turned and strode toward the newly opened door. Whether her misstep was genuine or retribution for Ron's endless grumbling remains uncertain. Poor Mr. Weasley, already blessed with limited cranial agility, suffered yet another grievous blow to his intellect. Let's go. Hermione hesitated a moment, watching Ron recede into the distance, then gently tugged Anna forward into the next chamber. Harry lingered, wincing at the swelling lump on Ron's forehead, murmured a quiet apology, and followed. In the new room, roaring flames barred their path. Beyond them stood 3 goblets of liquid. As Harry reached for the parchment beside them, Anna stopped him. No time for riddles. With a casual wave, she carved a narrow passage through the fire. Harry stepped through first. Anna then cast the disillusionment charm upon herself, and Hermione, slipping silently behind him. After all, Voldemort awaited just beyond. Surely he'd lower his guard, seeing only Harry approach alone. Though aware of their presence, Harry felt a sharp pang of isolation as he descended the stone steps alone, until in the vast hollow chamber at the bottom, he finally confronted the architect behind every trial he'd endured this term. Lord Voldemort coiled within the trembling. It's you, Quirrell. Harry stared at the man before him, whose smile curled with chilling malice. Ah, Potter. Did Grindelwald tell you? How fortunate you are. Snape broke the curse for you during Quidditch. Grindelwald rescued you in the Forbidden Forest. But now, you face me alone. Quirrell turned toward the mirror behind him, studying it with curious fascination. So what does this thing do? I see what my heart most desires. I hold the Philosopher's Stone. But how do I seize it? Glaring at the vision within the glass, Quirrell slammed his fist into the mirror with a snarl. Use the boy. A hoarse, serpentine voice slithered from deep within Quirrell's throat, the same voice Harry had heard whispering in the Forbidden Forest. Come here, Potter. The moment that voice emerged, Quirrell's hand shot towards Harry, and Harry felt as if his body were uncontrollably flying towards Quirrell, who pressed him against the mirror. Tell me, Potter, what do you see? Quirrell said menacingly to Harry, who looked into the center of the mirror and saw himself slowly pulling out a red magical stone, placing it into his right-hand pocket, and even winking at himself. Harry subtly touched the hard object in his right pocket. I saw Dumbledore shaking my hand because I won the House Cup. Feeling the stone in his pocket, Harry began to weave a lie, but it was clear this pathetic deception could not fool the experienced Voldemort. He's lying. Let me see him for myself. But my lord, your body. I am not weak to that extent yet. You fool. Once again scolded by Voldemort, Quirrell slowly unwrapped his turban, revealing a grotesque face pressed against the back of Quirrell's head, staring at Harry through the mirror's reflection, while Harry's scar throbbed painfully, as if it were on fire. "We meet again, Harry Potter. Look at what I have become, a parasitic entity clinging to another's body. But as long as you give me the stone, all this can change. Don't you want to bring your parents back to life? Together we can..." Voldemort seduced Harry, who pretended to be somewhat tempted, but gradually retreated towards the door. Suddenly, as if receiving a message, Harry threw the stone towards a corner of the door, while simultaneously casting a disarming spell at Voldemort. "Join you? Never." Voldemort easily blocked Harry's spell, but Harry's actions genuinely enraged him. His body instantly transformed into a cloud of smoke, tightly grasping Harry's neck. Lightning strike. 2 bolts of purple lightning shot towards Voldemort as he choked Harry. Seeing this, Voldemort hurriedly threw Harry aside, crashing him against the wall. Like his dear friend, Harry also fainted. Meanwhile, Anna dispelled her disillusionment charm, signaling the still invisible Hermione to leave first with the stone Harry had thrown, but the doorway was already blocked by Voldemort's flames. Hermione could only find a safer spot. Grindelwald, you still have a chance to join me if you give me the stone." "You? I'm sorry, Mr. Voldemort, but you are nothing in my eyes." Anna looked disdainfully at Voldemort, and the series of failures that night only fueled Voldemort's anger further. "Then you shall die." At the moment Voldemort's words fell, Quirrell suddenly let out a terrible scream. Voldemort's face appeared on Quirrell's face, and Quirrell seemed to have completely vanished from this world, for in Anna's perception only a soul remained in Voldemort's body. "Now let me show you the true power of Voldemort." Avada Kedavra. A green bolt of lightning shot towards Anna, who sidestepped to avoid it, while unleashing a thunderous explosion at Voldemort. Now fully in control of Quirrell's body, Voldemort was clearly more agile and easily evaded Anna's attack. Fire God's Path. Fierce flames erupted from Anna's wand, charging at Voldemort, who raised his wand and forcefully flicked it aside, causing the flames to veer off. However, Anna's assault was far from over. The flames suddenly transformed into the shape of a phoenix rushing towards Voldemort. With no time to spare, Voldemort hastily cast a protective shield, but a large portion of his clothing was still burned. "This foolish body." Voldemort glared at the injured part of his body, seemingly disgusted with Quirrell. With a gentle wave of his hand, the debris around him suddenly morphed into countless sharp spikes hurtling towards Anna. Anna raised a shield in response, and the spikes collided with it, instantly turning into a cloud of dust. But Voldemort did not allow Anna a moment's respite. The ground suddenly twisted, and chains made of rock emerged, ensnaring Anna. "Anna!" Seeing Anna seemingly at a disadvantage, Hermione anxiously shouted. It was this call that revealed her location, and Voldemort quickly noticed the stone in Hermione's hand, still carrying a dead weight. "Very well, you have delivered the stone right to my hands." Voldemort sneered at the panicking Hermione. Watching Voldemort approach Hermione step by step, Anna felt an overwhelming sense of panic. A surge of intense fear and anger arose within her, and Anna suddenly exerted force, breaking free from the rock chains. A grotesque dried hand composed of black mist suddenly grasped Voldemort. "You?" "Silence." Voldemort looked in shock at Anna, whose entire being was entwined in black mist, exuding a deathly aura. He spoke in astonishment, feeling the life within him continuously draining away. A piercing shriek rang out in the space, and Anna's figure completely vanished into the black mist which rapidly approached Voldemort, enveloping him. After the smoke dissipated, only Quirrell's lifeless body remained on the ground, marked by dark claw marks from being killed by the silence, while Voldemort, he had long turned into a wisp of black smoke, fleeing Hogwarts. "Ugh!" Anna's pained voice echoed as her body gradually transformed back from silence into human form, collapsing to the ground, seemingly losing consciousness. Uncertain how much time had passed, sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow on Anna's face. Perhaps feeling a bit blinded, Anna raised her hand to shield her eyes and slowly opened them. She surveyed her surroundings, realizing she seemed to be in the infirmary of Hogwarts. Not far away lay her classmate Potter, deep in slumber, while another classmate, Weasley, sat with a dazed expression, cradling his head. Merlin forbid she hoped his head wasn't damaged. At her bedside, a brown furball seemed to be curled up. Oh, that was Hermione's head. Anna wondered how long she had been asleep there. As Anna sat up, feeling the movement of the bed, Hermione lifted her head. The moment she saw Anna, a glimmer of joy flashed in her eyes. "Wonderful. Anna, you've finally woken up." Hermione immediately embraced Anna, but Anna keenly noticed the bandage wrapped around Hermione's hand. Generally, wizards don't bandage their injuries unless it's a magical wound or a toxin. "Hermione, your hand." Hearing Anna's words, Hermione pulled her hand back slightly, but Anna still yanked her hand forward, unwrapping the bandage. She saw a medium-sized wound on Hermione's hand, surrounded by black scratch-like markings. "I'm sorry." Anna immediately recognized this type of wound. It was a special injury caused by a muggle creature. But Hermione just hugged her tightly. It's okay, I know you didn't mean it. You? Aren't you afraid of me? Anna averted her gaze from Hermione, softly asking, seemingly afraid of Hermione's answer. After all, saying that a muggle creature was the most dangerous and terrifying magical creature in the world wouldn't be an exaggeration. I'm not afraid. I know you want harm me. Hermione gazed earnestly at Anna, her eyes filled with trust and determination. Strangely, looking into Hermione's eyes made Anna feel a warmth in her heart, her pulse quickening. How odd, could it be arrhythmia? No, she was just a doll, she had no heart. Hermione, why does my head hurt so much? And it's so swollen. From a distance, Ron near the door asked Hermione with a confused expression, to which Hermione responded somewhat awkwardly. Ahem. You hit your head when you fell off your horse. Oh, is that so? Thankfully, Ron wasn't very clever and easily believed Hermione's words. After all, when had she ever lied to him? Anna, I'm sorry, I admit I was biased against you before and said a lot of bad things about you. Ron thought for a moment before approaching Anna, as if the bump on his head had raised his emotional intelligence. It doesn't matter, I don't care. Anna casually looked out the window, but Hermione, familiar with her expressions, understood that Anna was forgiving Ron. After all, if she didn't forgive him, Weasley's head might suffer another blow. After a while, Harry also slowly awakened. However, by that time, Anna and the others had already left the infirmary. Of course, the diligent Potter's first concern upon waking was about the Philosopher's Stone, but Dumbledore reassured him that there was no need to worry. After comforting him, he ate a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean that tasted oddly seemingly like dog poop. How did our esteemed Professor Dumbledore know what dog poop tasted like? We may never know. As for the whereabouts of the Philosopher's Stone, Dumbledore claimed he had destroyed it, but where it went we likewise cannot ascertain. However, Hermione received a gift from Dumbledore, a vial glowing with a red sheen. After using it, the black markings on Hermione's hand were successfully eliminated, though the scar from that wound remained. The mark left by a muggle creature's dark magic would likely accompany Hermione for the rest of her life. The Philosopher's Stone has many powers. Aside from healing some wounds caused by dark magic, its most vital ability is to create life. No one knows what Dumbledore did after bringing Anna to the infirmary, but according to the ghost's recollections, a blinding red light flashed in the infirmary that night, and a little girl gained her own heart. Only the existence of the forbidden can create the forbidden. The Philosopher's Stone, which breaks the magic of life and death, can also create life. Though the Philosopher's Stone no longer exists, it at least allowed Anna to become more like a person. Of course, the most crucial emotions still had to be sought by herself. Perhaps she has already found them. In fact, as the end of the term approached, our savior student was not faring well. Although he earned the respect of his classmates for stopping the Dark Wizard from invading Hogwarts, it was clear he had forgotten about the upcoming final exams. Aside from defense against the dark arts, which Dumbledore had somehow given an O, his scores in other subjects were barely scraping by, and he even received a large in potions. Nevertheless, the resilient savior managed to get through the final exams and arrived at the Indoftrem banquet. However, seeing the Slytherin banner at the banquet, he felt a pang of disappointment once more. Thanks to Dumbledore's biased point allocation, Gryffindor's score matched Slytherin's. With Neville's brave points added in, Gryffindor even surpassed Slytherin. Yet as Gryffindors cheered, Dumbledore tapped his glass again. I almost forgot, there's one more student who bravely protected her classmates 3 whole times. So let's give Miss Grindelwald of Slytherin an additional 30 points. On the way back to London, Hermione leaned against Anna's shoulder, gazing out at the receding scenery and the distant silhouette of Hogwarts Castle, lost in thought. Do you want to see the place where I was born? Anna suddenly asked, her words catching Hermione off guard. Yet Anna merely continued to gaze out the window. I think I'm ready to tell you now. Hermione was unsure of what Anna meant, but she nodded nonetheless. Unconsciously inhaling Anna's scent and resting against her slightly cold body, Hermione gradually drifted off to sleep. After what felt like an eternity, the train came to a gentle stop, and Anna lightly shook Hermione awake. Hermione, we've arrived. They bid farewell on the platform, and Harry seemed a bit reluctant as he looked at the train. Leaving Hogwarts meant returning to that dreaded home, where he would once again be at the mercy of his aunt and uncle. Have a pleasant holiday. Remember to write to me, Harry sighed, looking at the platform 9 3/4 exit, his mood gloomy. Ron cast a sympathetic glance at him. Potter, they still don't realize you can't cast spells outside of school. Use your head. Hearing Anna's words seemed to give Harry a new perspective. Just as he was about to express his gratitude to her, he noticed that Anna had already walked out of platform 9 3/4 with Hermione. Over here. As they exited the platform, the voice of Mrs. Granger reached them. After months apart, the two young girls were greatly missed. Mom, we're back. Hermione jumped into Mrs. Granger's arms, who happily tousled Hermione's brown curls. I've prepared a feast for you. How about it? Would you like to join us, Anna? After a moment of thought, Anna nodded and followed the Granger family into the car. The Granger family's dinner was lavish, seemingly not inferior to the meals at Hogwarts, and if one didn't know better, they might have thought it was a holiday. After dinner, Anna wiped her mouth and murmured, "So this is the taste." A smile crept onto her lips as she felt the strange fluttering in her chest. It seems that I am truly a person now. Hermione, do you want to go to Diagon Alley with me tomorrow? I want to buy some things, and if I'm going back to the place where I was born, it's best to bring some gifts. Hermione nodded. Anna's reference to her hometown always sounded strange, but Hermione didn't dwell on it. However, she felt a bit nervous about meeting the legendary Grindelwald, for he was a dark wizard who had ruled half of Europe, and even Voldemort might seem like a child playing house in his presence. And so a night passed. Under the strong insistence of Hermione and the Granger family, Anna stayed over, ultimately becoming Hermione's large pillow, since the Granger house was not spacious enough to accommodate guests. The next morning, the familiar Rolls-Royce was parked outside the Granger residence, seemingly with the same driver as before. Since Hermione wanted to visit Anna's hometown, Anna had invited the Granger couple, but they declined, saying it was not appropriate to meet Anna's parents just yet. Such a strange excuse. Arriving at Diagon Alley, Anna led Hermione to a pet shop and handed her a ginger kitten that she had chosen long ago. Her name is Crookshanks. She's the only animal that isn't afraid of me. I picked her out a long time ago, and now I'm giving her to you. Thank you for being willing to be my friend, knowing I. Anna's words were hesitant, clearly showing she wasn't adept at such expressions, but Hermione understood the sentiment. Holding Crookshanks in one arm, she hugged Anna with the other. Since taking the kitten along to their next destination wouldn't be suitable, Anna arranged for someone to send Crookshanks back to Hermione's home before taking her down a side alley. This is Knockturn Alley, don't come here without an adult. There are many dark wizards and dangerous magical items. Anna introduced it to Hermione, who seemed a bit nervous upon hearing her words. However, recalling that even Voldemort had been defeated by Anna, she calmed down. Indeed, Anna was a reassuring presence. After walking a few steps, they spotted a familiar figure surrounded by several disheveled-looking dark wizards. Oh, two young ladies. I wonder if you know it's forbidden to be here without an adult. The wizards approached Anna and Hermione, but instead of showing panic as one would expect, they remained calm. They exchanged a glance, and together their wands sent out purple lightning, knocking the dark wizards unconscious. Malfoy, what are you doing here? Anna asked, raising an eyebrow at the still stunned Draco. I came with my dad to sell things, but he doesn't let me listen to him talk in the shop. Sure enough, the faint sound of Mr. Malfoy's voice drifted from the shop of Borgin and Burks behind Draco. Oh, Mr. Malfoy, I cannot accept this. After all, I have received some wind of news that the gentleman is coming back. You wouldn't want him to see that you sold the thing he entrusted to you to someone else, would you? Wojin Blog sneered at Lucius, and upon hearing his words, Lucius' face darkened immediately. Looking at the black notebook in his hand, he forcefully pushed Wojin Blog away and shook his hand. You should be thankful that I came with my son today. Otherwise. With that, Lucius left the shop. Watching his departing figure, Wojin Blog snorted disdainfully and then turned to tend to his collection. Draco, what just happened here? Just as Lucius stepped out of the shop, he saw several dark wizards and Anna standing in front of Draco. A few dark wizards just tried to rob me. Miss Grindelwald saved me, Draco said to Lucius, who then forced a smile at Anna. Thank you very much, Miss Grindelwald. Now, Draco, we should leave. With that, he pulled Draco towards Diagon Alley, but Draco turned back to look at Anna and Hermione. After hesitating for a moment, he held on to his father's arm and walked over to Anna and Hermione. Thank you, Miss Grindelwald. This is the second time you saved me from the dark wizards. Recalling Anna's figure in the Forbidden Forest and the two purple lightning bolts that almost illuminated the dark Knockturn Alley, Draco hesitantly said, clearly not good at expressing gratitude. And thank you, Miss Granger. I admit I once held prejudice against you. I apologize for my past behavior. Thank you for saving me. Hearing Draco's words, both Anna and Hermione were astonished, as was Lucius behind them. After all, their son had inherited the pride of the Malfoy family, and this was the first time he apologized to a Muggle-born wizard. We just did it casually, you don't need to thank us. However, you can deliver this letter to Mr. Malfoy and tell him to make the right choice when faced with decisions that will affect the future of the Malfoy family. Draco nodded and turned to Lucius, handing him the envelope. Looking at the envelope in his hand, Lucius pondered for a moment, nodded at Anna, and then turned to leave Knockturn Alley. On his way out, Lucius could not help but recall the discussion he had with his wife a few days ago. Lucius, is it true? Is that person coming back? In the bedroom of Malfoy Manor, Narcissa quietly asked Lucius, her eyes revealing some fear. Lucius closed his eyes and took a deep breath. As far as I know, it seems so. What should we do? Hearing his wife's somewhat panicked question, Lucius pressed his temple and sighed before saying, that person was defeated by Anna Grindelwald. I am considering whether to side with Grindelwald. After all, their influence should still be strong. Are you crazy, Lucius? That person can never tolerate betrayal, especially since you still have what he gave you. I know, Narcissa. I don't care. But Draco, he has nothing to do with this. Looking at his anxious wife, Lucius couldn't help but shout at her. Then he listened to the movement outside the door. Fortunately, the Malfoy house is large enough that Draco did not notice the commotion inside his parents' room. I can die. But at least, I want to find a strong backing for Draco. Lucius pressed his temple and said, I will handle that thing. I don't care about Potter Death Eaters anything. What I care about is Draco. Even if I have to sacrifice everything, my family wealth, honor, even my life to ensure Draco's safety, I am willing to do so. Their conversation was overheard word for word by the house elf outside. He didn't care about anything else, but he heard the name Potter. The kind but not so clever house elf instinctively thought that his master wanted to harm Potter, and Lucius and Narcissa were unaware of all this. Father, what are you thinking? Draco's memory awakened the contemplative Lucius, who shifted his gaze from the envelope and notebook in his hand to Draco and smiled. It's nothing, Draco. Let's go. Ruffling Draco's hair, Lucius smiled at him. Draco replied with an "oh" and followed Lucius out of Diagon Alley. As they passed a trash bin, Lucius casually tossed the notebook into it. Father, what did you throw away? It's nothing. Just my past. Welcome to Borgin and Berks, my dear young lady. May I assist you with anything? After parting ways with Malfoy, Anna led Hermione into the shop. Ordinarily the notorious purveyor of dark artifacts, Mr. Borgin would never entertain two young girls. But then again, not all girls are alike. Something practical. Do you have anything suitable? Anna cut straight to the point. Borgin paused thoughtfully, then retrieved from a cabinet a dagger sealed with ancient magical locks, and another object that stirred faint recognition in Anna. This dagger belonged to an ancient dark wizard unearthed in Egypt. Legend claims it was used in archaic Egyptian rites. Even the slightest cut inflicts a wound that refuses to heal, slow inexorable bleeding until death ensues. Anna took the dagger, turning it over in her palm. It was indeed exquisite, compact, finely wrought, yet bore no trace of ritualistic curse residue. Likely mere embellishment, a sales ploy to inflate its price. Still, it did carry a genuine curse that prevented wound closure, strikingly akin to Snape's famed Sectum Sempra. And this, you're surely familiar with it, Miss Grindelwald. Once wielded by the illustrious Gellert Grindelwald himself, this prophetic artifact bends perception, lending uncanny credibility to whatever visions it reveals. Anna studied the skull-shaped hookah. We'll take both. Ah, excellent. 800 galleons, Miss Grindelwald. No haggling. At Anna's words, Borgin's face lit up with avaricious delight. Yet Anna met his gaze unflinchingly, tossed a heavy pouch of galleons onto the counter, and departed the shop with Hermione and her purchases. Here, take this. For protection in the Muggle world where magic is forbidden. She offered the dagger to Hermione, who recoiled slightly. No thank you. It's too dangerous. Take it. I worry that you'll face danger when I'm not beside you. Hermione hesitated, then accepted the blade. Though inherently gentle, she had no intention of using it. Yet in time she would deeply value having it at her side. That evening they returned to the Granger residence. Anna realized, though she rarely acknowledged it, that she hadn't visited her own villa in some time. Nor had she ever truly considered it home. Hermione's sleeping posture left much to be desired. Or perhaps 12-year-old girls simply slept without. Anna had long grown accustomed to being treated as a living, breathing pillow. Watching Hermione cling to her like a limpet, Anna felt something tender and unfamiliar stir within her chest. The next morning they prepared to depart for Nurmengard. The Grangers were unconcerned. The trip promised a same-day return. Yet Hermione felt a quiet tremor of nerves. After all, she was about to meet family. No, she was about to meet the legendary Dark Lord himself. How could she not feel apprehensive? Historical records spoke plainly. Grindelwald's hands bore the blood of countless innocents, and many Muggles besides. Anna could not apparate, so they traveled by the most venerable means, a thestral-drawn carriage, black and gold, opulent and visible to passing Muggles. Hermione experienced it for the first time. Even Hogwarts carriages were reserved for students beyond their second year. The journey proved swifter than imagined. As London receded behind them, Hermione gazed out silently. Her first departure from Britain, albeit by extraordinary means. The distance from London to Austria was vast. Unnoticed, Hermione drifted into sleep against Anna's shoulder. Hours later, Anna gently roused her. Peering out the window, Hermione saw verdant fields vanish, replaced by endless snow-capped peaks, and a solitary castle rising defiantly from the Alpine heart. Nurmengard knows no summer. Anna murmured the words as snowflakes danced beyond the glass. After layering both girls in warming charms, they stepped down from the carriage and began their ascent toward the fortress. It's not quite what I pictured, Hermione whispered, eyes wide at the fairy tale silhouette. Anna smiled softly. What did you imagine? Dripping with dread, haunted by dementors. Like a conventional prison. Anna nodded, amused. You're not wrong. Months ago it was precisely that. But it has been reclaimed. Restored to Grindelwald's stewardship. You seized a prison. Anna tilted her head. One could phrase it so, though it was always his ancestral estate, the original stronghold of the Obscurus Order. And still is. With a deep resonant groan, the massive doors swung inward. Through the grand hall's floor-to-ceiling windows, framing distant snow-laden mountains, stood an elderly man with silver-white hair. At the sound of entry, he turned slowly. His mismatched eyes swept over Anna and Hermione with quiet, ancient appraisal. Welcome to Nurmengard, Miss Granger. I trust an introduction is unnecessary. I am Gellert Grindelwald, once the sovereign of Europe. Grindelwald's heterochromatic eyes gazed coldly upon Hermione, sending a subtle tremor of unease through her. Just as she faltered beneath his unnerving scrutiny, a familiar voice interjected, "Be kind, Gellert. You're frightening our Miss Granger." There, emerging from a side chamber of the Grand Hall, came Albus Dumbledore, cradling a jar of sweets, his expression warm and benevolent as he regarded both Hermione and Anna. Stunned by Dumbledore's sudden appearance, Hermione's mind reeled. Weren't they sworn adversaries? How could they now stand so calmly within the same chamber? Watching Hermione appear utterly frozen, Anna pinched the bridge of her nose and sighed. After a hesitant pause, she finally spoke. "Let me reintroduce them properly. These are Gellert Grindelwald and Albus Dumbledore. My two creators. Let us, for lack of a better term, call them my family." Anna struggled long before uttering that word, as though it had never passed her lips before, unfamiliar and stiff on her tongue. Dumbledore, however, lit up at her confession. With uncharacteristic exuberance, he scooped a generous handful of sweets from the jar and pressed them into Grindelwald's waiting palm. "Oh, what?" Hermione instinctively nodded, then recoiled in disbelief as the weight of Anna's words struck her. Her earlier trepidation at facing the dark wizard vanished, entirely replaced by sheer astonishment. But Anna offered no further explanation. Instead, she led Hermione toward the castle's subterranean chambers. As Hermione clasped Anna's cool, slender hands, her thoughts began to settle, yet drifted elsewhere entirely. So Headmaster Dumbledore and Mr. Grindelwald share this kind of relationship. And can magic truly accomplish such a thing? It seems I've gravely underestimated magic's wonder. Clearly Hermione had misinterpreted Anna's meaning, but her confusion soon dissolved. Ermengarde's basement defied expectation. Far from dank or shadowed, it was immaculate. Lined with alchemical apparatus, its center dominated by a broad bed-like workbench. "This is where I was born," Anna murmured softly as she stood before the laboratory-like space. Hermione frowned, uncertain what born could possibly mean in this context. Dumbledore once had a sister, Ariana. She perished tragically during a confrontation between the Dumbledore brothers and Grindelwald, a loss that haunted both men. Perhaps out of remorse, they dared attempt a forbidden art. Anna approached the workbench and lifted an alchemical device, an articulated prosthetic arm inscribed with intricate runes. She tossed it aside with quiet disdain and continued, "Alchemy cannot create life." Yet they refused to believe it. Over a century ago, in their early 30s, after years of dedicated study, they succeeded in forging a sentient being. Perhaps as penance for Ariana, they named her Anna. Ironically, Grindelwald's genetic imprint proved astonishingly dominant. The homunculus bore far more resemblance to him than to Dumbledore. A faint sardonic smile flickered across Anna's lips. Without turning to Hermione, she lowered her gaze to yellowed pages of experimental logs. They had truly created life, and rejoiced. But reality delivered a swift, chilling rebuke. The homunculus did not awaken. It possessed no pulse, no breath, no spark of consciousness. And as their philosophies fractured, so too did their bond. Ultimately, Dumbledore defeated Grindelwald and imprisoned him within this very fortress, granting Grindelwald decades to unravel the homunculus's fatal flaw. He discovered the truth at last: alchemical constructs require immense magical energy to animate, yet alchemical life demands something far greater. So he stole a force he despised. Dumbledore's favorite student's dormant obscurus, stripped of— Hold on, he didn't just take the obscurus from me, Carry on, I'm merely passing through. As Anna recounted her origin, a silver-haired man carrying a bucket abruptly interrupted. Having just tended to Hagrid's dragon, he descended to store his gear, only to overhear their conversation. When both women turned to him, the notoriously shy Mr. Newt Scamander, author of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, immediately retreated upstairs. "That was Newt Scamander, currently caring for Hagrid's dragon," Anna remarked, watching his retreating figure before returning her gaze to the workbench. 6 years ago, the obscurus merged with the homunculus, and she awakened. 5 years later, her physical form having matured to 11 years, she entered Hogwarts. Yet among living students, she remained profoundly alien, devoid of emotion, numb to sensation, for she was not human. Until Albus Dumbledore gifted her a heart, forged from the Philosopher's Stone. Anna fell silent, then turned to face Hermione directly. After a moment's hesitation, she asked softly, "That is my secret. So, now that you know, would you still be willing to?" Before she could finish, Hermione surged forward and embraced her tightly. "You must have been so lonely all these years. So terribly weary. But it's all right now. I'll stay with you always." In that quiet, radiant embrace, Hermione held Anna close. Warm, unwavering, fiercely tender. And within that warmth, Anna's heart, her newly awakened stone-forged heart, pounded fiercely, wildly for the first time. So, this is what love feels like. At the doorway, Dumbledore watched, and smiled wide and knowing. Such is the power of lineage after all. for the generation before also shared this same profound bond. The snow-capped mountains of Austria are always so cold if one stands outside without any protection it feels as if the blood within one's veins would freeze. However, under the protection of a warming spell, Anna and Hermione can walk safely through the snow. Look, Hermione, Anna pointed at the young dragon flying in the mountains and said to Hermione, "This is the dragon you saw in Hagrid's hut. Now it is called Nobita. One must say it is truly remarkable for a fire dragon to grow to dozens of meters. Nobita has already reached the size of an adult, even though only a few months have passed. Will similarly serve as a force to help me achieve my ideals." "Your ideals?" Hermione looked at Anna, a hint of confusion in her eyes as she asked, "Come with me." Anna led Hermione back into the castle of New Montgard. In the hall, Grindelwald was playing with the water pipe that Anna had gifted him, which had once belonged to him. Upon seeing Anna enter, Grindelwald raised an eyebrow and held up the water pipe in his hand. "Are you sure you don't want this? It is quite useful for wizards with weak willpower. I don't need your lowly methods. Oh, I am more advanced than you. I will have people genuinely embrace my ideals." With a wave of Anna's wand, wisps of smoke appeared before Hermione, and as Anna waved her wand, scenes began to emerge within the smoke skyscrapers. The information age. Almost identical to what I showed Dumbledore. As the scene shifted, an armed army surrounded castle after castle, their firearms aimed at the individuals who appeared inside. That person seemed to want to resist, but how could a mere wand withstand bullets and ammunition? In just one glance, he was turned into a sieve. This is our future. A future where wizards are on the brink. A powerful armor charm can block bullets. But what about ordinary wizards? What about the children? Even if wizards survive, they will ultimately be forced to hide in dark sewers, struggling to survive. Humans have always had a low tolerance for the different. When facing wizards who are inherently superior to them, their only choice is destruction. Anna said, her head lowered, while the previous scene clearly left Hermione quite shocked. "What I aim to do is unify the worlds of muggles and wizards to overturn the statute of secrecy. But unlike the radical methods of some, I will adopt a gentler approach. First, through culture, books, and stories, I will inspire muggles to yearn for the magical world, to begin accepting the concept of magic, and then, in a future battle that will affect all of humanity, unite wizards and muggles, ultimately merging." Anna stood with her back to Hermione, gazing out at the snow-capped mountains through the huge floor-to-ceiling window. This posture was strikingly similar to the way Grindelwald once spoke of his ideals. Dumbledore, who had quietly appeared in the corner of the living room, watched Anna intently. He could not deny that the ideology of Grindelwald had always captivated him, whether it was that of Gellert Grindelwald or Anna Grindelwald. However, after more than 100 years, he would likely find himself more inclined to support Anna now. After pondering for a moment, Dumbledore shook his head, grabbed another handful of candy from the jar in his hand, and then leisurely left the living room. After all, the arrow of youth should be left to the young. After all, he was already an old man. "So, Miss Granger, will you join me in ushering in this new era?" Anna turned around and gazed directly into Hermione's eyes as sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling window, casting a glow over Anna. For a moment, Hermione found herself momentarily entranced. Without a hint of hesitation, Hermione grasped Anna's outstretched hand, and for the first time a genuine smile appeared on Anna's face. "It seems I can truly entrust my saints to you now." Looking at Anna and Hermione, Grindelwald spoke up. "Although the leader of the saints had become Anna long ago, Mr. Malfoy has accepted our proposal, but his condition is that we must protect his son." Stepping out from the shadows was a noble lady who addressed Anna, and although Anna continued to look at Hermione without raising her head, she still recognized the newcomer. After all, it was unlikely there was anyone else with such a heavy French accent. Wenda Roche, the Black Rose of France, at nearly 100 years old, still maintained her youthful appearance thanks to age-reducing potions. While the Roche family had all joined the Death Eaters, she steadfastly chose the Saints, believing that one day the Saints would rise again, and now she had finally awaited that opportunity. "Then let's go meet the astute Mr. Malfoy. Hermione, will you come with me? After all, this is my saint. Or rather, our saint." Hearing Anna's words, Wenda showed no sign of dissent. As one of Anna's most trusted individuals, she completely trusted this new decision from Grindelwald. After hesitating for a moment, Hermione nodded, and the two immediately followed Wenda, boarding the carriage. The Night Steed carriage slowly soared towards the Malfoy Manor in England. If it weren't for the enchantment to silence onlookers, the muggles below, or those flying in airplanes, would surely be astonished by the nearly 10 carriages soaring through the sky. "Father, whom are we waiting for?" It was dusk at Malfoy Manor. Draco stood beside Lucius. The entire Malfoy family solemnly assembled at the entrance, elegantly attired as though awaiting a guest of extraordinary significance. Glancing curiously at his father, Draco asked the question aloud. "Someone who will aid you and the Malfoy family in the days to come." Lucius offered no further explanation, merely gazing upward in silence as an ornate carriage descended gracefully from the sky toward the manor. Even as they spoke, more carriages landed before the gates, and dozens of figures clad in black robes operated simultaneously onto the manor's threshold. Unaccustomed to such spectacle, Draco tensed, but Lucius gently placed a reassuring hand upon his shoulder. A noblewoman stepped forth first from the lead carriage, then glided toward the most opulent one at the center of the procession, a vehicle emblazoned with a phoenix insignia, and opened its door. From within emerged Anna and Hermione, dressed identically in sleek B. Draco stared in astonishment as Anna approached them, mouth half open to speak, only to be gently interrupted by his father. "Welcome to our humble abode, Miss Grindelwald," Lucius said, offering a courteous smile. Anna inclined her head slightly in acknowledgement. "I am pleased you have made the right choice, and that your request has been accepted." A palpable wave of relief washed over Lucius's face. He promptly gestured for them to enter, leading the group into the heart of Malfoy Manor. The interior exuded antiquity, fitting for a pure-blood lineage spanning centuries. Many furnishings appeared genuinely ancient: ornate cabinets, gilded mirrors, heavy tapestries, all priceless, yet undeniably aged. In that light, Lucius's self-deprecating reference to his home as a humble abode seemed neither ironic nor false. Vinda surveyed the decor with undisguised hauteur, curling her lip as if comparing it unfavorably to Nurmengard. Her disdain did not escape Lucius, but he betrayed no offense. "Aft, an era where muggles and wizards coexist." Anna's words struck the Malfoys like thunder, men who had long regarded themselves as inherently superior to muggles. Yet recalling the saint's long-standing ideology, Lucius gave a slow, solemn nod. "This is the inevitable path forward. If wizardkind is to endure, this is the only road, whether you accept it or not, Mr. Malfoy. You know me well, Miss Grindelwald. I care little for the tides of history. I only ask whether you, or the saints, can protect Draco. That is the sole purpose of tonight's gathering. Should you guarantee his safety, I will pledge myself to your cause without reservation." At that moment, Lucius bore none of the Malfoy arrogance so often associated with his name. Instead, his voice trembled with near supplication. Fear having eclipsed pride, the instant news of Voldemort's return reached him. Not for himself, but for Draco. "Of course, Mr. Malfoy. Not only Draco, but your entire family, shall be safeguarded. The saints protect every comrade who joins our ranks." Anna raised a single eyebrow as she spoke. "Then I agree. I join you." Lucius assented without hesitation. Anna showed no surprise. "Extend your hand, Mr. Malfoy." Bewildered, Lucius hesitated, assuming she intended to bind him with an unbreakable vow, then extended his arm. Instead, Anna tapped her wand against the dark mark on his wrist. A silvery luminescence flared, and with a firm, decisive motion, she erased the serpentine skull sigil, replacing it with a radiant emblem, a phoenix entwined with the Deathly Hallows. "From this moment onward, you are one of us. We are more merciful than your former ma." "I've never seen a Malfoy like that before," Hermione murmured, watching Malfoy Manor recede into the distance. "Because he is afraid." Few Death Eaters truly embraced Voldemort's extremist doctrine. They served out of fear alone. Now, with his return imminent, that fear has crystallized into terror. Having grown accustomed to comfort and security, Lucius refuses to relive those perilous years. When a better path presents itself, he seizes it without hesitation. Hermione nodded thoughtfully. "Do not underestimate Draco Malfoy. He is ours now. At Hogwarts you may trust him, even at times more than Potter or Weasley." From their brief encounter, Hermione had sensed Draco's essential decency, marred only by generations of pure-blood indoctrination, breeding arrogance, not malice. Just prideful, and perhaps a touch stubborn. And so they soared toward London, racing against the hour, for if they delayed any longer, the Grangers would surely begin to worry about their daughter. The summer vacation passed day by day, and apart from Hermione occasionally coming back to find Anna to learn magic, nothing particularly interesting happened. One could say that Hermione truly was exceptionally gifted. As a second-year witch, she had even learned the Patronus charm, which took the form of a small cat resembling Crookshanks. For Hermione, her happiest memories were those spent with Anna, and Crookshanks symbolized their friendship, a gift from Anna to her. Besides that, the search for Voldemort by the Order had yielded no results. Ever since he escaped from Hogwarts, he had seemingly vanished without a trace, not even contacting his once loyal servants. Despite Lucius' hints, no one admitted that their master had reached out to them. "Anna, I'm here. What magic are we learning today?" "Oh, Draco is here too. This should be Lucius' arrangement." Ever since joining the Order, he seemed particularly concerned about the relationship between Draco and Anna. Gradually, Draco had become friends with them, although Anna continued to ignore him. In his interactions with Hermione, Draco's initial respect for her, stemming from her having saved him, had transformed into genuine admiration for this exceptionally talented girl from a Muggle background. Perhaps his attitude towards Muggles was subtly changing as well. Hermione cheerfully bounced over to Anna, followed by a rather lackluster Draco. After all, even if his talent did not match Hermione's, the slow progress he made in learning the Patronus charm was quite discouraging for him. "Let's learn the disillusionment charm, it's quite useful." With it you won't have to squeeze into an invisibility cloak with Potter anymore. However, this spell can't fool a wizard stronger than you, Anna said after some thought. Teaching some high-level magic would likely only amplify Draco's sense of defeat, especially with school starting soon. The disillusionment charm would certainly be helpful for little witches who loved night excursions and exploration. The incantation for the disillusionment charm is disillusionment. I looked it up on Baidu. I'll correct it if it's wrong. It uses magic to blend you with your surroundings, making it a very useful spell. After saying this, Anna waved her wand lightly, and she instantly disappeared from their view, leaving no tiara. However, Hermione looked a bit worried as she gazed out the window. Noticing this, Anna walked over and quietly asked, "What's wrong, Hermione? Why do you seem a bit down all of a sudden?" Anna's emotions were becoming richer, especially her empathy, although it only seemed to manifest when it came to Hermione. Hearing Anna's words, Hermione gently shook her head and replied, "It's nothing. I haven't received a reply to the letter I sent to Harry during this holiday. I'm a bit worried. That brat does he not understand basic politeness?" Hearing Hermione's words, Draco chimed in, but after receiving a glare from Hermione, he promptly shut his mouth and made a zipping motion. "If you're worried, we can go see him if you want," Anna suggested after thinking for a moment, and Hermione's eyes brightened as she nodded, then looked at Draco. "What about you? Draco, are you coming?" "Forget it. That brat won't welcome me." Hearing Hermione's words, Draco scrunched his face in disdain, and Hermione nodded in agreement, as they always argued when they met. "Then let's go." It was still the familiar Rolls-Royce, still the familiar driver, whose name was unknown, as the car slowly made its way to Privet Drive. Speaking of which, this was Hermione's first visit to Harry's house, as Harry had always complained about how bad his aunt and uncle treated him and how they despised wizards. Hermione couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. "Do you think we might get kicked out? Didn't they say Harry's aunt's house really hates wizards?" "Please don't worry, miss. Grindelwald will always be the king of Europe. They're just muggles. They absolutely wouldn't dare kick you out," the driver proudly told Hermione, his tone revealing a fervent admiration and confidence towards the order. Anna shot a glare at the driver Carl, and Carl quickly realized the ambiguity in his words, hastily apologizing to Hermione. However, Hermione didn't take it to heart. In fact, it was the first time she had heard the driver's name, and the first time she had heard him speak. As Anna's driver since childhood, Carl had always been rather taciturn. Notably, he was a junior of Wenda, a member of the Rocher clan, who hadn't joined the Death Eaters. The car slowly stopped at Harry's house, and Carl opened the door, gently guarding the frame to prevent Anna and Hermione from bumping their heads, then pressed the doorbell of Harry's house. "Look, Dad, there's a beautiful car." In a house on Eugene Road, a somewhat overweight boy pointed at a car outside and shouted towards the interior. Soon after, a chubby man with a round face looked out in shock at the slowly approaching Rolls-Royce. What astonished him even more was that the Rolls-Royce actually stopped in front of his house, and a person in a black robe stepped out and rang the doorbell. "Hello, may I ask for whom you are looking?" The man hurriedly ran to open the door, his face full of flattery, his voice trembling slightly. "Is Mr. Potter home? Our young lady is looking for him." The man was somewhat surprised to hear that the visitor was looking for Harry, but still shouted towards the interior. A short while later, Harry came down, his hair resembling a bird's nest, bleary-eyed and clearly displeased. Seeing his appearance, Anna raised an eyebrow. It seemed that classmate Potter had learned how to intimidate these people, showing that he was far more clever than Weasley. Perhaps he was not unworthy of joining her. However, this also depended on someone's plans for him. After all, as a comrade to usher in a new era, the simple and easily misled Potter was clearly not qualified. This point was far surpassed by Hermione, who had shown her strong female character since childhood. Now Hermione was confident, cheerful, and opinionated. She was the perfect woman in Anna's eyes. Perfect friend. What's going on? Hermione and Anna. Harry murmured, frowning slightly in dissatisfaction, but his expression brightened noticeably upon seeing the few people at the door. "What are you all doing here? I've been bored to death this holiday." "Then why didn't you write me back?" Hearing Harry's words, Hermione raised an eyebrow and asked, while Harry looked taken aback, seemingly puzzled by her question. "Letter? What letter? Did you write to me? Hagrid has been locked in a cage this holiday, so I couldn't write to you, nor did I receive any letters." Upon hearing Harry's words, his uncle Vernon clearly wanted to refute him, but after thinking for a moment, he swallowed. Would Anna's owl make such a mistake? Hermione muttered, glancing at Carl, who was arrogantly admiring the decor of the Dursley living room, and Carl quickly shook his head. Seeing this, Hermione fell into thought, gently nudged Anna, and whispered, "Could someone be scheming behind the scenes? Like Voldemort, who escaped last semester?" "I don't know. It's useless for Voldemort to intercept Potter's letters, and besides, you have the protection magic left by your mother, so Voldemort temporarily has no way to deal with you." Anna shook her head and turned her gaze to Harry as she spoke. "Fortunately, Voldemort didn't get the Philosopher's Stone last semester." "Thanks again, Anna, although I didn't do anything." Regarding Harry's gratitude, Anna remained noncommittal. Of course, it was impossible to tell him where the Philosopher's Stone had gone. However, the fact that your letters have been intercepted is indeed very suspicious. Keep an eye out, Potter. Since there's nothing wrong with you, I'll take our leave for now, as it seems the other members of your family are not too keen on seeing us chat freely. Anna glanced at Uncle Vernon, who was angry that Harry was ignoring him while leading them to the living room sofa. Subsequently, amidst Harry's attempts to invite them to dinner and Uncle Vernon's shocked and furious gaze, they got back into the car and left Harry's house. Carl sends someone to keep an eye on Potter's neighborhood. I want to see who is secretly causing trouble. Looking at the Eugene road that was gradually receding, Anna said to Carl, who nodded in agreement. Harry Potter must not trust those two. As soon as Harry returned to his room, he heard a sharp voice. Without hesitation, he picked up the little elf that appeared in his room. Dobby, what do you know? Dobby cannot say. But Dobby only wants what's good for Harry Potter. Someone wants to harm Harry. As soon as Dobby finished speaking, it seemed like he realized something. In a panic, he covered his mouth, broke free from Harry's grip, and slammed his head against the bedside table. Dobby is a bad elf. Enough. Dobby, tell me what you know. At this point, Harry seemed to have concluded that Dobby had some mental issues. After all, Anna and Hermione, one saved his life and the other was his friend, had no reason to harm him. While saying this, Harry reached out again to grab Dobby, but Dobby skillfully dodged and snapped his fingers, vanishing from Harry's room, leaving behind a pile of intercepted letters. Seeing what Dobby left behind, Harry angrily pounded his fist on the table. The temper of a teenager is explosive. He hit the table and ended up hurting himself quite a bit. As the start of the school year approached, even Anna, who disliked attending classes, had to pack her things and return to Hogwarts. Remarkably, Dumbledore had actually managed to hire a new defense against the dark arts teacher, which was quite unexpected, as it seemed there were still those willing to apply for such a position. Anna, did you know? Our defense against the dark arts teacher this year is a recipient of the third-class medal from Sir. At Anna's home, Hermione lay on the large bed, looking at a newspaper in her hand as she spoke to Anna. Anna glanced at the greasy man on the front cover of the newspaper and disdainfully replied, I have a first-class medal. Well, yes. However, he will have a book signing event at Diagon Alley today. Let's go check it out. Anna nodded, and after getting dressed, she followed Hermione downstairs. It was worth mentioning that this outfit was not one Anna would typically choose. It was a white dress adorned with golden patterns. Although it was a style she had never tried before, it ranked among her favorite outfits simply because it was a gift from Hermione. Upon reaching the car, Anna took the report from Carl regarding the area near Harry's home and frowned. No one has shown up. But there is indeed a magical disturbance. Hermione, noticing the frown on Anna's face, asked curiously, what does this indicate? Anna replied, it suggests that the culprit behind this is not human. What magical creature could appear at the Potter's house in an instant and possess intelligence? A house elf. Anna murmured to herself, quickly reaching a conclusion. Forget it. If Harry is in danger, Dumbledore will be the first to act. It doesn't concern me. After only a moment's contemplation, Anna decided to ignore the matter. After all, what did it have to do with her? She casually set the report aside, and the car slowly drove towards Diagon Alley. At this time, Diagon Alley was always bustling with people. Anna would prepare books for Hermione, and for second-year students, aside from some trolls, hardly anyone needed to buy brand new cauldrons, as they were not consumable items. However, Hermione seemed to have spotted Neville and Seamus in the cauldron shop. Hermione excitedly pulled Anna towards the bookstore. This new Professor Lockhart could be considered a celebrity as a best-selling author. The leaky cauldron was already crowded, akin to a fan frenzy in the Muggle world. Seeing their idol, the wizards were equally enthusiastic. Draco stood at the entrance, looking disdainfully at the scene inside. Are these people insane? To be so enamored with a fool. I rarely agree with your opinions, but on this matter I concur. The noise of the crowd drowned out Anna and Hermione's footsteps, and they suddenly startled Draco by appearing behind him. A fool. Hearing their evaluation of Lockhart, Hermione looked puzzled. Although she was not as fervent as the crowd in the bookstore after reading Lockhart's novels, she seemed to have become a fan as well. A lot of what he wrote is incorrect, as if it was completely fabricated. Thankfully, no one cares since I don't attend his classes. Looking at Lockhart, who was dressed like a flamboyant peacock at the center of the bookstore, Anna expressed her relief, saying, sigh. Hermione, we're doomed. Believe it or not, I feel this guy is worse than last semester's Quirrell. At least he taught us something. Hermione nodded, somewhat uncertain. The idle filter of a 12-year-old girl would not vanish due to the comments of others. The wise little witch decided to verify with her own eyes whether this celebrity truly was a fool. Huh. Look, Potter is also on stage. Seeing the figure Lockhart had dragged up from below the stage, Draco's eyes lit up, but soon he could no longer find amusement in the situation. Harry on stage wore an expression of being saved, and a sudden fight in the bookstore interrupted Lockhart's forced speech. Next to Anna and Hermione, Draco wished he could find a hole to hide in, not for any other reason, but because one of the fighters was his father. Meanwhile, the Weasley family on the side was quite excited, continuously cheering for their father, Arthur Weasley. The two were like children rolling on the ground, pulling hair and tugging ties. Suddenly the collars of both were pulled up simultaneously and yanked aside. What a shame. Anna walked slowly through the crowd and cast a cleaning charm on Lucius, saying, Sorry, Miss Grindelwald. Lucius realized his behavior during the brawl had not only embarrassed the Malfoy family, but also the Saints. He spoke softly, somewhat ashamed. Why don't you all just buy your old books in the bookstore, Weasley? Even though he had just been in a messy situation, Lucius did not forget to mock Arthur, and then disregarding the now flushed Arthur, he left the bookstore with Draco. Let's not allow the recent little commotion to dampen our spirits. Let's continue with the book signing, said Lockhart hastily, trying to smooth things over as he scanned the crowd for Harry. His eyes brightened when he spotted Harry and those around him. Oh, we actually have a friend here who is willing to support me, the esteemed Miss Grindelwald, also a recipient of the Come on, Miss Grindelwald. Say a few words. Thinking that a 13-year-old girl wouldn't mind, Lockhart immediately wanted to pull Anna onto the stage for a photo like he had done with Harry. However, Anna showed no respect, rolling her eyes and intending to leave the bookstore. Yet Lockhart, seemingly oblivious to social cues, continued to approach her. If you take another step forward, I can guarantee that you won't be able to appear in public for quite some time. Just as he was about to reach Anna, Carl in a black robe and mask stood in front of them, his wand pointed at Lockhart's neck, coldly stating, Haha, then let's continue our book signing event. Cool. With a wand pressed against his throat, Lockhart could only awkwardly return to the center of the bookstore, pretending as if nothing had happened, while continuing to take photos and sign autographs for fans. Meanwhile, Harry couldn't help but express his heartfelt admiration for Carl's actions. What a fool. Looking at Lockhart, Carl took out a handkerchief and wiped the tip of his wand that had just made contact with Lockhart's neck, expressing his disdain as he said, Hermione, can you imagine how Harry's uncle's family treats him? They won't even let Hagrid fly out. After the commotion ended, Ron and the Weasley family ran to Hermione's side, and the Weasley couple were indeed somewhat wary of Anna and Carl standing behind Hermione. I know we want to see Harry. Oh, Harry told me, luckily we rescued him with the flying car. Hearing Hermione's words, Ron continued while Harry sighed. The group settled down in a drink shop in Diagon Alley, and Harry lamented, although this vacation has been somewhat better thanks to Anna's method, I've mostly been trapped in the house, and there's a crazy house elf constantly bothering me, intercepting my letters, and warning me to be careful of Hermione and Anna. It's probably best to listen to that little elf. He has no reason to lie to you, does he? Ron whispered, seemingly still holding some prejudice against Anna despite her having shared dangers with them, but he fell silent after receiving a glare from Hermione. Ron, Hermione and Anna saved my life. I know. By the way, this is my sister Ginny, a new student this year, and she's also your fan. Ron smirked, pulling Ginny over, who was nearby, and whispered to Harry, but was overheard by the keen-eared Ginny, who stepped on his foot. Hello, Ginny. Ignoring Ron, who was clutching his foot in pain, Harry greeted Ginny, who blushed and replied before running off. As the school year approached with the Hogwarts Express whistle sounding, Anna and Hermione set off on their journey back to school. After greeting Draco, they entered an empty compartment, but Anna felt an elusive malice directed at them. It seemed to be emanating from a girl behind Draco who appeared to harbor a strong enmity towards Hermione. Anna recognized her as she had been following Draco last semester. Her name seemed to be Pansy Parkinson. As for why she harbored animosity towards them, Anna didn't pay much attention. She leaned against Hermione's shoulder and gradually fell asleep as the Hogwarts Express swayed. Suddenly, Hermione's exclamation jolted Anna awake as she gazed in astonishment at a car flying in the sky outside the window. Are they crazy? They will be expelled. Don't worry, Hermione, the chosen one won't be expelled. Anna glanced helplessly at the car in the sky, leaning back against Hermione's shoulder again. I wish them good luck. I hope they won't break anything, considering most of the items in the castle are older than all the people in Hogwarts combined. Hermione could only shake her head helplessly, silently praying for them. The train was moving fast, at least far exceeding the speed of that car. Before long, Harry and Ron disappeared from view, but Hermione still felt worried. When they arrived at Hogwarts and dinner was about to end, Harry and the others still hadn't appeared in the Great Hall. Hermione anxiously looked around and finally spotted the two of them peering into the hall through the window, but unfortunately, it was not only Hermione who saw them, our Professor Snape also did. A smile crept onto his lips as he quickly walked out of the Great Hall. The night at Hogwarts was no different from the previous semester, except for two unfortunate kids returning to the common room with their heads hanging low. But let's not concern ourselves with them for now, as their misfortune has been ongoing for quite some time. It was a calm evening, yet Hermione was tossing and turning in bed, unable to sleep. The beds at Hogwarts had a unique fragrance, a result of the house elves' daily cleaning, which also had a calming effect. However, it was not a scent that Hermione particularly liked. The absence of Anna beside her made Hermione feel somewhat uneasy. It seemed that only the unique scent and lower than average body temperature of Anna could lull her to sleep. Similar to Hermione, but in a different way, Anna also found it difficult to sleep without Hermione's warm presence. However, she chose not to toss and turn in bed. Instead, she received a letter from the headmaster. It was hard to believe that our headmaster had become this lazy, choosing to write a letter instead of addressing matters directly in the castle. Upon reaching the headmaster's office, Anna entered after scaring away the stone guardian. Clearly, Professor Snape was quite displeased about being summoned by Dumbledore at such an hour, enveloped in an ominous aura. "You wanted to see me, oi?" Anna asked directly, and Dumbledore nodded in agreement, responding, "Anna, do you remember last year's situation with Voldemort and Quirrell?" "I remember like a parasite." "Don't tell me this year's defense against the dark arts professor is also a parasite." To Anna's blunt remark, Snape, surprisingly, let out a rare chuckle. "That fool is not a parasite. He is more of a termite in the wizarding world. His papers pose no threat to me in academia, but sharing a school with him fills me with shame." Sigh. Listening to the conversation between Professor Snape and Anna, Dumbledore couldn't help but sigh and rub his forehead. "All right. Severus, Anna, I truly have no choice." He was the only one who applied. Upon hearing this, Snape disdainfully scoffed, wondering if the lack of applicants showed his lack of trust in him. Or perhaps he thought he was too important and feared he might be cursed. Annoying old B. Back to the main topic. Last semester we studied Voldemort's condition. I believe we may have discovered the reason for his ability to revive. Anna, do you remember you mentioned that the piece of Voldemort's soul within Quirrell was incomplete? "Stop beating around the bush," Anna interjected, rolling her eyes at him. Dumbledore was momentarily taken aback by Anna's straightforwardness, causing Snape to reveal a smile from the side. "All right, we speculate that he must have used a particularly evil dark magic to split his soul and create Horcruxes. As long as the Horcruxes remain intact, Voldemort can never truly be killed. So you called me here because you have already found a Horcrux?" Anna raised an eyebrow and inquired, to which Dumbledore nodded and replied, "Yes, while we do not know how many he has created, I have a suspicion about the location of one of his Horcruxes. Do you remember the forest where Quirrell encountered Voldemort? The forest in Albania. I sent someone to look there, and aside from the presence of dark magic, there was nothing else." Anna replied somewhat impatiently, thinking if Dumbledore had just called her to repeat what she already knew, she would be quite irritated. "It's normal for your people not to find anything, but I am certain that there is a Horcrux there. However, we need your more sensitive soul perception to help us." "Oh, so now you remember me. My ability to sense is quite useful. Why didn't you come to me during the holidays?" After hearing Dumbledore's intentions, Anna realized that he simply wanted to go on an adventure with her in the middle of such a hassle. Listening to Anna's sarcastic comments, Snape could hardly suppress the upward curve of his lips. He did not expect that even though Anna had attended only a few classes, she had learned quite a bit about how to engage in conversation with him. "Please, Anna, this is indeed an unreasonable request of mine, but after all, this is Voldemort. It is best to eliminate him as soon as possible." All right, let's go quickly. I still need my rest." Anna rolled her eyes dramatically, grabbing Dumbledore's arm amidst his smiling expression, while Snape reluctantly joined in. The three of them twisted and suddenly appeared in the forest of Albania. "Don't stray too far. There are wolves in the forest at night. My old bones are not appealing to them. They might prefer to eat the young ones. Aside from Hermione's cat and the Weasley rat, I've never seen any animal that isn't afraid of me. Hermione's cat, a mix between a cat and a raccoon, is brave. Oh, I understand that. But the Weasley rat? Strange creatures." Ignoring Dumbledore's playful remarks, Anna walked straight ahead. "This way. There really is a fragmented soul here. But it is moving." Anna's words suddenly put Snape on high alert. Could this Horcrux have The forests of Albania are still quite eerie, but for Anna and her companions it is nothing unusual. Anna walked towards the direction she sensed, and surprisingly, she found a different place in the jungle. Without Anna, it would have been quite difficult to find this place. Looking at the forest, which appeared no different from the surroundings, Dumbledore muttered to himself. Then with a gentle wave of his wand, the environment shattered, instantly revealing the true scene behind it. A dilapidated wooden cabin. Avada Kedavra. At the moment Dumbledore unraveled the confusion, a green light shot towards him, but without even glancing at it, he flicked it away. The killing curse. Without a moment's hesitation, Snape raised his wand and cast a spell, instantly severing the head of the attacker. "I've always wanted to learn that," Anna said, enviously glancing at Snape before walking towards the headless corpse, using a branch to lift the sleeve, revealing a dark mark branded on his wrist. "This is likely to be where Voldemort's followers have stood guard for many years," Dumbledore remarked, surveying the numerous signs of life around the cabin. After pondering for a moment, he opened the cabin door with his wand, but he was visibly taken aback upon seeing the items or creatures inside. "Nagini. I didn't expect our headmaster had animal friends too." Seeing that Dumbledore seemed to recognize the giant python coiled inside the cabin, Snape spoke with a hint of sarcasm. "This is a very old memory. She was once a beautiful lady. I didn't expect our reunion would be like this. She actually became one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. The blood-cursed beast. She has already completely turned into a beast." Dumbledore nodded at Anna's words and continued, "She was also one of those deceived by Grindelwald, my nephew's companion. Credence was also a quiet one. After he was gone, Nagini quickly devolved into a beast, alas." Dumbledore said with his head lowered. Although the old man spoke little, the sadness reflected in his eyes was genuine. He truly felt regret and sorrow for the individuals in the story. I can try to extract Voldemort's soul fragment without killing her, Anna said after pondering for a moment. Dumbledore hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded. Please, Anna. Anna drew her wand, and delicate purple lightning gathered at its tip. Purple lightning. The purple currents under Anna's careful control entered Nagini's body without harming her, gradually extinguishing Voldemort's soul. However, this method of soul destruction made Nagini emit a hissing scream. Surprisingly, she struggled to restrain herself from attacking, as if she knew Anna was helping her, and even her eyes became a bit clearer. Finally, after a torrent of dark mist erupted from Nagini's body, Anna retracted the lightning. To her astonishment, Nagini affectionately nudged Anna's hand, an action rarely seen from a beast. Does she still have human consciousness? Or is it Anna's magic? Perhaps there is still some consciousness left. My magic cannot cure a blood-cursed beast, but it seems I have gained a pet, Anna said, looking at Nagini with a smile. A snake this large will terrify the little wizards. Well then, in the end, Dumbledore chose to compromise. After all, it was he who had brought Anna here forcefully. Anna reached out to stroke Nagini's head while grasping Dumbledore's arm. The three of them twisted and returned to the headmaster's office. That night was quite fruitful, Dumbledore sighed upon returning. Is it? I got nothing. Snape raised an eyebrow and said discontentedly. Don't mind the details, Severus. In any case, I think it's time for us all to get some sleep now. What's the password for the Gryffindor common room? Dragon Dome. Huh, why do you ask that? Hearing Anna's words, Dumbledore instinctively responded, but as soon as he spoke, he felt something was off. He turned to Anna and asked, while Anna indeed waved her hand with Nagini and directly walked out of the headmaster's office. It's nothing. In the early morning, Hermione smiled as she embraced the figure beside her. Huh, someone is here. Curious, Hermione reached out to touch the figure beside her. Realizing that someone was indeed lying next to her, she instantly became alert, sitting up abruptly, grabbing her wand and throwing off the covers. You scared me. It's Anna. Huh, Anna, how did you get in? After seeing the figure on the bed, Hermione sighed in relief, but a new question arose. The password I got from Dumbledore. I came back very late last night with him, Anna said, drowsily pulling the covers over her head. Ah, Hermione exclaimed, and then sat up, intending to see what her little cat Crookshanks was doing, only to find him lying atop a gigantic python. The morning drowsiness was instantly dispelled. Had it not been for the soundproofing charm on the bedroom, the entire tower would have surely heard Hermione's scream. Anna, what is this? Anna shook Hermione awake, trembling as she pointed at the python beneath Crookshanks. Oh, that's the one I brought back last night. She's not aggressive, and she's very tame now. To validate Anna's words, Nagini slithered over and nudged Hermione's calf. Feeling the cold scales of the snake, Hermione couldn't help but shiver, but out of trust for Anna, she reached out to touch Nagini. Seeing that Nagini had no desire to attack, Hermione's courage grew. She really won't attack me. By the way, why did you just refer to her as she? Hearing Hermione's question, Anna recounted the story she heard from Dumbledore the night before, and after hearing Dumbledore's tale, Hermione's gaze towards Nagini became tinged with a hint of sympathy and pity. So pitiful. Will she ever have a chance to become human again? I don't know. Theoretically, it shouldn't be possible, but I'd like to try, Anna said while stroking Nagini, and Hermione nodded in agreement. After getting dressed, Hermione prepared to go to class, while Anna lay back down on Hermione's bed, ready to drift back into dreams and play chess with the Sandman. Anna, aren't you going to class? I don't feel like going. All right. Hermione exited the bedroom and closed the door while Anna, inhaling the lingering fragrance left by Hermione on the bed, fell into slumber. However, this comforting scent did not lead Anna to a peaceful dream. Instead, it felt as if she was sinking into the depths of the ocean, trapped in a nightmare that filled her with fear. In the dream, there was a void space, and in the center stood a figure cloaked in black robes with a pale complexion. Even though he was facing away from Anna, a voice in her heart told her that this was the terrifying guy from 12 years ago, the enemy she would face in the future. Voldemort. Behind Voldemort, a shadowy figure slowly emerged, wielding a scythe, exuding an... At that moment, Voldemort turned around, his scarlet eyes fixated on Anna. With a slight wave of his hand, the surroundings transformed instantly into a dilapidated house. It was evident that this ruin had once been the renowned Hogwarts, the best magic academy in the world. That grim reaper-like shadow behind him was relentlessly harvesting the souls of the deceased. At that moment, Anna spotted a familiar hand among the rubble, tightly gripping a phoenix-shaped necklace. In a frenzy, she rushed over, brushing aside the debris, and a familiar face came into view. No. Don't. Anna trembled as she looked at Hermione, who had lost her life, her hands clutching her head as she screamed in despair. The dream began to fade, and Anna suddenly sat up, gasping for breath. Anna, are you okay? The first sight that greeted Anna upon waking was Hermione's concerned face. Just moments ago Anna had been sweating profusely and muttering don't, frightening Hermione, who had just returned from a long day of classes. Upon seeing Hermione, Anna abruptly hugged her tightly, cupping her face to check carefully. Only after confirming that Hermione was unharmed did she fully awaken from the nightmare. Did you just have a nightmare? At that moment Anna was completely devoid of her usual confident demeanor. She resembled an ordinary frightened little girl curled up in Hermione's embrace. It's all right. It's all right, it was just a dream. Comforting Anna as if she were her own mother, Hermione soothed her, and Anna's breathing gradually calmed down. I'm going to find Dumbledore. After leaving this sentence, Anna rushed out of the bedroom, casting a disillusionment charm as she quietly left the common room, quickly heading toward Dumbledore's office. What's wrong, Anna? Why are you so flustered? Dumbledore, about to return to his room to rest, looked at Anna, who burst in a panic and asked with some confusion, while Anna gasped for breath and recounted the dream she had just experienced. Anna rushed into the principal's office and abruptly pulled the half-asleep Dumbledore up, anxiously recounting the images from her recent dream. After hearing Anna's words, Dumbledore looked at the girl, whose fear and panic were hard to conceal, and gently placed his right hand on Anna's shoulder, his azure eyes fixed on her as he slowly began to speak. Calm down, Anna. Listen to me, I know the scenes from your dream frightened you, but you must remain calm now. How can I be calm? That might be the future. You know I have the ability to glimpse the future. Anna shouted at Dumbledore, but he nodded and continued in a soothing tone. I know, Anna, this is not the first time I've seen such a power. Indeed, you can catch a glimpse of a corner of the future, but do not forget the future is uncontrollable. What you see is merely a possibility of the future, and before it happens you always have time to remedy it. Hearing Dumbledore's words, Anna gradually calmed down. He was right. After all, if the future were fixed, how could Grindelwald have ever been defeated by Dumbledore? So Anna calmed down. You still have time. That was just a dream. Nothing has happened yet. I understand now. Anna nodded after a moment's hesitation and left the principal's office, while Dumbledore in the office rubbed his forehead in worry. The future. Anna's glimpse of the future might not become reality, but there would still be many similarities. If Voldemort truly became that powerful, could Harry really defeat him? Or was it never meant to be a battle for Harry to resolve? Faced with such a formidable enemy, what was he to do? As Anna quietly returned to Hermione's dormitory, she found Hermione still awake, seemingly waiting for Anna's return. Hermione. I'm back, Anna said softly as she approached Hermione and lifted the disillusionment charm. Let's just say it was a nightmare. Seeing that Anna seemed reluctant to talk about her dream, Hermione didn't press further. She packed away her homework and asked, what do you think Professor Lockhart will teach us tomorrow? Perhaps he'll boast about his novels like telling a story, Anna replied without much thought, noticing that Hermione appeared somewhat eager about this clueless professor. Anna decided to wait until tomorrow to experience the class herself. All right. The dormitory fell quiet again as Hermione and Anna gradually drifted into sleep. This time, with Hermione by her side, Anna seemed to have no nightmares, curling up in Hermione's embrace and sleeping soundly. The next day Hermione went to class as usual, while Anna wandered the corridors with Nagini. The giant snake frightened many students at Hogwarts, but Anna didn't care at all. While wandering, Anna suddenly encountered Draco, who seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. Anna, you scared me. But never mind that. That fool let a bunch of crazy house elves loose. Draco looked quite disheveled, with his school uniform torn in several places. When he saw Nagini beside Anna, he was clearly startled. However, as a Slytherin, he didn't seem frightened of the snake. Instead, he pointed towards the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom and said, "Look." Anna raised an eyebrow, curiously walking towards the classroom. Before she even opened the door, she could hear the screams of students inside and the maniacal laughter of a group of house elves. Freeze them all. As she stepped through the door, Hermione had just managed to freeze all the house elves in midair, while Nagini had even consumed the house elf closest to the entrance. Anna watched with satisfaction as Hermione's magic worked, patting Nagini on the head and saying, "Nagini, we should thank this professor for your lunch." Nagini nodded, and as the house elves fell to the ground, he devoured them all. At that moment, the four of them strolled along the edge of the Black Lake. He's such a fool. How could Professor Dumbledore hire someone like him as a teacher? Hermione said angrily, clearly dissatisfied with Lockhart's teaching ability. In comparison, it was much better to learn magic alongside Anna. She'd be a better teacher than Lockhart. Hermione plopped down on the ground, hugging Nagini as she fumed. He's worse than Quirrell. Even though Quirrell wasn't a good person, at least he taught us real things. Looking at Hermione's expression, Ron shifted his position slightly away from her, not only because he was afraid of the angry Hermione, but also because of the python in her arms. He couldn't understand why Hermione wasn't afraid of it. It must be because she had spent too much time with Anna and her mind had been tainted by Slytherin. I really don't understand why she isn't afraid of such a big snake. Harry, what do you think? Harry. Ron nudged Harry, but found him staring intently at Nagini, puzzled. Ron waved his hand in front of Harry's face. That snake is singing. In Harry's ears, Nagini seemed to be singing happily after her recent feast. Hearing him, everyone's gaze turned simultaneously towards him. Fascinating, Potter. You're a Parselmouth. Anna arched a brow as she addressed Harry, while Ron beside her stared in stunned silence. What's a Parselmouth? A Parselmouth is one who can understand and speak with serpents. It's not inherently extraordinary. Some acquire it through study, much like Dumbledore himself. Observing Harry's bewilderment, Anna explained calmly. Ron, however, interjected with palpable discomfort, but natural-born Parselmouths are exceedingly rare, and historically this ability has been associated with dark wizards. Salazar Slytherin himself was a Parsel. Hearing Ron's words, Anna rolled her eyes without restraint, astonished that this foolish Weasley harbored such deep-seated prejudice against Slytherin, extending even to his dearest friend. I've been this way since childhood, and I hardly consider myself a dark wizard, she retorted. Harry, visibly unsettled by Ron's implication, rose abruptly, his expression a mixture of indignation and hurt. I'm only trying to help, yet you refuse to understand. Without another word, he strode toward the castle. Anna watched him go, speechless. Ignoring Ron entirely, she escorted Hermione back to the castle. After delivering her to class, Anna paused briefly before making her way to Dumbledore's office. Potter is a Parselmouth. Did you know? She broached the subject without preamble upon entering. Dumbledore, clearly taken aback, appeared to hear the news for the first time. His brow furrowed deeply as he sank into contemplation. After nearly 2 minutes, he lifted his gaze. I was unaware. Still, it's possible the trait surfaced unexpectedly in Harry's lineage, perhaps dormant for generations now awakened. Anna rolled her eyes again. Dumbledore clearly harbored private suspicions he had no intention of sharing. Her gaze fell upon a book lying open on his desk, and a wry sardonic smile flickered across her lips. No wonder our esteemed headmaster hired such a charlatan. You're a fan of his books, aren't you? Glancing at the volume still splayed across his desk, Dumbledore offered a resigned smile. I merely found certain passages intriguing. Do take a look yourself. He handed her Gilderoy Lockhart's Travels with Trolls. Anna skimmed its pages. Numerous descriptions of magic were glaringly inaccurate. She couldn't fathom how he'd ever graduated from Hogwarts. All this confirms is what I already knew, he's a fraud. At her remark, Dumbledore retrieved Lockhart's other works and placed them before her. One book may mislead, but read them together, and you'll see something striking. Each portrays Lockhart as an entirely different person. Indeed, stripped of their florid embellishments, the personality traits attributed to Lockhart varied wildly across volumes. As fiction, that's unremarkable. The protagonist must serve the narrative even in pseudo-biographical works. But here's the irony: one story references someone I actually knew, and he most certainly wasn't Gilderoy Lockhart. Dumbledore paused, lifting a glass of juice brimming with sugar and taking a sip. Death has always been a captivating and perilous subject. I kept close watch on him. Several years ago, he wrote to me saying he'd formed an unusual bond with a ghost. Perhaps his research into death was nearing its culmination. I sent my congratulations. Alas, I never received his findings. Only news that he'd been admitted to St. Mungo's. Anna picked up, gaddying with ghouls, flipping to its final page. Their Lockhart claimed to have witnessed a ghost committing violence, and then slain her. A dramatic tale of friendship turned fatal. As fiction, it held merit. This book reminded me of him, so I visited St. Mungo's. It was my first time seeing him, and thanks to that visit, I discovered something deeply unsettling. My former student's memory had fractured. You suspect Lockhart is involved? Anna raised a brow. She understood Dumbledore's implication at last. Yes, but evidence is essential. His memory, therefore, is paramount. I cannot restore lost memories, Anna replied, frowning. Dumbledore shook his head. No, Anna, I've studied your magic closely. His wand emitted faint violet arcs, the unmistakable signature of her spell, Violet Lightning. Your fundamental divergence from ordinary wizards shaped a magic unlike any other. You possess an innate heightened sensitivity to soul and consciousness, precisely why your spells act directly upon them. That is how Violet Lightning can slay Dementors, beings composed solely of soul devoid of life. He leaned forward. Indeed, your spell appears capable of mending consciousness itself. Nagini serves as proof. After decades as a beast, no human awareness should remain, yet hers persists. Anna frowned. This was revelation, not recollection. So I need your help, Anna. Even I have not plumbed these depths as you have, for I am after. Fine, I'll assist you. Consider it an experiment on your student, and perhaps a step toward restoring Nagini's consciousness. Dumbledore had struck precisely where she was most vulnerable, and succeeded. As Anna agreed, he extended his hand with a quiet smile. Then let us depart. Knowing your dissatisfaction with our nocturnal excursion, I've scheduled this one for afternoon. No disruption to your evening with Miss Granger. Anna rolled her eyes, but grasped his arm nonetheless. Creepy old man who spies on girls' dormitories. I'm here to see Wei Lien Jelen. Their silhouette stood before a shabby shop. Dinguluo peered at a damaged dummy in the window and murmured to it. To his odd satisfaction, the dummy nodded in response. He then led Anna through the glass and inside. Shengmeng Hospital buzzed with nurses, but unlike a Muggle infirmary, there was no acrid bleach. Instead, the tang of potions hung in the air, unpleasant in its own way. They walked down a long corridor to a secluded, hushed ward whose occupants were men whose minds had been ravaged by trauma. For safety, they had been separated from ordinary patients. These are Na-Weiss parents. They were driven mad by Death Eaters using the piercing curse. I bear some responsibility for this as well. As they passed another room, Dumbledore stopped and spoke in a low voice. You are always like this, mending only after disaster has struck. Their fate is tied to you. You are the principal cause. Your little domestic network cannot protect anyone. Anna's blunt words struck Dumbledore like a blade. He could not deny that she had a point. Even in the confrontation between Ha Li and Fu Dmo, he had not intervened beforehand, treating it instead as a trial for Ha Li, and only emerging after events had unfolded. Perhaps you are right. Dumbledore fell silent and walked ahead. He pushed open the door to the innermost chamber. A young man lay there in a coma. This was once my student Wei Lianjelen. You may begin, Anna. Anna nodded, and after a moment pressed her wand to his forehead. Fine threads of violet lightning leapt from her wand into the man's brain. Closing her eyes in concentration, she guided the flow of magic to sense and sort Wei Lian's consciousness. His mind was a knotted, tangled mess, like a ball of yarn unraveled and knotted beyond reason. Under Anna's gentle control, the purple sparks threaded through the chaos, organizing it. Strangely, through those magical links, she glimpsed memories. An intriguing fellow where others fled from a female, Ghost Wei Lian had befriended her, even fallen in love with that terrifying thing. Until someone came to him, someone utterly captivated by his adventures, with the witch, someone who wanted to possess those adventures for himself. The female ghost discerned the man's scheme and attacked in Wei Lian's absence, but the man managed to slay the ghost. When Wei Lian returned, he was ambushed, his memories were stolen, and that man was the one we all know as Jida Luo Hate. You're right, it was Luo Hate. Anna lifted her wand from Wei Lian's head and drew out a silvery thread of memory, letting it snap into a small vial she happened to take. His memories will serve as evidence. She tossed the vial to Dumbledore and stepped outside, but her mind was not lingered on Luo Hate. Instead, another memory scene through Wei Lian's mind occupied her thoughts. It was a door. Beyond the door was nothing but circling black vapor. The female ghost had come from there. That world beyond was void, a dead silence, so absolute it chilled the heart. Terrifyingly, it resembled the dream world where Fu Dmo dwelt. Yet there was a difference in that void. A distant light burned, a single mode of brightness, far away, entirely at odds with the surrounding deathly stillness. Anna. Dumbledore's voice drew Anna back to herself. It's done. We should return. She nodded and followed him. Passing the ward of the Longbottom couple, Dumbledore paused and looked at her, but before he could speak, Anna cut him off. I need to go back and rest with Heman, and am no saint. I want help unless I deem it worth my while. I came with you only because I am intrigued by the secret of death you mentioned. Very well. Dumbledore sighed, and then asked, have you found what interested you? Anna considered for a moment before she answered. Perhaps. There are clues. Maybe. The realm of the dead might truly exist. Perhaps death itself is real after all. There are such things as the Deathly Hallows. They caught each other's hands and returned to the headmaster's office. After taking the unopened sweets from Dumbledore's desk, Anna slipped away content to Heman's dormitory. Anna, you're late tonight. Heman switched on the bedside lamp and blinked sleepily at the door as Anna entered. I went adventuring with Dumbledore. I may have found a way to restore Nagi's mind. Anna shrugged out of her coat, changed into the pajamas Heman had given her, and crawled into Heman's bed. The moment she did, Heman pulled her close. Try it tomorrow. It's late, it's time to rest. Heman buried her face against Anna's chest and fell asleep once more. Anna's cheeks flushed faintly, but she held Heman and drifted into sleep as well. In the early morning, it was not until the sunlight streamed through the window and shone directly on Hermione's face that she awakened. After all, it was the weekend, and there were no classes at Hogwarts. Logically, even on a day off, the studious Hermione would rise early, but for some reason beside Anna, she preferred to sleep a little longer. In a daze, Hermione hugged the figure next to her tightly. It felt smooth, as if it wasn't the texture of clothing. Hermione sat up in confusion and looked beside her. Anna's nightgown seemed to have been torn open by herself without her noticing, and she had just hugged Anna through the gown. Anna appeared completely unaware. Feeling the person next to her sit up, Anna, also groggily, opened her eyes. Hermione hurriedly pulled her hand back, and seeing Hermione's flustered expression, Anna asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Hermione, "Nothing. Didn't we say we would try to restore Nagini's consciousness yesterday? Let's try it quickly." Hermione blushed, changing the subject. Although she was very puzzled, Anna nodded, and called out to Nagini, who was playing with Crookshanks. "Nagini, come here." Hearing Anna's call, Nagini slithered over, flicking its tongue. The small single bed in Hogwarts was somewhat cramped for two people and a snake, so Anna had to climb out of bed confusedly, buttoning her top while pulling out her wand. Tiny arcs of lightning emerged from Anna's wand slowly, making their way into Nagini's body. Compared to William, Nagini's consciousness was even more chaotic, filled with primal instincts typical of wild beasts. After being a snake for decades, Nagini seemed to have completely lost the memories of being human, forcing Anna to delve deeper. After eliminating those violent and savage animal instincts, Anna finally found Nagini's true consciousness, like countless threads bound together by a black and red rope. Anna directed her magic towards that rope. The purple lightning appeared to gradually wear down the rope, but its effects were not very noticeable. This seemed to be the curse within Nagini's body, but it was clear that Anna did not possess the strength to obliterate it. Anna had to attempt to bypass it and directly sort through Nagini's consciousness, but nearly a century's worth of memories could not be organized as simply as William's mere 20 years. Just attempting to sort them out made Anna break into a cold sweat. During this process, Anna also glimpsed Nagini's memories. Enduring the blood curse, the girl was treated as an outcast from a young age, never accepted until she met the love of her life. But their lives were not smooth sailing either. Her lover was seduced by Grindelwald, and they parted ways. Nagini waited and waited, ultimately receiving the news of her lover's death. Carrying profound sorrow, the blood curse within Nagini's body finally erupted, and she completely transformed into a beast. After sorting through Nagini's consciousness, Anna unintentionally shed two tears of sympathy. As another outcast, Nagini shared many similarities with Anna, which made Anna feel deeply saddened by Nagini's experiences. Nagini, I feel so sorry for your past. I'm sorry. If you detest my surname, I can return your freedom. But upon hearing Anna's words, the now conscious Nagini shook her head. She could sense the girl's goodwill through her actions, understanding that Anna could not comprehend her words. Nagini gently nudged Anna's hand with her head to express her feelings. Thank you, Nagini. Thank you for still choosing me. I will find a way to cure your curse. Nagini continued to nuzzle Anna's hand, crawling over to Hermione and nudging her as well. Hermione affectionately rubbed Nagini's head. Now Nagini is also our friend. How wonderful. In the past, Hermione had never thought about becoming friends with a snake. But Nagini is not just a snake, she is much more than that. As noon approached, Hermione left the dormitory. She had promised to watch Harry's Quidditch practice in the afternoon, while Anna, who was completely disinterested in Quidditch, chose to visit the library to borrow a book on animal languages. She planned to learn snake language to communicate with Nagini. Unlike the peaceful afternoon spent with Anna, Hermione's class was anything but calm, especially not in the Quidditch pitch. Why are you here? Didn't Gryffindor have the field reserved? Is that so? What is this? As soon as they arrived at the pitch, they saw the Gryffindor and Slytherin Quidditch teams arguing. The Slytherin captain, Marcus Flint, who looked like a giant, held up the Quidditch pitch, "Use permit," written by Professor Snape, with a smug expression. "How I advise you to concede early during the match to avoid a crushing defeat. After all, you were bound to lose, so just let us have the pitch." Flint shook the Nimbus 2001 in his hand, speaking with arrogance. Ron stared at the brooms in the hands of the entire Slytherin team in astonishment and exclaimed, "How did you get these?" "Of course they were sponsored by our new seeker." Draco emerged proudly from behind Flint, raising an eyebrow at Ron. Seeing Malfoy's attitude, Flint became even more conceited. "These brooms are certainly not something a pure-blood trader like you can afford, Weasley." Flint's taunts seemed not to satisfy him, and he noticed Hermione walking by. "And certainly not affordable for a mud-blood like you, considering that all of Gryffindor is of this sort." His words successfully sparked laughter among the Slytherin team, but Draco's expression changed instantly, and he turned back to slap Flint. "Watch your mouth. Flint, what you were given can just as easily be taken back." As Flint looked on in confusion, Draco grabbed him by the collar and pulled him over, glaring at him. Although a conflict erupted, the use of the stadium was ultimately granted to Slytherin, as they had a note from a professor and no one wished to provoke Professor Snape. However, for some reason, Draco was distracted throughout the entire training session. After the training ended, Draco hurriedly sought out Hermione. "What do you want now, Malfoy?" Before Draco could say anything, Ron, standing next to Hermione, blocked his path, while Harry looked on with suspicion. Draco frowned slightly, pushed Ron aside, and approached Hermione. "Hermione, you'll take care of what happened earlier. I'll find a way to punish Flint. Please don't tell Anna about this, as she would be very upset to know someone said that about you, and I don't want to escalate things." During training, Draco had thought a lot. If Anna found out about the derogatory remark "mudblood," she would undoubtedly be furious. He knew well what an angry Anna could do, including the methods of the Saints. If they truly acted out, the Flint family might cease to exist. If his father learned of this, he would certainly scold and hit him, for a true Malfoy would always protect their chosen true friends. "Alright, but I'm afraid I can't keep it from her. In fact, I'm not that angry. At least I was less angry after you sought vengeance for me," Hermione said after thinking for a moment. Hearing her words, Draco sighed in relief, scratching his head and smiling. "It's fine, we're friends. As for that damned Flint, I'm going to write a letter to my father right now." Malfoy stormed off towards the castle while Harry and Ron looked at Hermione in shock. "When did you become friends with that Malfoy?" This was the surprised Ron Weasley after all. The name Malfoy was synonymous with dark wizards and Hermione being a good student, a Gryffindor, and a Muggle-born, which could never possibly befriend him. We became friends during the last holiday when we studied magic together under Anna. Draco was actually quite nice. You should drop your prejudices, Ron. You thought the same of Anna before, Hermione said discontentedly to Ron. Harry, apart from his reservations about Draco, agreed with most of Hermione's points. Anna's presence made him realize not all Slytherins were bad. Ron indeed had a biased view of people, or rather most Gryffindors did. Even Hagrid believed that all Slytherins were dark wizards. I still remain skeptical. Malfoy is definitely not a good person. He must have some ulterior motive for getting close to you. This statement mirrored Ron's initial assessment of Anna, prompting Hermione to furrow her brow, but she shook her head and sighed. Say what you want, I'm going back now. She seems a bit upset, Harry murmured to Ron as he watched Hermione's retreating figure, but Ron shrugged, unimpressed. For a Malfoy. Don't be ridiculous, she'll understand in time. Back in the dormitory, Hermione happened to see Anna communicating with Nagini. As a true genius and the youngest recipient of the Merlin Medal, Anna's learning ability was remarkably strong. After an afternoon of study, Anna was already able to engage in simple dialogue with Nagini. Nagini, what do you want for dinner? How about the chicken leg from the dining hall? But be careful, there are terrifying things in the castle. I can feel it. What are you talking about? Listening to the hissing sounds from Anna and Nagini, Hermione took an apple and curiously asked, we're discussing Nagini's dinner, but Nagini mentioned there are terrifying things in the castle. I wonder what that's about. With Professor Dumbledore around, it should be fine. It should. Although Hermione felt some doubt, she reassured herself, thinking that Dumbledore was still at Hogwarts. However, recalling last year's quarrel, her certainty began to waver. Anna shook her head, snapped her fingers, and called over a house elf from Hogwarts to fetch a few chicken legs, then changed into her pajamas and snuggled into bed. At night, as Nagini enjoyed the chicken legs, he looked at the two sleeping in each other's arms and couldn't help but shake his head, exclaiming, young people just love to have fun. However, some people's nights were anything but peaceful. After receiving Draco's letter in the afternoon, Mr. Lucius immediately decided to sever all ties with the Flint family. The Flint family was not a prominent one. Losing the Malfoy family's commercial support left Mr. Flint at a loss. Although he didn't know where he had offended the Malfoys, he decided to find a time to apologize for whatever had happened. It was best to apologize first. Damn mudbloods, they've taken away the ones I like. In a Slytherin dormitory, a girl viciously wrote in her diary, but strangely the ink she wrote with was absorbed by the diary, and a line appeared on the page. Mudbloods are indeed detestable. I have a great idea to eliminate all the mudbloods in school. Looking at the plan that appeared in the diary, the girl revealed a sinister smile. A misunderstanding led to bloodshed at Hogwarts once again. Oh, isn't this Mr. Flint? What brings you to my home so early? On a pleasant morning, Lucius was about to step out when he noticed Mr. Flint squatting at his doorstep for an unknown duration. It struck him as odd that when Flint arrived at Malfoy Manor, there seemed to be some changes. At least a large phoenix had somehow been printed on the iron sign bearing the Malfoy name. Mr. Malfoy, I am here to resolve some misunderstandings. Hearing Flint's words, Lucius feigned confusion, having no intention of letting Flint in. I believe there is no need to explain what the Malfoys are up to. If you really want to know, just ask your son. Before Flint could say anything further, Lucius took the lead in speaking, then disregarded Flint's reaction, flicked his sleeve, and with a disillusionment spell departed the manor, leaving Mr. Flint with a gloomy expression. In any case, it seemed that Marcus from school was in for some trouble, and certainly he wouldn't be the only one. Days passed at Hogwarts, and Harry and Ron's misadventure with the Whomping Willow had consequences, resulting in Ron being punished to clean the toilets. Not just one year's toilets, but all the boys' toilets in the school. It was evident that Professor McGonagall was quite angry. As for Harry, it was uncertain whether he was lucky or unfortunate. Perhaps it was due to his desire to build a good relationship with the famous savior. Gilderoy Lockhart unexpectedly volunteered to take on Harry's punishment. Poor Harry now had to help Lockhart respond to those annoying fan letters every evening. It was hard to tell who was in worse luck. The unfortunate days continued until the eve of Halloween. On this day, Harry, feeling drowsy after finishing the fan letters for Lockhart, was about to return to the common room when he heard a strange rustling sound. Kill! Such an eerie sound jolted Harry awake. Following the noise, he happened to run into Hermione and Ron. So why haven't you dealt with Lockhart yet? It's been nearly 2 months. In the headmaster's office, Anna voiced her discontent, while watching Dumbledore read a book and sip a drink filled with a lethal amount of sugar. No rush, Anna. Who will teach if Lockhart is gone? You. Let's first squeeze out his value. Are you not a capitalist exploiting labor? I seriously doubt how much you pay the professors each month. After hearing Dumbledore's words, Anna rolled her eyes, causing Dumbledore to pause his drinking. Let's not discuss that for now. When can Hermione's dormitory get a larger bed? The single bed is a bit cramped. This is true. 13-year-old Anna was already about 1.57 meters tall, which is average height, and sharing a single bed with Hermione felt a bit cramped. While it was nice to cuddle, while sleeping, Anna often found her clothes pulled apart every morning, likely due to the bed being too small, which was probably why Hermione felt uncomfortable. Ugh. Originally, you going to Gryffindor's dormitory isn't exactly by the rules. Alright, I will get it changed for you soon. Seeing Anna pick up the candy jar on his desk, preparing to throw it out the window, Dumbledore hurriedly changed his tune. Anna nodded in satisfaction, and just as she was about to say something else, Professor McGonagall rushed in flustered. Albus, something has happened, and it involves Harry and the others. Anna initially didn't want to get involved, but upon hearing McGonagall mention the three, she followed Dumbledore, guided by McGonagall, toward the incident location. Huh. All students return to your dormitories. You three remain here. Dumbledore hesitated for a moment as he gazed at the words scrawled upon the wall, then issued his command. Aside from the professors present, only Hermione, Ron, Harry, and Anna, who stood quietly beside Hermione, remained. This must be the petrification hex. What a pity I wasn't here. I happen to know precisely how to reverse it. Gilderoy Lockhart stepped forward, examined the petrified cat, and slapped his thigh in exaggerated regret. Clearly this feline has been petrified. Surely Professor Lockhart can recognize that much. Severus Snape's lips twitched faintly as he spoke. Upon hearing his words, Lockhart flushed with embarrassment and retreated silently. So Harry, tell me, why were you three here? Dumbledore asked, his piercing sapphire eyes fixed upon the trio, paying no heed to Snape or Lockhart. Harry was helping Professor Lockhart reply to letters. He hadn't even finished dinner. We came to ask if he was hungry, Hermione answered promptly. Ron and Harry nodded vigorously in agreement. Dumbledore fell silent for a thoughtful moment before replying. I see. Then you may return to your common room. The three Gryffindors turned toward the portrait hole, Anna falling in a step beside them. As they walked, Harry recounted the strange voice he had heard, and after a brief pause, Anna murmured, You hear it too, a serpent's voice. After all, you are a Parselmouth. Anna's words flung open a new door in Harry's mind. Yet another question surged forth. But what kind of serpent could possibly petrify living beings? I don't know. Surely not Medusa. That myth doesn't exist in our world. Hermione murmured, clearly deep in thought, and resolved upon returning to her dormitory to write immediately to Mr. Scamander. Hermione, go on ahead. I need to visit the Slytherin common room to consult some texts. Hermione nodded and disappeared through the portrait hole. Once inside the empty common room, the three drew close and whispered, Who do you suppose the heir is? Malfoy or Anna? That was Harry and Ron's immediate answer. Hearing Ron's unwavering certainty, Hermione frowned. Draco couldn't possibly be the heir. If anyone were targeting Muggleborns, it certainly wouldn't be him, not least because he'd never harm me. And Anna? Utterly impossible. We've been together constantly these past days. How can you be so sure Malfoy wouldn't harm you? That ingrained contempt for Muggles doesn't vanish overnight. And as for Anna, please, her familiar is a snake. Though what exactly do you mean by together? You're with us all day. We're together at night. So what? Are you going to monitor who I sleep beside now? Anna shot Ron a sharp, silencing glare, effectively quashing his unspoken question, how did she even get into the Gryffindor common room? If you wish to indulge further in conspiracy theories, feel free, but I'm retiring. With that, Hermione turned away without a backward glance and vanished into the dormitory, leaving Ron bewildered and conflicted. Clearly neither understood why Hermione dismissed Ron's suspicions so firmly. Meanwhile, Anna, having returned at last to the familiar serpentine embrace of the Slytherin common room, encountered the very person she sought, Draco Malfoy, his expression drawn and weary. Draco, what's wrong? Before posing her question, Anna offered quiet concern. Draco replied with a rueful smile, It's Pansy. I have no idea what's come over her. Her hostility toward Hermione is unnerving, her dark circles deepen each day, and her temperament has shifted entirely. Anna frowned slightly, but set the matter aside. Keep watch on her then, and when you have time, write to Mr. Malfoy. Ask what he knows about the Chamber of Secrets. Yes, I'll do that, though uncovering the full truth may take time. Draco considered briefly before agreeing. Anna nodded, then turned and left the common room once more. Watching her depart, Draco blinked in quiet bewilderment. Does Anna never sleep? Had Anna returned to the girls' dormitory, she would have sensed it instantly, the familiar chilling resonance of a soul fragment Voldemort's. I followed your plan. I unleashed the monster, but no mudbloods died. Only a cat was petrified. A girl scrawled furiously in her diary. Almost instantly the ink vanished into the pages, and a new sentence emerged in elegant script, Be patient. Days continued to pass by, and the excitement brought by the upcoming Quidditch match had long overshadowed the so-called Chamber of Secrets incident. After all, the cat was merely petrified, and it belonged to the most disliked person at Hogwarts, Filch. Of course, this was true for most students at Hogwarts except for Harry and Ron, who were still troubled by the question of who the heir of the Chamber of Secrets might be. To them, Draco and Anna were clearly the two most likely candidates. Anna spent every day with Hermione, making it difficult for them to gather information, and Hermione was unwilling to help. After pondering, Harry found a solution in his book. Hermione, could you do me a favor? While Anna was away, Harry and Ron approached Hermione, and Harry handed her the book, saying, "Could you help us brew this? Please, you're the only one who might be able to make this potion." Hermione glanced curiously at the contents of the book, furrowing her brow. "Polyjuice potion. Are you out of your minds? Do you still suspect Anna and Draco? Moreover, brewing this would likely violate over 50 school rules. Please, Hermione, even if it's not Malfoy or Anna, the heir is most likely in Slytherin. If we ignore this, the students at Hogwarts will be in danger," Harry said earnestly. Looking into Harry's eyes, Hermione ultimately couldn't bring herself to refuse him. "Actually, you could just ask Draco for help." Upon hearing Hermione's words, Harry fell silent, thinking that he couldn't directly tell Hermione that he currently suspected Draco the most. "Thank you so much, Hermione. We'll find a way to get the materials. You must keep this a secret." Without responding to Hermione, Harry thanked her and left the library. As the Quidditch match drew nearer, his training intensity increased, and he certainly didn't want to lose to Malfoy. Sigh. "I've already started to regret it." Watching Harry's retreating figure, Hermione sighed, knowing she would regret this decision even more in the future. Soon the most exciting moment of the semester would arrive. What could be more thrilling for young wizards than a Quidditch match? Of course, among the excited students was not Anna, who had no fondness for this barbaric sport. Together with Professor Snape, who also disliked the sport, she was browsing through Hogwarts history, trying to find traces of the Chamber of Secrets. The Chamber of Slytherin. Do the other three founders have chambers as well? I don't know. 1,000 years have passed, and we haven't even found Slytherin's chamber. As he quickly flipped through the ancient texts on the table, Snape said, without looking back, and the room fell silent again in stark contrast to the lively Quidditch match outside. On the field, the bludger was behaving erratically today, seemingly targeting Harry as if it wanted to knock him down. Not only did Harry have to deal with the mad bludger, but he was also competing against Draco for the golden snitch. The two were in a relentless chase, and with the advantage of equipment, Draco and Harry were evenly matched, but Draco ultimately couldn't match Harry's experience. Harry used the edge of the pitch to make a turn, directly surpassing Draco, who was about to catch the golden snitch. Seeing this, Draco immediately accelerated, planning to continue competing for the snitch, when suddenly he heard a whoosh from behind. Draco turned around quickly, and to his shock, the wild bludger had followed them closely at a distance too near to evade. Without hesitation, Draco sped up, and at the moment Harry caught the golden snitch, he shot past him and yanked him off his broom, both of them tumbling onto the grass. "Are you crazy, Potter? Do you want to win at the cost of your life? You nearly got smashed by that damned bludger." Initially, Harry was a bit angry that Draco had pulled him down, but after hearing Draco's words, he was taken aback. Just as he was about to say something, his expression changed suddenly as the bludger was coming back, heading straight for them. "Watch out." In a moment of urgency, Harry immediately pushed Draco aside, but took a heavy hit from the bludger himself, causing his arm to twist painfully upon impact, clearly visible even to Draco, who was closest. Harry fell to the ground, grimacing in pain, but the bludger had no intention of letting him off easily. It circled in the air, and then came crashing down towards Harry. Seeing this, he quickly crawled backward, trying to endure the pain. Phew. Thankfully, I was almost done for. Stop spell. Seeing the match end, Hermione rushed over, her wand pointed at the bludger, which finally quieted down. "Oh, Potter, let me heal you." Lockhart approached excitedly, a stark contrast to the terrified expression on Harry's. "No. Anyone but you. Please. What nonsense are you talking? Come over here. Arm repair." Ignoring Harry's panic, Lockhart yanked him over, and with a flash of light from his wand hitting Harry's arm fell limply, becoming surprisingly elastic. Anna, who had been watching the Quidditch field from above, couldn't help but laugh. Poor Potter. On a night, three figures quietly slipped into the school infirmary, and Harry was completely unaware of their presence due to the effectiveness of the disillusionment charm. As he pondered why he had been so unlucky these past few days, a little house elf appeared on his bed. "Dobby, why are you here?" Dobby wanted to keep Harry Potter away from school, but Harry Potter came anyway, so Dobby had no choice but to let Harry get hurt. Dobby is a bad house elf. Dobby looked at Harry with its big bulbous eyes that resembled light bulbs, looking somewhat aggrieved. Ignoring the pain of his arm growing bones, Harry tugged at Dobby's collar, pulling it closer. "Was it you who controlled that bludger? You almost killed me and Malfoy." No, Dobby, didn't mean to kill you. Dobby just wanted to keep Harry Potter away." Dobby struggled out of Harry's grip, speaking in a pitiful manner. Harry attempted to grab him again, but Dobby skillfully dodged. Just then a chain suddenly bound Dobby, and Anna and Hermione's figures also appeared in the ward. It really was a house elf's doing. "Tell me who sent you. Who is your master?" "Dobby, how dare you? Are you insane? Do you want to kill me and Potter together?" Seeing Dobby tied up, Anna's words were interrupted as Draco rushed forward, grabbing Dobby by the neck and lifting him up. Dobby looked at Draco in panic. Just as Draco was about to say something, a sudden sound of footsteps approached from outside. Seeing this, Dobby instantly snapped his fingers and vanished from the room, leaving Draco looking furious. "That damn house elf, I must write to my father. Hurry up and pretend to sleep, Potter." Although very angry, Draco still remembered to cast a disillusionment charm on himself, while punching Harry on the head, seemingly trying to physically hypnotize him. Harry, struck by the blow, clearly wanted to protest, but upon hearing the approaching footsteps, chose to close his eyes and pretend to sleep. Shortly after, several professors brought in a student, placing him on a bed far from Harry. As they entered the infirmary, Dumbledore glanced in on his direction. Looking at the petrified student holding a camera, Professor McGonagall worriedly addressed Dumbledore. "Albus, how should we explain this to the students?" "We tell them the truth. Just say the castle is no longer safe. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened." While speaking, Dumbledore picked up the camera from the student's hand, revealing a youthful face underneath. If Harry were to turn around now, he would certainly recognize this as his little fan, Colin Creevey. Students had truly been harmed, not just pets. Even Professor Snape, who usually appeared cold, showed signs of concern on his face. Days passed, and after Colin's attack, a tense atmosphere spread among the young wizards, especially those from Muggle backgrounds. Many felt the need to walk in groups, even to attend classes, fearing that they too would fall victim at any moment. In the anxious atmosphere of Hogwarts, there was always one person who stood out. Our Professor Lockhart seemed to view this crisis as a perfect opportunity to showcase himself. He revived the dueling club. In the Great Hall of Hogwarts, nearly all the first, second, and third-year students gathered in front of this makeshift stage, with Lockhart looking quite pleased as he surveyed the young wizards below. Due to the recent attacks at Hogwarts, I, Gilderoy Lockhart, a recipient of the 3rd Class Order of Merlin and an honorary member of the Anti-Dark Arts League, will teach you how to protect yourselves in the castle. Lockhart flashed a smile at the female students below, which baffled Anna as to why such a greasy smile could charm so many people. He took off his robe and threw it into the crowd, causing many little witches to rush forward to grab it. Anna had originally no intention of participating in this boring event, but since Hermione needed to attend, and the real culprit began. "Now let us welcome my assistant, Professor Snape." "Of course, don't worry. I will return your potions, Professor, to you in full form." Lockhart once again flashed his charming smile, forming a perfect contrast with the dark and murderous expression on Snape's face. Anna had no doubt that if only Lockhart and Snape were present, Snape would not hesitate to cast Avada Kedavra on Lockhart. "Now, children, what you are witnessing is a formal wizard duel. First we bow." Lockhart and Snape stood facing each other, bowing to Snape, who merely nodded slightly, as if bowing to Lockhart was an insult to his dignity. Then they moved to the edge of the dueling platform and assumed their stances. Just as Lockhart was about to cast a spell, a red light shot out from Professor Snape's wand. Expelliarmus. Had it not been to demonstrate for the students, Snape would have hardly bothered to articulate such a basic spell so clearly. The spell, which was supposed to simply disarm wands, sent Lockhart flying, leading many to speculate that personal animosity was involved. Lockhart clumsily got up from the ground, awkwardly smiling as he said, "An excellent disarming spell, but if it weren't for the need to demonstrate for the students, I could have easily dodged it. Now, students, pair up and let me see. Miss Grindelwald, would you like to try?" The farce upon the stage had barely concluded when two new conflicts erupted among the spectators, one between Hermione and Pansy Parkinson of Slytherin. Unaccountably enraged, Pansy hurled a barrage of dark spells at Hermione, only for each to be effortlessly deflected. Seeing her magic fail, Pansy lunged forward in a desperate attempt at hand-to-hand combat, until Hermione swiftly cast Petrificus Totalis, freezing her mid-stride. Yet even immobilized, Pansy glared with venomous hatred. Meanwhile, another clash flared between Harry and Draco. Though each had saved the other, once mutual animosity burned fiercely, so fiercely that Draco summoned a serpent, aiming it toward Harry. "Calm. Do not strike him." The serpent paused before Justin Finch-Fletchley, a Muggle-born wizard seated below, and hesitated as if truly stilled by Harry's command. At once Professor Snape strode forward and vanished the creature with a sharp flick of his wand. What dark trickery is this? Once the serpent disappeared, Justin whirled on Harry, furious, misinterpreting Harry's instinctive intervention as an attempt to command the beast against him. In the days that followed, rumors spiraled wildly across Hogwarts. Harry was whispered to be Slytherin's thrice-removed descendant, the heir himself. Overnight, he became a pariah, except to Ron and Hermione. Such was Gryffindor. Then Justin's subsequent attack only cemented the accusation. With every step Harry took down Hogwarts corridors, he felt the weight of wary, accusatory stares, an unbearable burden. As Christmas drew near, his isolation deepened. Yet hope remained. Hermione's polyjuice potion neared completion, though she brewed it with profound reluctance. During the Yule feast, while Crabbe and Goyle wandered off alone, Harry struck swiftly. Two well-aimed stupefy spells dropped them unconscious. Dragging them into a broom closet, he plucked hairs from their heads, drank the potion, and transformed Harry into Crabbe, Ron into Goyle. But almost immediately they confronted a critical flaw. They had no idea where the Slytherin common room lay. Fortunately, Draco emerged just then to retrieve them and escorted them back. No sooner had they entered the common room than Draco sank onto the sofa, brandishing a stack of letters and grumbling, "They actually believe Potter is the heir. Preposterous." And lately Pansy's been hounding Hermione relentlessly. It's maddening. Then do you know who the true heir is? Crabbe. Harry asked. Draco shot him a sharp, irritated glance. How many times must I say I don't know? If I did, would I still be investigating? If I knew, wouldn't I simply tell Anna? And that Weasley, his entire family, is insufferable. Were he not Hermione's friend, I'd devise every means possible to have them expelled. Recalling Percy's earlier condescension in the corridor, Draco spoke with biting venom, prompting Goyle, Ron, to bristle inwardly. What's wrong with you two today? So peculiar. Draco frowned, puzzled by Goyle's odd behavior. I have stomach cramps. I told you to eat less. You'll swell into oblivion before long, Draco retorted, casting a dismissive glare at Goyle, without probing further, because Anna had just entered. He sprang upright, handing her the letters. Anna, this is everything I uncovered. The last person accused of opening the chamber was that oaf Hagrid, at least so the Ministry claims. He spoke quietly, ensuring Crabbe and Goyle heard nothing. Draco was no fool. He sensed something deeply amiss about them. While Anna and Draco conferred, Harry and Ron began to falter. Their true features shimmered faintly beneath the disguise. The Polyjuice Potion's effect was waning. Ignoring both, they bolted from the room. Watching their retreating figures, Draco murmured, those two behaved most unnervingly today. That was Weasley and Potter. Goyle has no red hair, and certainly neither could brew Polyjuice Potion alone. Anna exhaled slowly, her voice heavy with quiet disappointment. Disappointment, Draco heard clearly. Anna waved a hand, cutting off Draco before he could utter the name, then sat and skimmed Lucius's findings. Nothing new emerged. Beyond Hagrid, no tangible link to the chamber surfaced. Except one detail: Tom Riddle 50 years prior had been both a student during the last chamber incident and a confirmed descendant of Salazar Slytherin, a fact Lucius had underscored emphatically. Yet the question remained, how could Riddle reopen the chamber now? Was it through possession, as Quirrell had suffered last year? But Anna detected no trace of Riddle's soul, not among the faculty at least. Among students, however, magical signatures were too chaotic and diffuse. Unless standing mere inches away, Anna could not isolate or identify any single soul. Having fled the common room, Harry and Ron encountered Hermione, her expression clouded with unease. We went, but it wasn't Draco, nor Anna. The trail ends again. You actually suspected? Hermione began, then abruptly halted, realizing the truth: Polyjuice Potion could not deceive Anna's soul sense or her mastery of magical resonance. What's wrong? He-Min, is something the matter? Harry asked, puzzled as he watched He-Min's face go suddenly pale. And Na will surely recognize you. You cannot fool her. As if on cue, the moment He-Min's words fell away and Na appeared at the end of the corridor. She carried the letter Delacour had given her and walked toward them, step by deliberate step, head bowed, as if lost in thought. So, indeed, Wei Si Lai and Bo Te had been clever enough to brew the compound potion on their own. They did not need. Is that so? And Na stepped in front of He-Min, lifted her head, and fixed her gaze on He-Min's eyes, then asked, Was I asking you? At Na's words, Ha Li and Luo and were about to speak, but her cold look silenced them. Under her scrutiny, they felt like prey before a beast, a cold sweat beading on their brows. I'm sorry, He-Min whispered, voice trembling. I didn't know they intended to. He-Min bowed her head and spoke softly, yet when Na heard the answer she had long suspected, a flicker of loss and disappointment still crossed her eyes. Watching He-Min, the artificial heart in Na's chest beat ever more slowly. That once empty feeling crept over Na again. The heart that no longer drew its strength from love began to falter and ceased its motion. I always expected many would doubt me, betray me, but I never imagined it would be you. He-Min. And Na's voice was utterly void of feeling as she glanced at the clues Delacour had given her and tossed them before He-Min. These are the clues Delacour uncovered about the Chamber of Secrets. Now they are yours. Use them to suspect others. She turned away without another look and continued, Goodbye, He-Min Galangia. Protect and care for yourself. Be safe. Huoguozi is not safe now. With that, she walked slowly down the corridor, leaving He-Min with her head bowed and tears tracing silent paths down her cheeks. Na, He-Min murmured. Was that necessary? After Na left, the blunt Luo and spoke, and He-Min turned on him with a fierce glare. Luo and Wei Si, and you, Holly Bote, this is all because of you. I've had enough of it. He-Min flung the letters Na had given her at their feet and strode toward the common room without looking back. Holly, watching her retreating figure, murmured to Luo, and we may have gone too far this time, Luo and merely shrugged. I don't think we did anything wrong. But Na and Delacour both saved me. And Na is even our friend. I should have chosen to trust them. Holly spoke with regret. For some reason, he could not shake the feeling that He-Min's departure might pull her further and further from him. Back in the dormitory, He-Min surveyed the room, now altered, and sank weakly to the floor. At Denguli Duo's arrangement, her old single bed had been replaced by a large one, yet sadly, that bed in the end failed to fulfill its purpose. He-Min lay alone upon it, surrounded only by chill air. She had never felt the days at Hogwarts so solitary, nor the dormitory so cavernous. In the corner Na Ji and I had vanished, likely taken by Na. Kulu Kashan lay lonely in a corner, seeming to have lost its playmate and lacking interest. After a long hesitation, Min rose as she did not know where to find a Na, but she could find the only family a Na had at the school. She left the dormitory past the common room where Ha Li and Luoen stood and ignored their halting attempts to speak. At the entrance to the headmaster's office, the stone gargoyle, as if expecting her, made way, and Min entered Denguli Duo's study. "Ah, Miss Galangia, you have come. I knew you would." Denguli Duo's cerulean eyes twinkled behind his half-moon spectacles as he smiled at Min. "Professor Denguli Duo. And Na, I disappointed her. As for that Miss Galangia, Na is indeed saddened by you, but believe me, she bears you no hatred. If you wish to make amends, there is still time." Denguli Duo poured a cup of pumpkin juice for Min as he spoke. "Miss Galangia, love is a potent force. Love can transform much, but without love, and Na will truly become a lifeless, feelingless doll. Please do not let that happen, will you?" Hearing Denguli Duo's words, Min nodded and asked, "Professor Denguli Duo, do you know where Na has?" "I'm afraid so. Regrettably, Na seems to have left Hogwarts. Just now a powerful creature breached Hogwarts' defenses and flew away." In the sky, Anna gazed at the receding Hogwarts, lost in her thoughts. After leaving Hogwarts, she headed straight for Malfoy Manor. Lucius, who was about to take a rest, suddenly heard a whistling sound above the manor. Looking up in confusion, he caught sight of Anna descending from the sky. Upon landing at Malfoy Manor, Anna walked directly towards Lucius. Just as he was about to ask her a question, Anna spoke first, saying, "I will be leaving Hogwarts for a while. The attacks have not stopped and Fudge will likely seize this opportunity to strike at Dumbledore. I need you to help Dumbledore stabilize the situation. At the very least, he needs to stay at Hogwarts. If he leaves, Hogwarts will be in even greater danger." Hearing Anna's words, Lucius nodded and called over Dobby, who had numerous visible wounds, to prepare a cup of tea for Anna. At the same time, "This is evidence of Gilderoy Lockhart's crimes. Drive him out of Hogwarts. As for the reward for completing these tasks, I see. This is an alchemical artifact I crafted capable of withstanding 3 enemy attacks, even against the killing curse or other life-threatening injuries. It can resist one such attack." Upon hearing Anna's words, Lucius immediately focused his gaze on the necklaces in the box. He certainly understood how precious such artifacts were. After all, possessing this would be akin to having a second life. To obtain such a valuable reward for completing such a simple task was undoubtedly a profitable deal for the head of the Malfoy family. However, the relationship between the Malfoy family and Anna could not be measured merely by transactions. After much contemplation, Lucius ultimately declined Anna's gift. "Miss Grindelwald, I greatly appreciate your generosity. I will handle the matter you entrusted to me, but this gift, it is too precious. I fear I cannot accept it." Lucius, as a scion of a pure-blood family with a history spanning many years, spoke with humility while also emphasizing his loyalty. "Please accept it, Mr. Malfoy. I never allow anyone to work for free, especially since I promised to protect the Malfoy family. This is my sincerity." Hearing Anna's words, Lucius had no choice but to accept her gift. Seeing this, Anna did not linger, declining the invitation for dinner before leaving Malfoy Manor. Anna had always been straightforward. Watching her departing figure and the necklace in his hand, Lucius couldn't help but feel grateful for the decision he had made earlier. Grindelwald is far stronger than Voldemort. If joining the Saints was once merely to ensure Anna's protection for the Malfoy family upon Voldemort's return, now Lucius genuinely believed that Anna could truly usher in a new era. Under her leadership, the Saints could indeed open a new era where the worlds of wizards and muggles might experience a significant transformation because of her. After leaving the Malfoy family, Anna returned to her villa, which remained spotless, perhaps thanks to Carl's cleaning. Anna had never liked house elves, having once fantasized about enslaving humans, a race that ultimately turned into slaves after their defeat. Instead of slaves, Anna perhaps needed friends and companions more. "Miss, have you returned?" Carl, who was humming a tune while preparing dinner, was surprised to see Anna suddenly. Carl, I have decided to take the first step in our plan." "Really, miss?" Upon hearing Anna's words, Carl almost dropped the spatula he was holding. Realizing his rudeness, he quickly composed himself respectfully, awaiting the continuation of Anna's words. "Yes, Carl, before the upcoming great battle, we need to ensure that muggles have a proper understanding of us. To achieve this, I need you to help me find a muggle writer. They don't need to be too famous, but should be easy for us to manage." Carl thought for a moment before nodding. "I understand, miss. I will arrange it." With that, Carl intended to return to write a letter, but was stopped by Anna. "No rush, Carl. You can first finish your some kind of potion." Anna pointed to the kitchen behind Carl, which was emitting a burnt smell and billowing thick smoke, and Carl awkwardly scratched his head before hurriedly running back to the kitchen. Night. Anna lay alone on the cold bed. Now she could not sense whether the bed felt colder due to the absence of one person, as she seemed to have returned to the past to her initial state alone. Nothingness. There was nothing. In the Gryffindor girls' dormitory at Hogwarts, Hermione curled up, as if this position could help her feel less lonely. Tears gradually soaked her pillow, and Hermione could only helplessly cling to the necklace that Anna had once given her. A week passed just like that, and Hermione at Hogwarts eagerly awaited Anna's return while Harry and Ron were growing increasingly worried about her. Aside from class and meal times, they could hardly find Hermione. Even during those moments, she chose quiet spots away from everyone. Hermione's disregard for them left Harry and Ron with no opportunity to speak with her. Sigh. Ron, we can only rely on ourselves now. I think Hermione is being rather unreasonable now, don't you think? Upon hearing Harry's words, Ron scoffed, showing no awareness of being the cause of the problem. Meanwhile, in London, Anna finally received news from Carl. In the morning after making breakfast for Anna, Carl handed her a report. Miss, this is about a writer I investigated. Her current work may not attract much attention, but I believe she has the potential to change the world. Looking at the report in her hand, Anna paused for a moment before putting it down and said, "Then let's meet this Miss Rowling." "Excuse me, may I ask what this is about?" "Hello, are you Miss Joanne Kathleen Rowling?" Carl politely asked the woman, who hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Yes, that's me. How may I help you?" "Well, Miss Rowling, our young lady became interested in you after learning you are a writer, and we are here to offer you some inspiration." After observing the cold expression on the silver-haired girl outside, who seemed harmless, Rowling hesitated, but eventually stepped aside to let them in. "All right, please come in. The place might not be tidy, I apologize for that." Though unsure why such a wealthy young lady sought an obscure writer like herself, Rowling welcomed them inside. Her room was actually quite neat with no trash, just a lot of books piled on the floor along with some manuscripts. "Miss Rowling, may I ask why you want to become a writer?" That's a question I've never really considered." After a moment's hesitation, Rowling finally spoke. "Perhaps it's because I've always been an imaginative person wanting to share the stories in my mind with everyone, and I also hope that my stories can make the world a better place." "I see. So Miss Rowling, if an opportunity to change the world were presented to you right now, would you seize it?" Upon hearing Rowling's words, Anna smiled and asked, but Rowling looked at her in confusion. "What do you mean? Miss Rowling, do you believe in the existence of magic in this world?" Without directly answering Rowling's question, Anna continued to smile and ask. Rowling appeared momentarily stunned upon hearing Anna's words. "I don't know, maybe it exists, maybe it doesn't. But personally, I hope it does. However, what does this have to do with what you just said?" Just call me Anna." "All right, Miss Anna." Anna maintained her elegant smile, drew out her wand from behind her, and with a gentle flick at the teacup on the table, it instantly transformed into a small rabbit. With another flick, it reverted back to a teacup. "See, Miss Rowling, magic truly exists in this world. It's just that our world and yours have always been separated." Rowling stood up in surprise, struggling to comprehend what was happening before her. Since ancient times, the statute of secrecy has separated us wizards from muggles, who are ordinary people unable to perform magic. However, this law has begun to obstruct the development of both worlds and could even lead to the demise of the wizarding world. Therefore, what I want to do is overturn this law. "I don't understand." "Miss Anna, what does this have to do with me? I'm just an obscure, ordinary writer." The imaginative Rowling quickly accepted the reality of magic's existence, albeit confused. "Well, Miss Rowling, you might find it hard to comprehend, but in our world there is a prophetic ability passed down through bloodlines, and my family happens to possess this ability. In my foresight of the future, you will become an outstanding writer, so I wish to choose you as my companion in ushering in a new era," Anna said with a smile, and for some reason her words carried a remarkable persuasive power, perhaps a gift of Grindelwald. Of course, after all, overturning a law and initiating a new era can even be described as a revolution. Therefore, you have a week to consider this. If you choose to refuse, or if everything I just told you disturbs you, then a week later we will erase your memory, as if nothing ever happened. Anna flashed Rowling a reassuring smile, before leaving with Carl, leaving Rowling in deep thought. Reform is a long and complex process, and it certainly won't chong. However, Anna believed that Miss Rowling would ultimately make the right choice. Everything is for a greater good. Anna waited for a week without receiving any letters from Rowling. She even thought that Rowling had chosen to reject her proposal. However, on the last day of the deadline, she finally received a letter from Rowling. Looking at Rowling's letter, a smile involuntarily appeared on Anna's lips as she called for Carl, and the two of them returned to Rowling's house once again. Compared to a week ago, Rowling clearly did not look well, perhaps because contemplating whether to accept Anna's suggestion had made her a bit weary. After inviting Anna into her home, Rowling revealed a helpless smile and said to Anna, "To be honest, Miss Anna, knowing that there is a world beyond our ordinary world, and that I must help overturn a certain law, I feel a bit frightened inside." Anna nodded. Rowling's words were not difficult to understand. After all, humans tend to fear what they do not understand. This is also why Anna wanted to familiarize muggles with the magical world in this way. But I truly cannot resist the allure of the magical world. Rowling could not help but reveal a bitter smile. The magical world was a fantastical realm she had longed for since childhood. It seems you have made the right choice by deciding to cooperate with me. Yes, Miss Anna, may I ask what story you wish? Rowling took out a notebook and pen, looking at Anna with excitement while Anna cleared her throat and began. The story I want to share is a true story that took place in the last century. A century later, the tale of Grindelwald and Dumbledore was once again brought forth, and Rowling was deeply captivated by the stories of these two legendary wizards. Her notebook was nearly filled to the brim. Immersed in Anna's narrative, Rowling even lost track of time, and half a day passed before she realized it had ended. This is truly a wonderful story. I really hope I could meet the protagonists of the tale. With some embellishment, this story will elevate me to the status of a renowned writer. Rowling gazed at the notebook in her hands as if it were a treasure. This contained the essence of Anna's story from that morning. If you wish to meet the protagonists of this story, I can take you there. But it has been nearly 100 years. Can that really be done? Rowling exclaimed in surprise upon hearing Anna's words. Miss Rowling, wizards live much longer than ordinary people. In fact, that famous alchemist Nicholas Flamel has lived for over 600 years thanks to the Philosopher's Stone. Moreover, we originally planned to take you to one of the protagonist's residences, which is safer than your current location. If you publish this novel, the Ministry of Magic will likely send someone to handle you. Traveling with me can ensure your safety. What do you think, Miss Rowling? Hearing Anna's words, Rowling hesitated. To be honest, she did not really want to leave the apartment she had lived in for many years. Yet Anna's magical story and the protagonists within it were far more enticing. Ultimately, Rowling nodded in agreement. Then let us go meet the infamous Dark Lord Grindelwald. Grindelwald. Isn't he the one from the story? Rowling was clearly taken aback at Anna's words, and she spoke with a hint of fear. However, Anna merely smiled slightly. Rest assured, Miss Rowling, you may not know my full name yet. I am Anna Grindelwald. The Grindelwald of today is no longer the same as the one in the story. Time can change many things. Rowling nodded, but she still felt a bit nervous about meeting this Dark Lord. The three of them boarded the familiar Rolls-Royce. It was Rowling's first time in such a world-class luxury car, and she appeared quite reserved. However, she soon became even more bewildered when they arrived at Anna's doorstep, and Rowling found herself riding in a carriage without horses. Miss Rowling, you are fortunate not to see the Thestrals pulling the carriage. This magical creature can only be seen by those who have witnessed death, understood it, and accepted it. Upon hearing Anna's words, Rowling looked astonished at the front of the carriage. Then the carriage slowly lifted off the ground, leaving England and heading towards the snowy mountains of Austria. For Anna, this day-long journey might have been quite dull, but for Rowling it was immensely thrilling. Although she had flown in an airplane before, this was her first time riding in a flying carriage. Not only was it quieter than an airplane, but it was also far more comfortable. After all, the space for activities in the carriage was much larger than in first class, and she could even lie down and sleep. The carriage slowly approached the castle in the mountains, and Rowling was instantly captivated by the fairy tale-like scenery, as if she were living inside a snow globe. As soon as they got off the carriage, Rowling was startled by a roar from above. A giant dragon was circling in the sky. This is Norberta, a Norwegian ridgeback. Just a year ago, it was only the size of an arm. Seeing Rowling's astonishment, Anna explained. Rowling nodded, for she had entered the magical world, so nothing should seem too strange. It should be. The interior of the castle of Newt Scamander was quite luxurious, especially the gigantic floor-to-ceiling window that could close off the snowy view. However, more than the window, what captivated Rowling were two old men arguing by the window. If it weren't for several people holding them back, it seemed like they were about to fight. Keep your dragon in check. Scamander, if it dares to poop in my garden again, it'll stick your head in that pile of dragon dung. How could I know where it would go? Besides, there's nothing in your garden but snow. Sir, there are guests, and the lady has returned. The Saint timely stopped Grindelwald from reaching for Newt's beard, and said to him. Upon catching sight of Anna standing at the entrance, Grindelwald instantly regained his elegant demeanor, as if the wild old man had never existed. This is Grindelwald, and the other is the protagonist of the story, Mr. Newt Scamander. Anna introduced to Rowling, who awkwardly greeted the two old men. Hello, I am a writer, and my name is Rowling. You may freely interview them now, no need to be shy, Miss Rowling. I need to step out for a moment. As Anna spoke, her expression suddenly changed, and she quickly exited the castle. Earlier today, Hermione walked alone through the corridors of Hogwarts while the surrounding students discussed the news of Lockhart being sent to Azkaban for altering wizards' memories. Except for a few love-struck students who considered this slander, most students expressed disdain for Lockhart. However, Hermione was completely indifferent to such news. It had been the second week since Anna's departure. I wonder when she will return. Perhaps she will never come back to see me again. As Hermione passed through an empty corridor, she suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. Cautiously, she drew her wand. Disarm. At the very moment Hermione brandished her wand, a red light shot towards her, causing her wand to slip from her grasp. Hermione warily watched the figure emerging from the shadows. Is it you? What do you want? Of course it's revenge. Mudblood. I can't understand why Draco would be interested in a mudblood like you. I will kill you. Kill you. Pansy's figure slowly emerged from the shadows holding a black notebook, she declared, but it doesn't matter anymore, you are about to die. Pansy stepped towards Hermione, and a chill presence appeared behind her. Hermione turned abruptly, locking eyes with a pair of yellow ones. A snake. Before she could utter a word, Hermione felt a wave of dizziness. In her final moment of consciousness, she pulled out a dagger from behind and hurled it at Pansy, slashing a wound across her abdomen. Finally. Far away in Numengard, Anna suddenly felt the ward in the necklace she had left with Hermione being triggered. It was not a passive defense, but a life-saving measure induced by a life-threatening injury. Without caring for the commotion in the castle, Anna's body instantly transformed into a swirl of black mist racing towards Hogwarts. Meanwhile, at Hogwarts, a number of professors and Harry looked seriously at a line of blood written on the wall. At that moment, Dumbledore's expression changed suddenly. Just moments ago, a powerful force had breached Hogwarts' defenses. Before anyone could think carefully, everyone present heard a chilling shriek as the windows in the corridor shattered into pieces under a wave of black mist. Anna's figure appeared in an instant, grabbing Dumbledore by the collar. Where is she? Calm down, Anna, we are pondering this issue. Dumbledore patted Anna's hand that was gripping his collar and pointed to the line of blood on the wall. The mudblood girl will forever sleep in the chamber. Upon seeing this line of words, Anna couldn't help but clench her fists, but she quickly noticed a trail of blood on the ground. Although it had been deliberately concealed, her sensitivity to blood allowed Anna to keenly observe the trail. The attacker is injured. Anna couldn't help but recall the dagger she had once given Hermione. Ignoring the others behind her, Anna followed the faint trail of blood, which led to an abandoned girl's bathroom. Anna drew her wand and entered. The blood stopped in front of a dilapidated sink, which was presumably the entrance to the chamber. Without a moment's hesitation, Anna cast a thunderbolt explosion on the sink, instantly creating a large hole. How rude. The enormous explosion startled a ghost who emerged from one of the stalls, looking somewhat displeased at Anna. Anna shot her a cold glance. I have no time to play with you, moaning Myrtle. Oh dear. Fine, in light of our similarity, I will forgive you this time, moaning Myrtle pouted. Ignoring her, Anna jumped down where a foul odor filled the air and a massive snake shed lay in the open space. Anna unleashed a thunderbolt explosion to blast open the door to the chamber and entered, only to find two figures waiting for her. I knew that mudblood would bring you out. Now have you come to die with me and my master? Pansy, Parkinson, and Voldemort, or Tom Riddle? Looking at the two figures before her, Anna spoke with a dark expression. You actually know me, Grindelwald. How surprising, but it doesn't matter, you are about to die, just like that mudblood. How could you befriend a mudblood? It truly tarnishes your bloodline. Voldemort sneered, clearly believing that the unconscious Hermione was already dead. With a subtle wave of his hand, a giant basilisk emerged from the mouth of the Slytherin statue. Upon seeing the creature, which was one of the culprits behind Hermione's injury, Anna's fury erupted, transforming her into a formless state and charging towards the basilisk. The formless figure, having no eyes, would naturally be immune to the basilisk's lethal gaze, and the roaring formless figure startled Pansy. What kind of monster is this? A monster that is about to tear you apart. A raspy voice emerged from within the formless figure as a pair of withered hands entwined with black mist grasped the basilisk's head. The sound of flesh colliding with rock echoed continuously in the chamber as the serpent monster's orange-yellow eyeball lay discarded on the ground. Two large hands exuding dark energy gripped the monster's head and smashed it repeatedly against the floor again and again. Throughout it all, the serpent monster showed no reaction under Anna's brutal assault until the dark red blood pooled across the ground, at which point Anna realized that the serpent monster seemed to have already perished. The soul within that diary had long been devoured by the quietly dispersing power. Such a being capable of absorbing life must surely be the greatest enemy of those soul fragments. With a thud, the serpent monster's corpse fell to the ground. Anna turned to look at Pansy, her cold, emotionless gaze frightening Pansy into retreat. The dim light of the chamber made Anna, covered in the monster's blood, appear particularly terrifying, her long silver hair stained crimson. You have a wound caused by Hermione's knife, don't you? Don't worry, even if I don't kill you, that wound will take your life. However, indeed, I still want to tear you apart myself. Anna approached Pansy step by step, while Pansy, terrified, had already sat down on the ground, trembling in retreat. Don't. Please. Let me go, I don't know anything. Pansy's pleas for mercy could not halt Anna's advance. Driven mad by the fear of death, Pansy cried out, You can't kill me. Kill me. The Parkinson family will never spare you. I will soon send them down to find you. All of the Parkinsons, no matter where you hide, I will find you. Anna stood before Pansy and stomped on the wound caused by Hermione, blood gushing forth instantly. The intense pain elicited a cry from Pansy, but Anna's grip only tightened. Clutching Pansy's neck, Anna lifted her up, dark energy swiftly crawling up Pansy's body, while black claw-like patterns appeared on her skin. Pansy could even feel the flow of life leaving her body. The fear of death made her want to plead for mercy, but the sensation of suffocation rendered her unable to make a sound. Just as Anna's grip intensified, about to choke Pansy to death, a stunning spell struck Pansy, sending her flying from Anna's grasp. In the moment Pansy fell free, Anna's body transformed into a mass of dark energy, instantly appearing before the newcomers. Dumbledore and the professors had arrived at the entrance of the chamber, witnessing the bloody Anna and the grotesque corpse of the serpent Am. Anna, Miss Parkinson is guilty, but her crime does not warrant death, and she cannot be killed by you. Dumbledore withdrew his wand and spoke to Anna, gently placing a hand on her shoulder. For some reason Anna calmed down and did not speak, seeming to want to pick up Hermione from the ground, but when she reached out her hand she retracted it. Take her back to the infirmary. I'm dirty. Dumbledore nodded, gently picking up the unconscious Hermione, while using a levitation spell to lift the unconscious Pansy, slowly making their way towards the door. Miss Parkinson will be transferred to Azkaban tonight. This sentence seemed to advise Anna not to attack her again, but Anna interpreted it differently. Alas! Snape snapped the serpent monster's fang off, looking at the mangled body of the creature with a sigh. Take that diary away, it is a Horcrux of Voldemort, but it is now dead. Hearing Anna's words, Snape shifted his gaze to a pile of torn paper on the ground. Is that the diary? After a moment's hesitation, Snape still collected the torn paper. The diary was stored away, leaving Anna alone in the chamber. Inside the chamber, Anna gazed at the statue of Slytherin, and for some reason, she seemed to hear a call. Curiously, Anna approached, her hand gently brushing against the statue, and a miraculous scene unfolded. The statue emitted a green glow, and a figure resembling a soul appeared before Anna. Welcome. I know the heir of Hogwarts, the child who transcends life and death. I am Salazar Slytherin, the greatest among the four founders. The old man's expression was very serious, but his gaze towards Anna held a hint of recognition and praise. What do you mean? Literally, my child, when one lives long enough they will inevitably become interested in life and death. I am this way, and so are the four of us. However, we do not possess the ability to transcend life and death. Yet a prophecy revealed to us that a child who transcends life and death would stand before me in the future. Clearly the four people Slytherin referred to were the founders of Hogwarts. The notion of transcending life and death seemed to indicate Anna's own nature, alchemical creation powered by the heart, created by the silent power, and the philosopher's stone, which provided magic and life. Strictly speaking, Anna was neither truly alive nor truly dead. 50 years ago someone opened my chamber, but unfortunately he was not the one I was waiting for. Now you have come, and I am certain you are the one we have been waiting for, so I intend to give you my two gifts. Slytherin spoke to Anna with a smile, but upon seeing the serpent monster's body behind Anna, his tone suddenly paused. All right, now there is only one gift left. That is my lifelong knowledge, the power I have preserved. A ball of light flew out from within Slytherin, slowly merging into Anna's body, while many ancient spells and knowledge flooded into Anna's mind. Watching Anna absorb his knowledge, Slytherin smiled and said, May you bring light and a future to this world. My child, I believe I did not see the wrong person. Slytherin's remaining consciousness was not a true ghost. After imparting his power to Anna, his form dissipated into the air. Perhaps only the surplus magic and knowledge within Anna's body can prove that everything that just happened. In the infirmary of Hogwarts, Hermione slowly opened her eyes, noticing the necklace that Anna had given her resting quietly on the bedside, its chain having broken once more in her protection. Hermione stared blankly at the ceiling, sensing a familiar fragrance in the room. The faint scent of roses mingled with delicate hints of lilies. It seemed to be a fragrance that only Anna possessed. Hermione struggled to sit up, feeling an overwhelming fatigue despite not knowing why. Perhaps this was a side effect of escaping from the basilisk. As Hermione sat up, her gaze immediately fell upon the familiar figure leaning by her bedside. Feeling the movement of the bed, Anna woke up as well, wiping the tears that had not fully dried from her eyes, looking at Hermione. I'm sorry. After a moment of silence, both of them spoke the same words at the same time. I'm sorry. Hermione, I shouldn't have left you alone. I know you have never betrayed me. If I had been there, you wouldn't have. Anna began, but her voice grew quieter. This was Hermione's second time encountering danger. Perhaps it was all because of her own reasons. If only she had stayed by Hermione's side. Anna, I should have firmly stood by your side back then. I'm sorry. Hermione sobbed softly, tears dripping onto the blanket, expressing her longing. The two embraced, and in this moment, all previous conflicts dissipated. After a while, Hermione released Anna, looking at the necklace and dagger on the bedside. She spoke, Thank you for saving me again, Anna. If it weren't for the necklace and dagger you gave me, I might really have Before Hermione could finish her sentence, Anna covered her mouth with a finger, her eyes sparkling with a smile, as she asked, "So how do you plan to repay me for saving you so many times, Miss Granger?" "I." Seeing Hermione at a loss for words, Anna smiled, and with an uncertain thought, she said, "How about you pledge yourself to me?" "Huh?" Hearing Anna's words, Hermione was clearly taken aback. However, upon seeing Hermione's reaction, a flicker of disappointment crossed Anna's eyes. "It's nothing, I was just joking." Anna turned her head to look out the window, but Hermione forcefully turned her back. "That's okay. I can only pledge myself to you now. From now on I belong to you," Hermione said softly, her face flushed. Seizing the moment while Anna was still in shock, she pinched Anna's chin and kissed her on the lips. It was cool, sweet, and soft. The subtle scent of lilies stimulated Hermione's senses. Just as she wanted to deepen the interaction, the sound of the curtains being drawn suddenly echoed, prompting Hermione to hurriedly separate from Anna. "Oh no. As one ages, sometimes the eyesight doesn't work well. In that brief moment, why couldn't I see anything clearly?" Dumbledore's voice sounded from outside the curtain, causing Hermione's face to redden even more. As for Anna, she appeared to be in a dazed shock that Hermione, the model student and pride of her parents, would act in such a manner. "Your friend has come to see you, Miss Granger." Dumbledore pulled back the curtain, revealing Harry and Ron behind it. Hermione, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Hermione's attitude toward Harry and Ron remained cold, and Anna, by the bedside, showed no intention of acknowledging them either. She was still in a daze, and even if she weren't, she didn't wish to deal with those two. "All right, Harry, Hermione just woke up and needs more rest. Let's leave for now." After a moment of hesitation, Harry nodded. Truth be told, he felt somewhat nervous facing Anna here, not just due to his past distrust towards her, but also because he had recently sneaked into the Chamber of Secrets where remnants of the basilisk's corpse and the bloody scene had made him vomit. The orchestrator of all this sat right before him, causing Harry to feel a sense of fear. Perhaps at this very moment, he finally understood what a Grindelwald truly meant. Dumbledore led Harry and Ron out of the infirmary, while Hermione turned her gaze back to the dazed Anna. "Anna." "Anna," as Hermione called out repeatedly, Anna finally snapped back to reality, her face slightly flushed. Seizing the moment when Anna looked at her, Hermione gave Anna's cheek a quick kiss, then burrowed back under the blankets in the infirmary, her face red with steam practically rising from her head. That afternoon, Hermione had already recovered and was discharged from the hospital. Anna, a bit dazed, was brought back to the dormitory by her, and it wasn't until they arrived at the familiar room and smelled the familiar scent that Anna snapped back to reality. "So what have you been up to lately, Anna?" Seeing Anna suddenly lick her lips, Hermione blushed and changed the subject. Upon hearing this, Anna also told Hermione about Rowena, who was surprised at first, but then nodded. It is indeed a good idea to let muggles understand the wizarding world through books, but Hermione still had her doubts. The Ministry of Magic. The Ministry of Magic will definitely cause trouble for Miss Rowena, but they won't be able to find her. Even if they know where she is, they wouldn't dare to come. After all, Numengard is the territory of Grindelwald. Just thinking of Fudge's face made Anna scoff. That old fogey Fudge is now completely trapped in the cage of power. One day I will replace him. Throwing aside the Daily Prophet sent by the owl, Anna turned to Hermione. "But that's all a matter for later, right? Let's discuss what just happened." Hearing Anna's words, Hermione's face flushed again, and before she could react, Anna pulled her over and pushed her down onto the bed. Hermione, tightly embraced by Anna, felt like a steam maiden, blushing and unable to move. "We will never be apart again, all right?" Seeing that Hermione did not respond, Anna directly leaned in to kiss her. The faint scent of lilies once again filled Hermione's nostrils as Anna's agile tongue slowly pried open Hermione's lips. Under Anna's assault, Hermione's gaze gradually became somewhat dazed. As the sunset light filtered through the window onto the somewhat messy bed, a gentle knock echoed at the door of Hermione's room. The girl outside hesitated for a moment after receiving no response, then gently pushed open the door. "Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see anything." As soon as the door was pushed open, what met her eyes was a disheveled Hermione and Anna embracing on the messy bed, seemingly asleep. This scene happened to be witnessed by the little witch who entered, and she even overlooked how Anna had appeared in the Gryffindor common room. Seeing the intrusion, Nagini immediately coiled around the little witch, using her tail to close the door. "Ginny, why didn't you knock?" The awakened Hermione looked at the little witch tightly coiled by Nagini, suddenly pulling the blanket over herself with some dissatisfaction. I knocked. Could you let it?" Ginny said somewhat aggrievedly, while fearfully pointing at the giant python coiled around her. For an 11-year-old little witch, the suffocating feeling of being wrapped by a python was indeed terrifying. "Sigh. Nagini, go play over there." After hearing Hermione's words, Nagini nodded, humanistically released Ginny, and crawled back to Crookshanks. Ginny stared intently at the cat and snake playing together, seemingly puzzled as to why the cat was so bold. "So Ginny, what brings you to find me?" Hermione's voice pulled Ginny's attention back. Under Hermione's gaze, Ginny hesitated for a moment before "It's Harry and Ron. They want to apologize to you for what happened before, but they can't find you. So they asked me to." I understand, Ginny, you can go back now. After hearing Ginny's words, Hermione directly addressed her, while Ginny felt somewhat uneasy being in Hermione's room and hurriedly ran out. In the common room, Harry and Ron watched Ginny rush out and quickly asked her, "So what did Hermione say?" She, didn't say anything. Nothing at all. What was she doing? Hearing Ginny's words, Ron frowned and continued to ask, oh no. After hearing Ron's words, Ginny was momentarily stunned and then ran back to the dormitory, leaving Harry and Ron puzzled. Could it be that Hermione's dormitory has a man-eating monster just lying down for a while, and Ginny had changed like this? As the Chamber of Secrets crisis subsided, Hogwarts students finally settled into a period of relative calm, while the Ministry of Magic descended into utter chaos. First, the Malfoy family, long aligned with Minister Fudge, inexplicably switched sides during the Chamber affair when Fudge moved to impeach Dumbledore. Lucius Malfoy publicly backed Hogwarts, and the headmaster catching Fudge completely off guard. Then Lucius filed formal charges against Fudge for abuse of authority, a blow that, while insufficient to unseat him as long as no grave misconduct was proven, severely tarnished his reputation. Though baffled by Lucius's betrayal, Fudge dared not retaliate. His troubles only deepened when the true mastermind behind the chamber was revealed to be a second-year pureblood student. Under immense pressure from Dumbledore, Fudge barely withstood the Parkinson's fury and secured Pansy Parkinson's arrest, only for the Ministry's transport carriage to be ambushed en route to Azkaban. TW. After all, in his youth he himself had once dreamed of wizarding dominion over muggles. In the Great Hall, Draco sighed wearily as he glanced at the freshly printed Daily Prophet. Though he felt a flicker of pity for his childhood playmates, grim, and it was fleeting. Pansy had never been likable, arrogant, ill-mannered, perpetually disdainful. Hermione and Anna, by contrast, had saved his life, and he had chosen them deliberately as friends. Even as a pureblood raised among Slytherins, Draco had placed his loyalty firmly with Hermione and Anna. You actually know that saying from China? Hermione arched a brow, glancing at Draco, surprised he'd read literature beyond Britain's borders. Could you two please consider other people? This is the Great Hall. Draco puffed out his chest, pride blazing. Until mid-sentence his gaze fell upon Hermione and Anna. Hermione seated comfortably on Anna's lap, while Anna lifted a delicate forkful of dessert and guided it gently into Hermione's mouth. Stunned, Draco flung the prophet aside. It struck Crabbe squarely in the face. Crabbe, mind your own business. Hermione rolled her eyes. Anna shot him a sharp warning glance. Instantly deflated, Draco slumped onto the table, suddenly finding even Hogwarts' finest feast utterly tasteless. When will sweet romance find me? Get lost, you two pigs. Muttering into the tabletop, Draco lifted his head, only to meet the wide, solemn, wise stares of Crabbe and Goyle. Incensed, he snatched a handful of pastries and stormed out of the Great Hall. Crabbe, Goyle. From the Gryffindor table nearby, Ron and Harry watched the warm, easy camaraderie between Anna and Hermione at the Slytherin table, uneasy, unsettled. Hermione has betrayed Gryffindor. Don't say that, Ron. They're best friends, and besides, it was us who dragged Hermione into this mess. Her anger toward us is perfectly justified. Harry stared blankly at the infamous British dish before him, Stargazy pie, and spoke quietly to Ron. Ron opened his mouth to retort, but seeing Hermione sit serenely on Anna's lap, completely oblivious to their presence, he swallowed his words. With the evening feast concluded, Hogwarts' daily rhythm paused, for now. At dawn the next day, Hermione and Anna boarded the train back to London. The Grangers waited at the station, sensing almost instinctively that their daughter seemed unusually radiant this term, hand in hand with Anna as they approached. Hermione. Anna, you're home. How was the term? The ending was rather satisfactory, Hermione replied after a thoughtful pause. Was it eh? Would you like to join us at our house, Anna? Anna hesitated. Carl was currently caring for Rowling. Leaving a muggle alone in a wizarding castle had made Rowling visibly anxious. Far preferable to returning to an empty villa was staying beside Hermione. When Hermione nodded, Mrs. Granger beamed, ushered them into her car, and drove cheerfully toward home. As she drove, she stole quiet glances at the two girls in the rear seat, then smiled softly, as if a gentle private thought had just bloomed in her mind. It seemed that there had long been preparations for inviting Anna to dinner, as the Granger family's table was already set with 4 bowls and chopsticks. Looking at the delicious food on the table, Hermione instinctively sat on Anna's lap, waiting for Anna to feed her. Hiss. Seeing their actions, Mr. Granger cleared his throat, but was immediately stepped on by Mrs. Granger, letting out a cry of pain. Hearing her father's voice, Hermione hurriedly blushed and got off Anna's lap, sitting properly beside her. Throughout the dinner, almost no one spoke. Hermione and Anna kept their heads down, blushing as they ate, while Mrs. Granger watched them with a smile, making them too shy to look up. Cough, cough. The pressure from the elders even made Anna a bit nervous. She had never felt this way, even when facing the Basilisk or Voldemort. After dinner, Hermione intended to take Anna back to her room, but was stopped at the door by Mrs. Granger, who followed them into Hermione's room and smiled as she asked Hermione, "Did anything interesting happen this semester?" Hermione was caught off guard by her mother's question, her face flushed and unsure of how to respond. Seeing this, Mrs. Granger seemed to confirm her guess, smiling even brighter as she turned to Anna. "Let me rephrase that, little Anna. Do you like our little Hermione?" "I like her," Anna instinctively replied, and Mrs. Granger once again turned to Hermione. "And what about you, Hermione?" "I like Anna too. Anna treats me the best." "Really? What does that feel like?" "It feels sweet." "No, I mean it's very happy when I'm with Anna." Hearing Mrs. Granger's question, Hermione licked her lips and instinctively answered, but then realized, blushing and hastily adding. Seeing this, Mrs. Granger stood up and smiled as she turned to leave the room. "Then I have no problems with that. Is that it?" Seeing her mother wanting to leave, Hermione asked in confusion, as she thought her mom would ask a lot more or stop her in some way, considering both she and Anna were girls. "Yes, otherwise what else would I say? It's already the 20th century. Mrs. Granger said with a smile, then closed the door behind Hermione and Anna, leaving the two of them looking at each other. "So, what now?" Anna felt a sense of being at a loss for the first time, as if it were her first time spending the night at her girlfriend's house, and now their parents had locked them in a room together. What should she do now? "Anna, you smell so good." Hermione thought for a moment and leaned closer to Anna, speaking softly next to her face. Seeing Hermione getting closer, Anna fell into a daze once more. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window onto Anna's face, the bright light making her uncomfortable. She turned and buried her head in Hermione's chest while Hermione instinctively wrapped her arms around Anna's head. After a long while, Anna opened her eyes and looked at the slightly messy bed. If it weren't for their pajamas still being intact, she wouldn't know how to explain to Mrs. Granger. She truly didn't understand why Hermione was so restless while sleeping. "See, I told you nothing would happen." Shaking her still dazed head, Anna called Hermione, who was beside her, as the house was empty. Mr. and Mrs. Granger had probably gone to work, given that a dentist job is quite busy. "Should we go to Neumont and see how Rowling's writing is coming along?" "Sure. When are we leaving?" Hearing Anna's words, Hermione immediately nodded excitedly. "Tomorrow. Today we're going to that amusement park. I think that's what it's called." "Great. Let's go." Hermione happily grabbed her clothes beside her, and in passing, she yanked Anna's pajamas down, rushing to change clothes, leaving Anna blushing and wrapping herself in the blanket. After enjoying the breakfast left by Hermione's parents, Anna and her set off for the nearest amusement park. For Anna, who had never experienced Muggle entertainment facilities before, the amusement park was a novel place. After purchasing 2 tickets, the two held hands and entered the park. "Let's go play that one." As soon as they entered the amusement park, Hermione immediately spotted the largest structure in the center of the roller coaster. Hermione's height just met the minimum requirement for the ride. The two girls settled in the front seats, and as the screams of the tourists in the back filled the air, the roller coaster slowly started to move. Anna couldn't understand why the tourists in the back were screaming so much. For wizards, such speed was hardly worth mentioning. Besides, she could fly from Austria to England much faster than this roller coaster. Hermione, although not reacting as dramatically, was still very excited. She held Anna's hand tightly, cheering with every turn. After the ride ended, Hermione eagerly led Anna towards a haunted house. The lighting in the haunted house was dim, and even the monsters inside looked rather half-hearted in their portrayal. Some werewolves depicted bore little resemblance to real ones, but one could still glimpse traces of the integration between the Muggle world and the wizarding world. Unlike the other tourists who were continuously screaming, Hermione was clearly not afraid of the decorations inside. However, she still clung tightly to Anna's arm, pretending to be frightened, and took the opportunity to lean against Anna in the darkness. Perhaps some people were just using this occasion to do what they wanted. It felt like Hermione's personality had changed a lot since being with Anna. She was more confident, cheerful, and completely different from the slightly insecure girl she once was, even exuding a faint air of a saintly princess. After exiting the haunted house, Hermione's feigned terror vanished instantly, and she pulled Anna towards other amusement attractions. The best part of this amusement park, which required no additional spending, was the ability to enjoy various attractions to the fullest. As evening approached, the two girls, having had a full day of fun, felt a bit tired and slowly made their way to the last attraction. It was a Ferris wheel said to offer a breathtaking view of London from its highest point, showcasing the River Thames and the iconic Big Ben. As the Ferris wheel slowly ascended, Hermione leaned against the window, watching the scenery outside. Muggles who cannot fly could still touch the sky through technology. Watching the setting sun, Hermione gently rested her head on Anna's shoulder. "You know, Anna, they say that when two people kiss at the highest point of the Ferris wheel, they will never be separated for a lifetime," Hermione said softly, her cheeks flushed while Anna looked at her in confusion. It seemed that Anna might have just wanted to experience Muggle amusement facilities and relax with Hermione, but at that moment Hermione was using the opportunity to fulfill her own purpose. As the Ferris wheel approached its peak and Anna remained in a daze without responding, Hermione boldly turned Anna's head and kissed her firmly. Only when the Ferris wheel passed the peak and was about to descend did Hermione release Anna, breathing in the fresh air with a flushed face. Perhaps it was because Anna had once been an emotionless alchemical doll that she was sometimes extremely wooden, while Hermione perfectly filled that gap. All right, now we will never be separated. Don't forget that. Anna finally snapped back to reality at the sound of Hermione's voice, nodding blankly. As the two girls ran out, their faces flushed under the puzzled gaze of the ticket collector, the cool night breeze gradually calmed Anna down. They strolled along the road home, and Anna softly spoke up. I said I won't forget. Anna leaned close to Hermione's face, whispering. The proximity allowed them to smell each other's scents, and Hermione nodded with a flushed face. Even without magic binding them, this small promise was firmly etched in their hearts under the witness of the moonlight. No matter what happened in the future, even death could not separate them. Let us set aside the still unfortunate classmate Potter, as his misfortunes have persisted for quite some time. After leaving the amusement park, Hermione and Anna returned home, and as soon as they entered, they saw Mrs. Granger busy cooking. How was it? Was the amusement park fun? I heard that if two people on the Ferris wheel. The amusement park was a lot of fun. Please, stop talking. Realizing what her mother was about to say, Hermione hurriedly interrupted her, her face flushed as she pulled Anna back to her room. Since the two planned to go to Austria the next day, Hermione quickly packed her luggage. Although the cold wind and snow of the Austrian mountains were negligible due to the preservation charm, Hermione still took a few warm clothes out of habit. Meanwhile, Anna chuckled at a new envelope she received. What's the matter, Anna? Did you see something? After putting a sweater into her backpack, Hermione looked curiously at Anna, who handed the envelope to Hermione and said, Draco has met a young girl who's 2 years younger than him from the Greengrass family. It seems he likes her and came to show off to us. Hermione glanced at the letter, which included a photo. The girl named Astoria appeared rather compatible with Draco, although her face bore a somewhat unhealthy pallor, which puzzled Hermione. He also invited us to a gathering. Should we go? After reading through Draco's letter, Hermione turned to Anna and asked, and Anna nodded. Of course, but it's still a few weeks away. We can go after we return from Austria. This gathering is likely at Mr. Malfoy's behest, using it to declare his stance alongside the Death Eaters while seeking new allies. As the Masters of the Saints, wouldn't it be inappropriate for us not to attend? After listening to Anna, Hermione nodded. However, Lucius actually dared to clarify his relationship with the Saints in front of his former old comrade, which indeed exceeded on his expectations. It seems that Mr. Malfoy is determined to tie himself closely to Anna. However, Lucius does seem to have real confidence in her. Even the former Voldemort never made such a clear statement. Even the invitation included with the letter bore the symbol of the Saints. I'm so tired today. After spending a whole day at the amusement park. Anna, you smell so good. After packing her clothes, Hermione lay down directly on Anna, inhaling the fragrant scent of lilies from her. Hermione smiled, dreamily, feeling that she was about to head in a strange direction. Fortunately, at that moment, the door was suddenly opened by Mrs. Granger, interrupting Hermione. Sorry to interrupt. Seeing the position of the two inside the room, Mrs. Granger discreetly backed out while Hermione blushed and sat up, pulling Anna along as they walked out. Meanwhile, Mrs. Granger, who had been eavesdropping at the door, saw her daughter come out and awkwardly said, Remember to lock the door next time, Mom. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Let's go eat now. Seeing that Hermione seemed a bit flustered, Mrs. Granger immediately chose to stop, leading the two downstairs. Since Mr. Granger still had patients at the dentist today, dinner was only for 3 people, and Mrs. Granger did not prepare too much food. England truly is a culinary desert. Even home-cooked meals were Italian. Just boiling some pasta and making a simple meat sauce sufficed for dinner. Not knowing if it was because her mother had seen through all her thoughts, Hermione chose to completely let herself go, sitting on Anna and demanding to be fed while Anna could only helplessly use a fork to feed her pasta. Mrs. Granger hummed a little tune, pretending not to see anything, and ate her pasta. The next day, Hermione woke up from a beautiful dream. It was a strange dream. Yesterday, she dreamed of being between 2 soft, fluffy peaks. Those peaks were soft, fragrant, and sweet, and she even bit them a few times in her dream. Looking down, Anna was still sound asleep. Continuing to look down, Hermione couldn't help but blush. She saw 2 peaks marked with bite marks exposed beneath Anna's torn shirt, even glistening with Hermione's saliva. As Anna seemed to show signs of waking, Hermione hurriedly wiped away the drool on Anna's chest with her sleeve. Just as she was about to help Anna button her shirt, she saw Anna slowly open her eyes. Good morning, Hermione. What are you doing? Meeting Anna's puzzled gaze, Hermione could only awkwardly smile with a flushed face. Following her line of sight, Anna looked down and immediately saw the bite marks on her chest, causing her face to turn crimson. Hermione. The room was suddenly filled with a commotion. After a while, Hermione, who was changing clothes, looked at the bite marks on her body and muttered softly with a red face, What the heck? This is so unfair. It's nothing. Let's hurry up and pack our things to set off. Arriving at the castle of Nemontgard, Hermione gazed in shock at the enormous Norberta, which had grown to the size of a bus. Mr. Scamander has taken excellent care of it. After all, he is a professional. Anna nodded in satisfaction, and then led Hermione into the castle. In the hall of the castle, Rowling confidently and proudly held up a manuscript addressing the three elderly men in the room. Look. This is the upcoming global sensation by a future renowned author. Rowling placed a book titled Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them on the table. Since it was centered around Mr. Scamander, she ultimately chose to use the title of a book he had previously published. The three parties curiously opened the novel, which nearly documented their past experiences in full, as their story was undoubtedly fascinating to Muggles, even without alterations. Miss Rowling, is the book finished? Yes, it is, Miss Anna. But how should I publish it? Hearing Anna's words, Rowling immediately responded with excitement, but then showed a hint of distress, as it seemed there was no publishing house in this snowy mountain. Don't worry, Miss Rowling, we will help you with the publication of your book. Given your talent, this book will soon become a bestseller, Anna said with a smile. For an author, Anna's words were undoubtedly reassuring, and Rowling felt a sense of elation. Of course, after briefly flipping through Rowling's manuscript, Anna arranged the publication task. Of course, before the publication, Anna didn't forget to magically duplicate a copy for Hermione, as she seemed quite interested in that piece of history. Anna, have you seen the recent newspapers? Dumbledore set down the manuscript and looked at Anna as he spoke, while Anna shook her head, leaning against Hermione. The person who once betrayed Harry's parents, Sirius Black, has escaped from prison. Not interested. Before Dumbledore could finish, Anna interrupted him, snuggling into Hermione's embrace, pretending to sleep. Sirius Black. But Hermione was intrigued by Dumbledore's words and asked curiously, "You've been fooled, Hermione. He is trying to grab your attention." Ignoring Anna's comment, Dumbledore continued, speaking to Hermione. "Yes, Miss Granger, he has escaped from the world's safest prison, Azkaban. To be honest, I don't believe that Sirius would betray Harry's parents. After all, they were such good friends." "There are many things you don't believe." Anna rolled her eyes while nestled in Hermione's arms, shifting positions. However, while changing positions, she accidentally touched some inappropriate areas, causing Hermione to blush. She gently tapped on his head and turned back to Dumbledore. "But I still hope you can help me investigate. After all, I can't do it personally, and the Saints clearly have a wider reach. Now you remember us. Do you want to join?" Never mind, I'm too old for the affairs of the young." Hearing Anna's words, Dumbledore paused for a moment, then smiled and shook his head. "Sigh. I promise to help you investigate, and in return you will help me investigate the secret chambers of the other three founders of Hogwarts." After thinking for a moment while lying in Hermione's arms, Anna spoke. "The secret chambers of the other founders." Dumbledore frowned, clearly unaware of any information regarding the other chambers. Anna then recounted her previous experience in the Slytherin chamber to him and Hermione. Her words evidently shocked both of them, and after a long pause, Dumbledore seemed to have calmed down and said, "I agreed." Anna did not respond further and left the hall with Hermione. At the same time, Carl, who had just submitted the manuscript to the newspaper, was given a new task: investigating the explosion incident from 13 years ago. After a tranquil week at Ermengarde Castle, Hermione and Anna decided to attend the Malfoy family banquet. Meanwhile, the wizarding world was anything but idle. Sirius Black had escaped from Azkaban when an individual had inflated his own aunt into a human balloon, and, most astonishingly, a mysterious author had publicly published in the Muggle realm a detailed account of Albus Dumbledore's historic confrontation with Gellert Grindelwald decades earlier. The original timeline has since been corrected. While the human balloon incident had been resolved, the other two matters remained gravely unsettled. The anonymous author's brazen violation of the International Statute of Secrecy and Sirius Black's audacious escape had collectively dealt a crushing blow to the Ministry of Magic's reputation. Rumor had it that Minister Cornelius Fudge was incensed by both affairs, so much so that he reportedly berated even passing dogs. Oddly enough, one black dog, after being scolded by him, appeared to retort, in canine tongue, "Anna, does this dress suit me?" Inside Anna's chamber at Ermengarde Castle, Hermione stood before the mirror, adjusting the folds of her sleek black gown as she turned to Anna. "It suits you perfectly. Hermione looks radiant in anything." At Anna's words, Hermione blushed faintly, then turned, gently cupped Anna's chin and kissed her. "Truly, a flatterer are we, the Miss Grindelwald." "Indeed I am." Anna slid her arms around Hermione, but went no further, instead smoothing the collar of Hermione's gown with tender precision. "Let's not linger, else the dress will lose its elegance." Hermione pouted, dissatisfied, yet nodded reluctantly. Hand in hand, they stepped out of the castle. In the courtyard, dozens of carriages already waited, evidently intended to awe the pure-blood families. Nearly half the Deathless Order had assembled for the occasion. Even Vinda, who rarely appeared in public, now wore formal attire. As the carriages rose silently into the sky and glided toward Malfoy Manor, guests were already gathering within the estate. Yet Lucius Malfoy's genuine welcome remained unextended. His polite smiles were mere facades. With the exception of the Greengrass family, he exchanged scarcely a word with anyone else. Mr. and Mrs. Greengrass conversed quietly with Narcissa while their daughters, Daphne and Astoria, stood beside Draco. Though Daphne and Draco had once been, the banquet's true guests have arrived. Let it begin. Let us herald the return of Grindelwald. At Lucius's declaration, the knight burst into cascading phoenix-shaped fireworks. He then stepped back, positioning himself behind Hermione and Anna. Only then did some guests notice the Malfoy crest now bore discreetly, yet unmistakably, a phoenix motif. Murmurs swelled anew, speculating on the house of Malfoy's allegiance. Yet Lucius paid them no mind. Having escorted Anna into the hall, he turned away to engage the Greengrasses in earnest conversation. Most esteemed Miss Grindelwald, the Flint family extends its warmest welcome to your return. Yet, I confess, I do not comprehend why you would choose a Muggleborn as your companion. Mr. Flint approached Anna with his son Marcus in tow, having clearly learned of Hermione through his son. Though his tone was outwardly deferential, disdain for Hermione shimmered beneath every syllable. Hermione, unshaken by such petty condescension, turned slowly, her dark gown lending her an air of regal austerity. Her gaze cool and unwavering held the quiet authority of a sovereign, equal in bearing to Anna herself. Mr. Flint recoiled, inwardly stunned by the sheer force of presence radiating from this young Muggleborn woman. Fool. Anna offered only that single quiet verdict, then led Hermione onward without another glance. Marcus and his father seethed, but instinct warned them to offend either woman would invite consequences far graver than mere insult. So, the once proud Roche family has fallen so low as to pledge fealty to a madman. Before they reached Vinda, her voice, haughty crystalline, cut through the air. Facing her stood the current head of House Roche, his face flushing crimson. As he opened his mouth to protest, Vinda continued unruffled. I shall grant you one chance: rejoin Lord Grindelwald's service, or be erased from memory. Vinda left the threat unfinished, certain her meaning required no elaboration. The banquet concluded amid uneasy murmurs among the pureblood guests. Afterwards, under Lucius's escort, Anna and Hermione entered the grand hall, where Narcissa awaited them alongside four figures. Miss Grindelwald, I trust you observed today's attendees. Yes, a gathering of fools whose minds hold only the dogma of blood purity, none worthy of alliance. Anna nodded coolly. Lucius merely smiled, and gestured toward the Greengrasses. You speak truth, Miss Grindelwald. Yet among these fools stands the House of Greengrass, exceptional, undeniable, and unbroken. So, Mr. Greengrass, what is your decision? Lucius regarded the man before him, his expression calm, expectant. Mr. Greengrass, you must understand life is a protracted investment. Choosing the right people, doing the right things, attaining the right outcomes, and thereby revealing one's worth to the world. This is my choice. Lucius Malfoy gazed at the man before him, still hesitating. Once I made a grievous investment, following a master who proved false. But now I believe I have chosen wisely to stand with Miss Grindelwald and forge a new era. This is my choice. Earlier that evening, Lucius had sought out Mr. Greengrass at the banquet, presenting Anna's vision and the saint's ideals. He had long observed the Greengrass family, even before Draco's acquaintance with Astoria, as exceptional among pure-blood houses. Unlike others, they bore no hostility, disdain, or contempt toward Muggles. Thus Lucius deemed them potential allies. And yet personal motives also stirred. He was neither blind nor foolish. He clearly perceived his son's growing affection for the young Miss Greengrass. From a father's perspective, he wished no enmity between their families. Mr. Malfoy, if I join you, what shall I gain? That lies beyond my authority to decide. Hearing Mr. Greengrass's words, Lucius stepped back, positioning himself behind Anna and speaking calmly. Perhaps I can lift the blood curse afflicting you. At Anna's words, Mr. Greengrass stiffened, then lifted his head in stunned disbelief, fixing his gaze upon her. Miss Grindelwald. How? Only because I recognize the signature of this curse. As Anna spoke, Nagini emerged from Hermione's enchanted, undetectable extinction-charmed bag. A modest pouch transformed into an ideal serpent's den. Though merely a satchel, it granted Nagini freedom, for though bound to serpentine form, her soul remained human, and confinement indoors had grown unbearable. Now she could accompany them openly. As another bearer of the blood curse, Nagini's presence evoked a subtle instinctive resonance within the Greengrass family. Nagini's curse has festered too long, grown too potent. I cannot eradicate it wholly in one act. But you are different. Join me, and I shall lift it from you now. Anna's strategy had always been to draw people in first, then gradually win their conviction, not only in ideology, but in shared interest. Many saints had joined thus, the Malfoys too. Even without full ideological alignment, bonds forged by mutual benefit remained potent instruments of influence. Hearing Miss Grindelwald, with all due respect, for generations our family has suffered under this blood curse, yet no healer, no wizard has ever lifted it. Heh. You may choose disbelief, but time, it seems, is slipping through your fingers. Vinda interjected coolly. Though lacking Anna's acute sensitivity to curses as a formidable, which she needed only glance at Astoria's pallor to grasp the truth, even if the curse spared this generation, it would surely erupt in her descendants. Please, Anna, save her, Draco implored, staring at Astoria's ashen face. Yet Anna's eyes remained fixed on Mr. Greengrass. And your decision? Mr. Greengrass, for Draco's sake, I will heal Astoria. Whether your entire family shares that mercy depends entirely upon your choice. Very well, I accept. After a long silent deliberation, Mr. Greengrass finally yielded. Without hesitation, Anna raised her wand. Delicate violet lightning flickered from its tip and flowed into all 4 green grasses. As black vapors coiled upward from their brows and cold sweat beaded upon their skin, Anna ceased the incantation. A wave of profound exhaustion washed over them, followed instantly by transcendent relief, as though a mountainous weight had vanished from their very souls. Thank you, Miss Grindelwald. By my soul, I swear henceforth the house of Greengrass stands with you. Feeling that unburdened lightness suffuse his limbs, Mr. Greengrass bowed solemnly, yet Anna merely smiled. Then, welcome to the Saints, Mr. Greengrass. She took Hermione's hand and departed Malfoy Manor with the Saints' procession, while the Greengrass family watched her receding figure, wondering perhaps, this Miss Grindelwald, the one who dismantled the Parkinsons, may not be quite so fearsome to approach as rumor claims. Yet not all held such views. Consider the Flint family. Upon returning home, Mr. Flint found his once magnificent estate reduced to rubble, as if blasted by a violent curse. When he attempted to restore it magically, nothing responded. As he prepared to try again, stark letters materialized before him. First warning. Hermione, will you dislike me for being vengeful, petty even? Never. I adore Anna more than anything. Inside the carriage returning to Hermione's London home, Anna leaned against Hermione's shoulder and murmured softly, my heart is small. Small enough to hold only you. Why is it titled such an odd book? The Monsters' Book of Monsters. Looking at the new semester's book list from Hogwarts, Hermione said with confusion, after all, this book does not seem like a proper textbook at all. Is everything in Hagrid's class this strange? Anna raised an eyebrow. Although she had never attended a class, textbooks shouldn't normally have such names, right? Let's go by the books. Hermione put on her coat and said to Anna. Perhaps influenced by Anna, Hermione also began to like wearing darker clothes, and her style even became somewhat similar to Anna's. Anna also packed away her notebook and books. What are you looking at? The complete book of potions, Anna said, shaking the thick book in her hand. I want to brew a potion that can make hair smooth. Hearing Anna's words, Hermione felt a warmth in her heart. Every morning dealing with her curly hair was a hassle that Anna seemed to understand. Without Carl as their driver, Anna and Hermione had to walk, and they found themselves missing that guy. The leaky cauldron was still messy and chaotic, and as soon as they entered, Hermione saw Ron chasing his rat, while Harry helped him. Originally, Hermione and Anna didn't plan to intervene, but then the rat ran straight toward them. Being a 13-year-old girl, Hermione still found rodents quite unpleasant. Thankfully, with Crookshanks around, he swatted the rat away, and soon Nagini's head popped out of the bag, directly swallowing the rat whole. The two animal friends successfully executed a perfect combination. Scabbers. My scabbers. Seeing this scene, Ron immediately exclaimed in shock, and Hermione could only sigh helplessly, gently patting Nagini's head to make her spit out scabbers. This rat feels wrong. It gives off a very unpleasant vibe. Disgusted, Nagini looked at Ron as he picked up the rat, while Hermione and Anna turned their attention to the rat in Ron's hands. Hermione had spent a whole holiday learning Parseltongue. Although she couldn't converse fluently, she could understand Nagini's speech. Ron Weasley, keep your rat in check. Ooh, I don't want it touching my clothes, Hermione said to Ron with dissatisfaction, and Ron nodded hurriedly, though he still whispered to Harry beside him, Scabbers is just a rat. How am I supposed to control where it goes? At least Hermione is talking to us, isn't she? During the entire holiday, Hermione hadn't written to the two, but just now her words, though a reprimand, made them feel they had a chance to mend their friendship. However, Hermione ignored them and walked straight out of the pub behind Anna. This year's bookstore seemed less calm than in previous years. Perhaps it was because a little wizard had run out, and even the staff didn't want to stay inside. This damn book. Are you okay, Draco? Let me help you blow it. Are you okay, Draco? Let me help you blow it. The above is a conversation between Draco Astoria and the sarcastic Daphne in the bookstore. Clearly, Daphne was still very displeased with Draco for trying to take her sister away. The three fled the bookstore, and upon seeing Anna standing at the door, Draco's eyes lit up. Anna, Hermione, great. Come help me deal with these damn books. Miss Grindelwald and Miss Granger, it's a pleasure to see you here. Clearly, compared to the irritated Draco, the Greengrass sisters appeared more polite and reserved. Looking at them, Anna smiled and said, you can just call us by our names. What were you doing just now? It's just that big guy's book for class. The Monsters' Book of Monsters. It's not even a book. It's a monster. Look at what it bit me, Draco said unhappily, raising his injured finger in front of Anna, and it is indeed a serious injury. If not treated promptly, it might heal improperly. Anna raised an eyebrow and walked into the bookstore, and the monster books seemed to have spotted a new target rushing towards Anna. Be quiet. As Anna's words fell, a chilling aura suddenly erupted in the bookstore. Those intelligent monster books seemed to have seen their nemesis and actually fell silent. The bookstore staff looked at Anna gratefully. At the enthusiastic request of the bookstore staff, the group received a monster book for free. Even Anna, who didn't need it, took one. Anna was indeed very interested in these living objects. By the way, have you heard? That fool Fudge actually wants to send Dementors to Hogwarts. Leaving the bookstore, the group found a dessert shop in Diagon Alley. Looking at the newspaper in hand, Draco said unhappily, "It's about that little Sirius Black who Fudge actually believes he would go to Hogwarts to kill Potter and plans to— It doesn't matter, Hermione will have my purple lightning." Upon hearing Draco's words, Anna ruffled Hermione's hair and spoke while Draco pouted in discontent. "I want to learn it too. Think about it." Draco was momentarily speechless at Anna's words, unsure of what to say, and could only stare blankly as Anna fed spoonfuls of dessert to Hermione. "However, Dumbledore did ask me to help investigate serious matter. He suspects there's something behind it." After feeding the last spoonful of dessert to Hermione, Anna looked at Draco and said, who then turned to her seriously and asked then, "Is there anything I can help with?" "I'm afraid you can't help much. I've already arranged this matter." Draco nodded in acknowledgement. The group lingered in the dessert shop for a while longer before leaving Diagon Alley as the sky began to darken. With the Granger couple's reluctant gazes upon them, Anna and Hermione passed through the wall of platform 9 3/4 and arrived at the platform. Perhaps due to the influx of new students this year, when Anna and Hermione reached the carriage, all the compartments were nearly full. In the compartment usually reserved for Anna, a shabby-looking man was leaning against the window, seemingly asleep. Tisk. Seeing her exclusive spot taken, Anna felt somewhat displeased. After all, with outsiders present, how could she and Hermione snuggle together on this long journey? "There's no choice, Anna will have to sit here." Seeing this, Hermione reluctantly led Anna into the compartment, sitting opposite the man, both feeling a bit uncomfortable. Shortly after, 2 other people who couldn't find seats entered the compartment. There are really a lot of new students this semester. We couldn't find a seat. Can we sit here?" Looking at the newcomers, Anna frowned, surprised to encounter Harry and Ron again. No matter where they went, despite her displeasure, she allowed them to enter and sat beside the stranger. The journey from London to Hogwarts takes nearly a day, and for some reason the Hogwarts Express wasn't selling snacks this time. Thankfully, Anna and Hermione were prepared. The snacks prepared by Mrs. Granger were always Anna's favorite. Seeing the treats on the table, Harry and Ron with their empty stomachs clearly wanted to join, but upon seeing the large snake Nagini sharing snacks with them, they swallowed and stared hungrily. "What is happening?" Ron, who was already a bit timid, leaned closer to Harry upon witnessing this scene, while Harry seemed to be feeling dizzy. The surrounding temperature seemed to plummet suddenly, and frost appeared on the windows. "Dementors have boarded the train." After a loud crash at the door, Anna whispered to Hermione. Upon hearing Anna's words, Hermione immediately became anxious, but recalled the knowledge Anna had shared with her, calming down as she gripped her wand tightly, and together with Anna pushed open the compartment door. In the distance, 2 Dementors floated into view from the adjoining compartments. Upon seeing the young wizard step out, these mindless creatures seemed to want to attack and drifted towards Hermione and Anna. "Purple lightning!" Hermione and Anna shouted simultaneously, and 2 bolts of purple lightning struck the Dementors in the compartment. After a wail, the Dementors turned to ashes and dissipated within the carriage. After the Dementors vanished, the shabby-looking man stood up, gazing dazedly at the 2 at the door. "Are all the little wizards at Hogwarts so powerful now?" Ron and Harry felt somewhat embarrassed, while Draco, who had been sitting in another compartment, rushed out upon hearing the commotion. "Anna, Hermione, are you okay? That damned Fudge actually dared to let Dementors board the train. I'm going to write to my father about Fudge." Hearing Draco's familiar words, not only Anna and Hermione, but even Astoria, who was behind Draco, helplessly covered her face with her hand. "Draco, we're fine. You can go ahead first," Hermione said helplessly to Draco, then returned to the compartment. Would you like some chocolate? It can alleviate the discomfort caused by the Dementors." The man looked at Harry, and Ron hesitated for a moment, then pulled a piece of chocolate from his pocket. Harry had reason to doubt whether this chocolate had expired, but considering that the man was also heading to Hogwarts and his head really hurt, he accepted the chocolate. "Lupin, the new defense against the dark arts professor mentioned by Dumbledore, it must be you, right?" Anna asked as she looked at the man distributing the chocolate. "Ugh. Yes, Professor Dumbledore invited me to serve as this term's defense against the dark arts instructor." Remus Lupin patted his trunk, revealing his name and Dumbledore's official letter of invitation. Anna merely nodded, saying nothing further. "His scent is peculiar," Nagini remarked, having devoured all the snacks on the table, then turned her gaze toward Lupin and addressed Anna and Hermione. Anna frowned slightly, studying Lupin with quiet scrutiny. Perplexed by her gaze, Lupin offered her a gentle, reassuring smile. Soon after, the train arrived at Hogwarts. Compared to the relaxed atmosphere of the previous 2 terms, this one bore markedly heightened security measures. Orders from the Ministry of Magic stood taut and vigilant at Hogwarts gates, inspecting every student's luggage. Even the Hogwarts professors joined the inspections, underscoring the gravity with which Sirius Black's escape had been taken. At the opening feast, Dumbledore specifically urged students to travel in peace. Do not give them cause to attack you. Amid the tense atmosphere, the feast commenced. Most young witches and wizards voiced quiet discontent over these so-called guests now inhabiting their school, and unease rippled widely at the news of a notorious wizard's escape. Yet Hermione felt little concern. Armed with the magic Anna had entrusted to her, even Dementors posed no true threat. The two appeared distinctly out of place during the feast, not only due to their calm, unruffled demeanor, but also because Hermione, a Gryffindor, sat alone among Slytherins at their table. Though many Slytherin students privately resented this breach of tradition, they swallowed their objections upon recalling the formidable Saint Order standing behind Hermione and Anna. Meanwhile, across the Great Hall, Harry and Ron watched the scene with faint, wistful envy, convinced deep down that Hermione was indeed drifting ever farther from them. After the feast, Anna followed Hermione straight into the Gryffindor common room, utterly ignoring the stares of bewildered and disgruntled Gryffindors. They retreated directly into their shared dormitory, released Crookshanks and Nagini, and Hermione promptly collapsed onto the bed. It feels as though something always happens at Hogwarts each year. Wasn't Hogwarts supposed to be the safest place in the world? You'll have to ask Potter. He's entangled in every incident. Anna set her belongings aside and remarked dryly. Hermione nodded in quiet agreement, two incorrigible troublemakers, utterly eclipsed by Anna's effortless composure. Had Harry and Ron known, they'd surely protest. It wasn't that they sought trouble. It was trouble that persistently sought them. Here, this is for you, Hermione. I've finished it, and its effect is permanent. From her bag, Anna withdrew a vial shimmering with golden liquid, the very magical shampoo she'd mentioned earlier. Hermione seized it instantly, eyes alight with excitement. If the Potter family still trades in hair care, I could sell this to them and earn a fortune. Their ancestors built their fortune on shampoo after all. One of the greatest advantages of collaborating with Dumbledore was access to extraordinary privileges. Though no one knew precisely how he arranged it, Hermione's dormitory now featured an unusually spacious bathroom, its bathtub large enough to comfortably accommodate 2 people. Indeed, that old beekeeper is definitely a lecherous old man. Hermione dashed into the bathroom, clutching the shampoo. Water soon began to run, but suddenly she peeked out through the crack in the door, cheeks flushed, and murmured shyly to Anna, "Anna, would you wash my hair? I can't apply the shampoo evenly on my own." A lie, though Anna, ordinarily unversed in such subtleties, sensed it instantly. Yet she stepped inside, cheeks faintly pink, smiling softly. Inside, Hermione sat submerged in the tub, back turned, her rich brown hair cascading naturally over her shoulders, ears delicately flushed. Anna approached quietly behind her, uncorked the golden elixir, and poured a small amount into her palm before gently massaging it into Hermione's scalp. Hermione's body trembled faintly with each tender motion. Truly, could one call Anna anything less than a prodigy? The potion took immediate effect upon contact. Hermione's naturally unruly curls gradually softened, yielding to sleek silken grace. Done. All the potion's been used. As Anna's fingers lifted from Hermione's hair, it gleamed with unprecedented smoothness. Perhaps owing to certain additional ingredients Anna had infused, Hermione seemed subtly more radiant than before. Just as Anna turned to leave, Hermione seized her wrist. Anna lost her balance and tumbled headlong into the tub, drenched from head to toe. While Hermione radiated quiet triumph, Anna, trapped beneath her, flushed with flustered panic. Seizing a fleeting moment when Hermione looked away, she scrambled upright and fled the bathroom entirely. The potion needs time to fully take hold. I'm going to sleep now. Watching Anna flee in disarray, Hermione couldn't suppress a sly, victorious smile. After drying herself, she returned to the dormitory and found Anna curled tightly into a ball on the bed. Silently, Hermione slipped beside her and wrapped her arms around her. "Anna, are you asleep?" Anna feigned slumber, offering no reply, but her uneven breathing betrayed her. Hermione smiled faintly, then whispered, "Then I won't disturb you. Good night, Miss Grindelwald." Nestled close, she gently held Anna until both drifted peacefully into sleep. In the early morning at Hogwarts, Anna stood alone in front of the bedroom mirror, attempting to wipe away the red mark. "I still have to go out today." Time rewound to the morning. Due to Hermione's restless movements throughout the night and her own inner turmoil, Anna did not sleep well. As Hermione prepared to get up for class, Anna remained in a slumber state. Watching Anna sleep, Hermione was lost in thought, when suddenly she leaned down and bit Anna's neck before rushing out of the bedroom. An hour later, Anna woke up relieved to find her clothes intact. Aside from the fresh bite mark on her chest, everything seemed normal today. Realizing Anna was standing in front of the mirror, she stomped her foot in anger upon seeing the red mark on her neck. After pondering for a moment, she took out a dark green scarf from the wardrobe, wrapped it around her neck, and quietly left the dormitory. Meanwhile, Hermione arrived in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, where she was quite curious about the new professor. His behavior on the train and the strange scent mentioned by Nagini piqued her interest. It must be said Professor Lupin was far superior in teaching than the two previous professors, one who could only recite from the textbook and the other who only boasted about himself. To capture the young wizard's interest in defense against the dark arts, he planned to conduct a practical lesson on the very first class. A huge cabinet in the center of the classroom shook continuously while Professor Lupin leaned against it, smiling at the entering young wizards. "Welcome, children." As most of the young wizards se. "Professor." "Very good, Miss Granger." "Gryffindor earns 10 points, Lupin said with a smile, clearly curious about Anna and Hermione since their encounter on the train. Hermione's performance in class pleased him immensely. A boggart is not a dangerous creature, it dislikes sunlight and prefers to hide in dark places. It transforms into the form of what people fear most to scare them. Therefore the simplest spell to deal with it is ridiculous. Lupin demonstrated with a flourish of his wand. Draco couldn't help but laugh at his antics, but after receiving a glare from Hermione, he settled down to listen attentively to Lupin's lesson. "Now let's practice. Come up one at a time." At Lupin's cue, the young wizards formed a line, each stepping up to the cabinet. Although nervous, nearly every young wizard successfully learned and practiced the spell. The line soon reached Hermione. Notably, our classmate Neville's greatest fear turned out to be Professor Snape, which made Lupin chuckle. "I hope Neville can walk out of potions class alive." Interestingly, Draco's greatest fear also turned out to be Professor Snape, suggesting that the tutoring sessions Snape gave him in childhood left a deep impression. May Merlin bless him. As Hermione stood before the cabinet, she gripped her wand tightly, feeling nervous. As Lupin opened the cabinet door, the boggart transformed instantly, and upon seeing its new form, Hermione's face went pale. It was Anna, but she looked completely different from the usual Anna. Now Anna lay in a pool of blood devoid of color in her face. Witnessing this scene, Hermione's heart stopped momentarily. "You could have saved me, but you can do nothing." The Anna on the ground spoke in fragmented words, her eyes filled with hatred. Hermione's expression shifted from sorrow to anger as she suddenly drew her wand, aiming it at the Anna on the ground. Ridiculous. The purple lightning instantly obliterated the boggart, which didn't even have time to scream. "Anna would never speak to me like that, nor would she look at me with those eyes. I will not allow you, this beast, to insult her." Looking at the ashes of the boggart on the ground, Hermione said fiercely. The aura emanating from her made Harry and Ron, standing behind, feel a mix of unfamiliarity and fear. It was an undeniable aura. The anger radiating from her created a sense of distance, while her flowing hair and flawless face made her resemble a princess standing at the center of Hogwarts, a queen destined to rise above all in the future. "Calm down, Miss Granger. That was just the boggart's illusion." Sensing the cold aura surrounding Hermione, Lupin hurriedly interrupted her and turned to the young wizards still waiting for their turn. "Sorry, children. It seems we must end today's lesson here for now. But don't worry, those who didn't get to experience the boggart will be compensated next time. Now class is dismissed." Several young wizards beside Hermione rushed out of the classroom, and she followed closely behind. "Are you okay, Hermione?" Draco asked with concern, having never seen her this angry before. "I'm fine. Let's get ready for the next class." Anna quietly arrived at Dumbledore's office, while Dumbledore looked at Anna's scarf with curiosity. "Why are you wearing a scarf on such a hot day?" After all, it was summer, and Anna's behavior was indeed quite unusual. Hearing his words, Anna shot him an exasperated glance and retorted, "Do you live by the sea? Why are you so nosy? But since you called me here, you must have some clues about the secret chamber, right?" After being glared at by Anna, Dumbledore finally got to the point, as if he couldn't feel complete without seeing Anna's eye roll every day. "It's not him who has the clues, it's me, the little heiress." Before Dumbledore could speak, the sorting hat on the bookshelf voiced first. Anna looked at it in confusion, as she never expected the sorting hat would provide clues. "Don't look at me like that, little heiress. The rule set by the 4 founders is that I can only provide clues once the heir has passed through a secret chamber." Noticing Anna's gaze, the sorting hat helplessly said, then gestured for Dumbledore to take it down, positioning it at eye level with Anna. Compared to the other founders' secret chambers, his is the simplest. It simply grants you knowledge and inheritance. However, what you have to face afterward won't be so simple. "Why are you always so chatty?" Anna looked at the sorting hat with displeasure. Ever since her first day at school, every time the sorting hat appeared, it had to babble a bunch of useless words. "Humph. Rude little heiress. All right, the key to the Gryffindor secret chamber is Gryffinder's sword. You can take it yourself. The Gryffindor secret chamber is a trial of strength and courage, but you must have the ability to draw the sacred sword." If the sorting hat had eyes, it would certainly be glaring at Anna. In its long time at Hogwarts, it was the first time it encountered such an impolite little witch. Anna lifted the sorting hat, curious to look at it. A butt. There really was a silver sword hilt sticking out. Anna could see Gryffinder's sword and Dumbledore was not surprised. After all, how could someone who wanted to change the world lack courage? With a strange cry from the Sorting Hat, Anna pulled out the sacred sword. Both Dumbledore and Anna looked at the Sorting Hat in confusion. What are you looking at? Anna walked out of Dumbledore's office. Carrying Gryffinder's sword around the school was a bit too conspicuous. She temporarily stowed it in her bag, quietly returned to Hermione's dormitory, and set Gryffinder's sword aside. Anna helplessly pinched her brow. But it still didn't tell me where Gryffinder's secret chamber is. After much thought, Anna decided to seek answers in the library, while Hermione stormed out of the divination classroom, coincidentally bumping into Anna in the corridor. What's wrong? Hermione. That Trelawney is a complete fool. Luckily, I didn't apply for the time turner to select. Time rewinds half an hour earlier. Hermione was carrying her divination textbook to class. She was quite interested in the matter of foreseeing the future, especially since Anna possessed the ability to foresee it. Unfortunately, the class turned out to be very disappointing. Trelawney's crazy demeanor immediately extinguished her desire to study prophecy. However, adhering to her principle of not judging by appearance, Hermione still chose a seat and sat down. Welcome, children, welcome to my classroom, where we can explore the secrets of the future together. Trelawney entered the classroom reeking of alcohol, making Hermione frown, feeling an urge to leave the classroom. Hermione had never imagined that divination would be such a trivial process. Observing tea leaves. Moreover, it was made from some low-quality tea leaves. She didn't even know where they came from. The taste was as if the tea had been soaked in some animal's urine. Who knows where they got this stuff from? Anna's tea is so much better. Looking at the undrinkable tea leaves in her cup, Hermione couldn't help but recall the high-quality black tea from New Mongard. Drink up, child, why aren't you drinking? Seeing Hermione hesitating to drink the tea, Trelawney staggered over, puzzled, and asked, while Hermione's actions completely exceeded her and the other students' expectations. Hermione directly poured the tea into a nearby flower pot and placed the teacup on the table. Professor, I don't think this is drinkable. Besides, wouldn't that also allow you to see the tea leaves? Divination is a subtle art, and what you are doing is entirely wrong. It seems you have no talent for divination whatsoever. Let me see. Your future will not have a good outcome. Death will surround you. Hearing her words, Hermione couldn't help but feel angry. It was not only because a seemingly incompetent teacher like Trelawney said she had no talent, but also because of the nonsense about her future. Crazy old coot. Hermione angrily knocked over the teacup and crystal ball on the table and stormed out of the classroom. Don't mind what that old coot said. She does have some divination talent, but she can't fully control it. Don't be angry, okay? Seeing Hermione a bit upset, Anna gently rubbed her hair and said, let me take you to do something else. I'm just about to head to the library. Hearing Anna's words, Hermione nodded and followed her toward the library. Who cares about the vague prophecies of a crazy old coot? The future is always in one's own hands. You agree, right, noseless classmate? The Chamber of Gryffindor. In the library, Anna and Hermione were flipping through books related to Hogwarts. Anna recounted the words of the Sorting Hat from the headmaster's office to Hermione. I didn't expect there to be so many chambers in the school. However, the true prophecy is so powerful. The founders could actually foresee events 1,000 years later, unlike some eccentric professors. Hermione said in surprise, clearly still concerned about Trelawney's words. Seeing this, Anna could only smile and gently ruffle Hermione's silky long hair to comfort her. The two continued to browse the books, but still found nothing. Anna began to feel a bit fatigued when suddenly Hermione let out a gasp. Look, Anna, over here. Hermione placed a book documenting the founding of Hogwarts in front of Anna, pointing to a line of text. It says here, Hogwarts initially had no headmaster. The 4 founders were the heads of the 4 houses. After the founders passed away, the professors discovered a chamber while exploring the school and turned it into the headmaster's office. Do you remember what animal the stone guardian at the headmaster's office is? The stone guardian at the headmaster's office. A griffin. Hermione, you truly are a genius. Anna excitedly hugged Hermione's face and planted a kiss on her cheek, causing Hermione to blush slightly. Let's go take a look. With that, Anna intended to pull Hermione to the door of the headmaster's office, but Hermione looked a bit puzzled. Can I go too? But I'm not the heir. Who cares? This is definitely more interesting than going to class. Besides, how could I not share this with my favorite person? All right. Hearing Anna's words, Hermione nodded with a flushed face. Thus, the diligent student Hermione was led by the truant Anna to skip class and embark on an adventure. Since it was class time, there were no students in the corridor. Arriving at the entrance of the headmaster's office, the two curiously pushed the stone guardian in front of them. No change. Just when the two were at a loss, the Gryffindor sword in Anna's bag suddenly vibrated. Curiously, Anna took it out and placed it in front of the stone guardian. To their surprise, the guardian, which originally spun upwards to reveal the headmaster's office, began to rotate downwards, revealing a staircase leading below. Anna and Hermione exchanged glances and descended the stairs worried that there might be a monster like a basilisk below. Anna had already drawn her wand in preparation. Continuing down, they found themselves in an open arena. As they entered, the torches around them lit up one by one, revealing a room decorated like an arena. With Anna and Hermione's entrance, a figure gradually emerged from the center of the arena. "Ah, finally here. I've been waiting so long, my back and waist are aching. I'm a ghost now, so I guess I don't have a back anymore." The middle-aged ghost spoke to himself, revealing that he was a very optimistic and cheerful person. "Little girl, you must be the heir, right? Oh, a Slytherin. That's all right. You must be a child who cares about your family and friends. After all, this is also a quality of Slytherins." "Yes, Mr. Gryffindor, I love her more than anything, so I brought her to share this chamber with me." Anna nodded and spoke up, and after hearing her words, Gryffindor nodded back with a smile. "Ha ha ha, indeed. This is one of the reasons I admire Slytherin students. They never betray their friends and family. Of course you can share my chamber with your friend. Just that my inheritance can only be yours alone, but the upcoming trials and the ownership of this chamber can be shared between the two of you." "I understand, Mr. Gryffindor. May I ask what the trials are?" Anna nodded and asked, while Gryffindor revealed a big smile and said, "A wizard who can't hold their own in close combat isn't a good wizard, so your trial is to fight me." A long sword appeared in Gryffindor's hand, identical to the Gryffindor sword in Anna's hand. Anna and Hermione exchanged glances. Hermione hesitated for a moment and took out the small dagger from her bag. Ever since the incident with the basilisk, she had kept the dagger with her. Come on. Want my inheritance? Then come and take it." Gryffindor took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Anna, swinging his sword and sending Anna flying. "Anna, don't worry, little girl. In this space no one will be hurt, though it might hurt a bit." Seeing Hermione's concern, Gryffindor spoke up. Indeed, as the dust settled, Anna stood up and scathed, touching her chest, where Gryffindor had struck her, gasping in cold surprise. Even as a wizard, this kind of power and speed is just too exaggerated. Remembering Gryffindor's incomprehensible strength and speed, Anna lamented, while Gryffindor laughed heartily. "That's natural. Little girl, this is the power of muscle. I think you're lying to me. I don't want to be all muscle." "Muscles. The power of muscles is limitless." Amidst the complex gazes of the two girls, Gryffindor unexpectedly began to show off his muscles. Seeing this, Anna planned to take Hermione away, but Gryffindor hurriedly stopped them. "Hey, don't go. Can't I just stop teasing you?" Hearing Gryffindor's words, Anna and Hermione's steps came to a halt. Normal wizards use wands to channel magical power to cast spells, but in fact there are many ways to use magical power. It can also be used to strengthen the body. This is why wizards live longer than muggles. By strengthening the body with magical power, over time, you can also become like me," Gryffindor proudly declared. Anna nodded and also tried to fill her body with magical power. As a quiet person, this was not difficult for her. Seeing that Anna had begun to try, Gryffindor raised his sword again. "Then let us continue." All afternoon, Dumbledore in the upper chamber listened to the crackling sounds beneath his feet and the occasional cries, wondering, "Is there something under my feet?" As evening approached, the two tired girls arrived at the school's auditorium, with Hermione practically lying on Anna. Anna had no strength left to raise her hand, and used magic to levitate food into their mouths. Seeing their exhausted state, Draco curiously asked, "Did you get into a fight?" Anna tiredly replied. After they finished eating, they slowly made their way to the dormitory. Passing the common room, Harry and Ron looked at them curiously. What did they do this afternoon? Hermione didn't attend any classes. Harry shrugged and shook his head. Hermione was getting closer to Slytherin, which made many Gryffindor students quite displeased, causing Harry and Ron to hesitate to approach Hermione, fearing they would also be viewed with hostility by Gryffindor students. If Gryffindor knew how the current Gryffindor students felt, they would probably be very disappointed. In Hermione's bedroom, exhausted from the afternoon, the two lay in bed. Hermione said with some distress, "Why can't I control the magical power within me so freely?" For the entire afternoon, Hermione had been trying to use her magical power to strengthen her body like Anna, but without using her wand, Hermione could hardly control the magical power within her, which made her feel somewhat distressed. "It should be because you're not used to that feeling." Anna gently placed her hand on Hermione's abdomen, allowing magical power to slowly flow into Hermione's body, spreading throughout her. Anna's magical power under her control felt warm, causing Hermione to involuntarily let out a comfortable hum. Hearing Hermione's sound, Anna's hand shook, and she hurriedly blushed and withdrew her hand, but Hermione pinched her face and kissed her directly. "Why are you running away, Anna?" Today was too tiring. Get used to that feeling from earlier. Ill rest first." Anna wrapped herself fully in the quilt. Seeing Anna's nervous demeanor, Hermione found it quite amusing. Due to their age difference, Hermione felt some things she wanted to do were still a bit early, but it didn't stop her from teasing the somewhat naive Anna. Hermione burrowed into the blanket, pressing herself tightly against Anna, and softly said, "All right then, good night, my Grindelwald miss." Anna blushed and gently nodded. In Hermione's warm embrace, Anna gradually fell asleep. In the morning, Anna rubbed her still sore legs. Hermione seemed to have already gone to class. Truly a good student, even after such a tiring day yesterday, she still got up early for class. On the table lay a letter probably delivered in the morning. It seemed Hermione hadn't looked at it, and simply placed it on the table. The wax seal on the envelope indicated that it was written by Carl. Anna opened the envelope to find Carl's investigation notes. According to the information Carl collected 13 years ago, Sirius Black and the hero Peter Pettigrew had a battle in a small alley, which subsequently exploded, leaving Peter missing and only a small finger behind. According to the Ministry of Magic's investigation, Peter was believed to have perished in the explosion. Sirius was captured and sent to Azkaban, while Peter was awarded the First-Class Order of Merlin. However, Carl expressed doubts in his heart. He specifically noted in his letter the Ministry of Magic's investigation regarding Sirius' wand. In the confrontation between Sirius and Peter, it was evident that Sirius intended to kill Peter. During the wand's backlash, Sirius used a large amount of dark magic and unforgivable curses, even the killing curse, but there was no explosion curse. Therefore, Peter's death could not possibly have been caused by Sirius, and could a person truly explode themselves, leaving only the finger closest to the wand? Carl expressed doubts about this. After reading Carl's letter, Anna fell into deep thought, and picked up another report regarding Sirius' mission. One name immediately caught on his attention. Remus Lupin. Leaving her dormitory, Anna arrived at Lupin's office, gently knocking twice on the door, which opened from the inside. Professor Snape emerged with a grim expression, glancing at Anna before stepping aside to let her in. Inside, Lupin held a vial of potion, and after a moment's hesitation, he drank it down in one gulp, the taste twisting his face into a grimace. It was a vial of wolfsbane potion. Anna recognized it, but it seemed that Snape had deliberately added many bittering agents to it. Good morning, Professor. I wonder if you have time to answer a few questions for me. Shifting her gaze from the wolfsbane potion, Anna politely asked Lupin. Hearing her words, Lupin nodded with a hint of confusion, while Anna took out her wand, locked the door to the room, and then turned to Lupin, asking, "So what about Sirius Black? Has he contacted you recently?" Upon hearing Anna's question, Lupin was initially startled, instinctively reaching for his pocket, but before he could grab his wand, Anna had already bound him with magic. Calm down, Professor Lupin. Dumbledore has asked me to investigate the case regarding Sirius, and it is evident that your relationship with him seems to be quite good, at least it was before. So tell me, has he been in contact with you? Don't force me to use other methods to find out about this, Anna said, seemingly to show her sincerity as she released Lupin. He fell silent for a moment before asking, "Well, what does Professor Dumbledore think of Sirius?" "He believes that what happened before was not his doing. However, your words have somewhat exposed your connection to him, and my patience is limited," Anna replied impatiently. Every extra second spent in Lupin's office meant one less second with Hermione, and having not seen Hermione all morning, Anna was already beginning to miss her. "How can I trust you?" Lupin still hesitated. After all, Anna was a Slytherin. Even though he held little prejudice against the houses, he still found it hard to fully trust a Slytherin. Sigh. Anna sighed, pulling Lupin along toward Dumbledore's office. Feeling the overwhelming strength Lupin was, is this really the kind of strength a 14-year-old girl can have? If you were hit by a muscular wizard for a few days, you would gain strength too, Anna said, seeming to notice Lupin's confusion. However, her words only deepened his bewilderment. Upon reaching the entrance to the headmaster's office, Anna didn't even need to take out her wand. The Stone Guardian opened the way for her voluntarily. Possessing the Slytherin heritage, she now held a quarter of the control over Hogwarts. Even Peeves dared not misbehave in her presence, though he never did before. Anna dragged Lupin to stand before Dumbledore, and with impatience, she said, "Hurry up, I have important matters to attend to." Lupin glanced at Anna, and then at the somewhat puzzled Dumbledore. After a moment's hesitation, he began, "Professor Dumbledore, Sirius did not betray James. I know Remus, which is why we are investigating what truly happened behind the scenes," Dumbledore replied. Hearing this, Lupin seemed to let out a breath of relief, and after contemplating for a moment, he said, "Sirius did indeed contact me recently. He said he was not the one who betrayed James. The real traitor is that scoundrel Peter. Back then we all thought he was dead. He actually survived. He didn't die. That coward turned into a rat, and has been hiding next to Harry." Lupin grew increasingly agitated as he spoke, prompting Dumbledore to quickly calm him down. "Stay calm, Remus, stay calm. Where's Peter now? Ron Weasley's rat. That damn coward, I want to kill him." "I'm sorry, Professor Dumbledore." As he mentioned the coward, Lupin angrily slammed his fist on Dumbledore's desk, startling Fawkes, who was sleeping. Realizing his outburst, Lupin immediately apologized to Dumbledore. "It's all right, Remus. It's just, I don't think that directly killing Peter is a good idea. We could help Sirius clear his name. Harry needs his godfather, doesn't he?" Hearing Dumbledore's words, Anna raised an eyebrow, surprised to learn about the connection between Sirius and Potter. No wonder Dumbledore cared so much about Sirius' innocence. Lupin gradually calmed down and looked at Dumbledore, asking, "So what should we do?" "Well, we should wait and see. There's no rush on this matter. I think Peter won't harm Harry in the short term. Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, Anna rolled her eyes dramatically, but said nothing, simply leaving the office. Listening to their unproductive conversation was less interesting than spending time with Hermione. She thought about where Hermione might be. Why would Hermione go to the hospital wing? With a hint of confusion, Anna headed towards the infirmary. So knowing that the manticore is a very dangerous magical creature, why would you still provoke it? In the infirmary, Hermione slowly peeled an apple, while helplessly saying to Draco, who was lying on the bed wrapped in bandages with a look of despair, "Why should I be the one who can't ride? I want to ride too." Hearing Draco's words, Hermione looked helplessly at Astoria, who was sitting beside Draco, and asked, "So what do you see in this childish guy?" Astoria, blushing, scratched her head, unsure of what to say. Hermione finished peeling the last bit of skin off the apple, and took a bite in front of Draco's incredulous gaze, saying, "What are you staring at? If you want some, peel it yourself. Anna, come eat the apple." Hermione rolled her eyes, and then saw Anna just walking in, immediately running over with the apple in hand. "Thank you, it's very sweet." Anna smiled as she took the apple from Hermione, biting into the spot where Hermione had left her teeth marks, though it was unclear what she meant by sweet. "So, what happened here?" Looking at Draco, who was wrapped like a mummy on the bed, Anna raised an eyebrow and asked curiously. Hermione sighed and began to recount the events that had occurred about half an hour ago. She had made ample preparations for Hagrid's first class, even writing a lesson plan for him in advance. If Hagrid had followed her lesson plan, everything would have gone smoothly. But therein lay the problem. Hagrid had his own ideas. He wanted to introduce the young wizards to a very dangerous magical creature, one that was definitely not suitable for their age, the manticore. Due to their relatively good relationship and the lack of volunteers, Harry ended up being the one to ride the manticore. But then another problem arose. Seeing his classmate Potter riding such a wondrous creature, Draco's restless mind began to churn, and he actually tried to force this proud creature to let him ride it. The outcome was as expected. Draco's arm was scratched by the manticore, and it also kicked him, successfully breaking 2 of his ribs. When Hermione used the levitation charm to transport Draco to the infirmary, he hit his head hard against the doorframe. Hermione vehemently denied any intent, but it seemed Draco did not believe her. "This is purely self-inflicted." Anna rolled her eyes and said to Draco, "I'm so mad, I'm going to tell my dad about that." Never mind." The more Draco thought about it, the angrier he became. Just as he was about to find someone to teach Hagrid and his beast a lesson, he was shot down by a glare from Hermione, and he immediately wilted. "But the Dementors are getting closer to Hogwarts. It seems that if we don't catch the Dementors, Fudge won't let them go back," Astoria said softly. Hearing her words, Anna drew her wand and isolated the sounds around them. "In a while I will need your help. The Saints and the Ministry of Magic are not directly related. I can't get Fudge to help me with this." Anna shared the situation regarding Sirius Black with them, and after hearing her, Hermione couldn't help but frown. "So Dumbledore is completely ignoring Ron's rat. He said to wait and see, but I think it's best to control him first." Anna nodded and spoke. "Peter Pettigrew is a very cunning individual, and it's better to nip any changes in the bud. It would be better to just buy that rat and lock it up in the room of requirement." After pondering for a moment, Anna said, "But none of them noticed that a rat happened to sneak out from under Draco's bed at that moment. How could there be rats in the cleanest place at Hogwarts?" Since Draco had broken ribs, he needed to stay in the hospital. After some time, Anna and Hermione returned to their dormitory, while Astoria thoughtfully brought dinner to Draco. It was unclear what Draco had said to her that made her run away blushing. Under Hermione's persuasion, Anna finally agreed to take a bath with her, but unfortunately their plan was ultimately disrupted. Anna glared at the torn portrait of the fat lady, her low pressure causing many young wizards nearby to steer clear. Clearly Hermione seemed even more dissatisfied with the situation, as this was an opportunity that wouldn't come again. "He's here. Sirius Black." The head boy and the professors found the fat lady in the painting far from her own, looking quite disheveled. She spoke in fear, and upon hearing her words, Anna felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, and with Hermione in tow headed towards Lupin's office. "Did you not go looking for Sirius, or is he simply not clever enough? Where are we sleeping tonight?" Anna kicked open the office door, startling Lupin, who awkwardly scratched his head in response to her question. "Do you believe I couldn't find him? You couldn't possibly miss such a large person." Anna asked incredulously. "Sirius is an animagus, a black dog. After hiding in the Forbidden Forest, he's quite hard to find. Then I'll go look for him." Anna, fuming, intended to head to the Forbidden Forest, but seeing her determination, Lupin felt a pang of unease for his friend's predicament, and quickly stopped her, saying, "Let me go find him, Miss Grindelwald." "No. You should find a chain to keep yourself tied up. It's a full moon tonight, and I wouldn't want to have to break your legs to bring you back." Anna pointed to the sky outside where the moon had not fully risen. Realizing what she meant, Lupin quickly drank the wolfsbane potion from his desk, and Anna paid him no further mind as she left the office with Hermione. "Professor Lupin is a werewolf." Clearly Hermione recognized the potion and looked at Anna in surprise. "Yes, but there are already more dangerous things at school. It's not such a big deal to have a werewolf around, is it?" Anna said with self-deprecation, as any creature seemed far safer and cuter compared to being alone. Sensing Anna's low mood, Hermione took her hand and softly whispered in her ear, Anna is not dangerous at all. I like Anna the most. Let's find Sirius and give him a good beating. Once we find him, let's go back to sleep. Anna nodded, relying on Nagini's keen nose as they stepped deeper into the forbidden forest, bypassing the lair of the acromantula. They indeed discovered an area where humans had once resided. Just as Hermione was about to speak, Anna silenced her with a look. In the quiet woods, even the slightest sound was painfully loud, and no matter how softly the two behind them treaded, they could not escape the perception of the two trained in Gryffindor's devil training. Sorry. Little wizards let you sleep for a while fainting. Before the person could finish speaking, he saw the figures of the two little wizards suddenly flash before him, and before he could be surprised, a sharp pain shot through his stomach, causing him to fall. Upon seeing Anna punch him down, Hermione delivered a kick to his gut. So it's Sirius, huh? You caused trouble in the castle, making it impossible for me to return to the dormitory to sleep and preventing me from getting cozy with Anna. Don't hit me. At first, when surrounded by the two, Sirius wanted to retaliate with his wand, but before he could lift it, Anna stepped on it, breaking it in half. Realizing this, Sirius could only plead for mercy. Let's tie him up and bury him. Forget it, let's take him back to Dumbledore. Anna used magic to bind Sirius, muttering, and hearing her words, Sirius immediately struggled violently, thinking to himself, are young wizards today this cruel? Evil Slytherin. Why is there even Gryffindor here? Under the cover of night, Anna and Hermione carried Sirius back to the castle. Upon entering the headmaster's office, due to a lack of control over the levitation spell, Sirius' head collided heavily with the door frame. Draco, I knew you did that on purpose. Dropping Sirius heavily to the ground, Dumbledore stared in shock at the injured Sirius with his already small eyes wide open. What happened to him? What happened? He fell by himself, Anna said indifferently, but it seemed Sirius had quite a bit of objection to this. However, due to the silencing spell, he could only emit muffled protests. If you don't want to clear your name, just keep struggling uncooperatively while capturing Peter. Hearing Anna's words, Sirius widened his eyes in surprise, looking at her, while Dumbledore began to explain the plan to everyone. Anna then returned to the Gryffindor common room with Hermione. The fat lattice portrait had been taken down for repairs, exposing the common room inside. Upon returning to the bedroom, Anna had just lain down on the bed when Hermione suddenly pulled her up. Did you forget what you promised me? Mother, I'm no longer pure. Wait, do I even have a mother? At dawn, Anna lay hollowed in bed. The memory of yesterday's encounter in the bathroom still flushed her cheeks. Though nothing had transpired, merely being seen naked by Hermione had left her deeply flustered. Hermione claimed massage-aided rest, though Anna suspected she was being misled. Moreover, Hermione's hands wandered with unmistakable intent. Yet Anna offered no resistance. Blushing fiercely, she burrowed beneath the covers, only for Hermione, equally flushed, but brimming with playful mischief, to lean in with a soft laugh. Anna, are you awake? Today we're visiting the Gryffindor chamber. Anna gave a small tentative nod. Seeing her like this, Hermione's mischievous instincts flared anew. She swiftly yanked away the covers and slipped beneath them. Much later, the two emerged from the bedroom. Compared to their fellow young wizards who'd spent the night in the Great Hall, they were markedly more refreshed. Yet before they could even step out of the common room, they were met by an irate Ron. Hermione, where's my Scabbers? What does Scabbers' whereabouts have to do with me? Hermione frowned in annoyance at Ron's tone and accusation. Ron responded only with a sharp, derisive snort. Oof, perhaps your cat, and that serpent, devoured him. Snakes have no place in dormitories, and certainly none in Gryffindor Tower, least of all a Slytherin. Ron's ire seemed directed not only at his missing rat, but at Anna herself. His words resonated instantly among other Gryffindor students. Though none possessed Ron's audacity to confront Grindelwald directly, they still glared at Anna and Hermione with palpable resentment. Your rat is missing. Is that right? What else would you think? Ron bellowed. Uncharacteristically, Anna felt no offense at his tone. Instead, she tossed him a small sack of galleons. Then consider it payment for my serpent having eaten him. Now step aside. We have business to attend to. Her swift, unflinching action left Ron speechless. Later, as they walked beyond the common room, Anna noticed Hermione's subdued silence and gently ruffled her long hair. I'm sorry. Hermione, am I troubling you by staying here? I could move out. No. I don't care what anyone says. Anna must not leave. Hermione clung tightly to Anna's arm, so fiercely that were Anna not physically formidable, the grip might have snapped bone. Silence settled between them. Hermione understood Anna feared estranging her from the Gryffindor students. She knew how unbearable that solitude could be. Yet Hermione cared not at all. What did others' opinions matter? All Hermione needed was to remain forever beside Anna. Gryffindor's judgment held no weight for her. I won't go, Anna whispered softly, yet her brow furrowed again, recalling Ron's words. That is no good omen. Hermione too sighed inwardly. A creature so tiny could hide anywhere within Hogwarts Castle. As they walked pondering the mystery, Anna cast a subtle glance behind them, and Hermione instantly grasped her meaning. Someone followed them, had done so all the way. Rounding a corridor, two red-haired figures peered cautiously around the corner searching for Anna and Hermione, only to find the hallway empty. Where did they go? George? No idea. Fred? I think we were right. There must be a hidden passage, or chamber, nearby. Stepping fully into view, they moved toward the spot where Anna and Hermione had disappeared, when suddenly cold wand tips pressed against their backs. Why are you following us? Anna's voice cut through the air, icy precise and utterly devoid of warmth. Huh, just passing by. Passing by, huh? George broke into nervous sweat under Anna's frigid presence, stammering awkwardly, while Fred, nodding vigorously beside him, felt far more threatened. Hermione's dagger rested firmly against his ribs. Lately she seemed oddly enamored with that blade. Is she truly becoming a melee mage now? Gryffindor's approval. Anna, if they refuse to talk, shall we simply deliver them to the Forbidden Forest for the Acromantulas? At Hermione's suggestion, Anna nodded once. Without hesitation they seized George and Fred by the arms, ready to haul them off. The twins, genuinely unnerved by their resolve, immediately cried out in surrender. No, 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 ladies, please. We'll tell you anything. Hermione and Anna exchanged a fleeting knowing glance, both eyes alight with quiet shared triumph. Indeed, intimidation remained effective across eras and realms. Releasing the twins, George reached into his robes and withdrew a weathered ancient piece of parchment. I solemnly swear that I have done nothing wrong. George pointed his wand at the parchment, and as the incantation was spoken, the parchment instantly transformed, revealing 4 names. Lunaface, Sharpfork, Wormtail, Bigfoot. Unfolding the parchment, a complete map of Hogwarts appeared with names continuously moving across it. This is how we can find you, a gift left by a senior from Hogwarts that we found among the items confiscated by Filch, Fred said proudly, while George added, everyone at Hogwarts will show up on this map, unless they are in the Chamber of Secrets or a secret passage. We are following you to see if there is a secret chamber here. George awkwardly scratched his head. They hadn't found the secret chamber and had been caught instead. It shows everyone in Hogwarts. Hermione and Anna exchanged glances, each understanding the meaning behind the other's eyes. Missing Peter. Are you selling your map? After thinking for a moment, Hermione hesitantly asked, while George and Fred fell silent. To be honest, they had prepared to lose the map the moment they took it out, but who would have thought that the infamous Grindelwald and her little princess would be willing to pay? 2 thoughts simultaneously appeared in George and Fred's minds. If they didn't sell it, the map might stay in their hands, but it could also be taken away. But what if the other party could offer a large sum of money? Then wouldn't their dreams have a chance to be realized? This map is our treasure. It has allowed us to escape Filch's pursuits time and again. It has to be more expensive. After exchanging glances, George and Fred spoke in unison. Hearing their words, Anna raised an eyebrow. George and Fred's thoughts did not surprise her. After signaling to Hermione, she directly pulled out 2 bags of galleons from her bag and slammed them on the ground. George and Fred opened the bags, staring at the shiny galleons inside, their eyes widening. Each bag contained about 500 galleons. George and Fred exchanged glances. Their dream was to open a shop in Diagon Alley, and 1,000 galleons would be enough to rent a storefront. Although it wasn't enough to buy a shop, they believed they could save up enough to open a store within a few months. So this 1,000 galleons was more than enough, exceeding their wildest imaginations, especially since it was quite challenging for the Weasley family as poor folks to come up with 1,000 galleons to support them. Without overthinking, George directly stuffed the Marauder's map into Anna's hands. George Weasley, Fr. Perhaps it was due to spending too much time with Anna. Hermione had a lot of money, more than some Ministry of Magic employees earned in a year. Who knows? Let's go, it's time to find that chatty old man. The two had been training with Gryffindor for nearly a month. Although they still couldn't defeat him, they had almost figured out his character. Besides being fond of showing off his muscles, he was also quite gossipy and chatty. Sometimes Anna was really glad he was just a soul stuck in the Chamber of Secrets. Otherwise their matters would surely be broadcast to the whole world, as Hermione and Anna were not just training in this chamber. The first time they got close together left this ancient man quite shocked. As they arrived at the chamber, Gryffindor was lying on the floor. Upon seeing the two, he sprang up. If some young wizards saw this scene, they would surely be envious. After all, many young wizards would black out when they suddenly stood up. You finally came. Oh, I was getting bored to death. Hurry up. Come and fight. Anna and Hermione exchanged glances and sighed in unison, both seeing the helplessness in each other's eyes. Drawing their swords and taking out daggers, they charged towards Gryffindor simultaneously, who smiled broadly, leaping high and swinging his sword down at them. Wormtail, come here. In the dark room, a hoarse voice echoed, and the man beside him immediately shivered at the sound, scrambling to kneel before him. Yes, it is, my master. Our plan is about to begin. The hoarse voice continued while the man trembled as he knelt before him. Yes, my master. Golan Finduo's blade came down, but Anna slipped aside with lithe grace and answered with a thrust of her own. Watching Anna's nimble movements and the instinct that guided her in combat, Golan Finduo allowed himself a satisfied smile. He leveled his long sword to block Anna's strike, prepared to press the attack, when a dagger suddenly whistled toward his head. Golan Finduo darted away just in time. Nearby, Hermione tugged the dagger back to her palm. As her sensing of the chamber's magic had grown keener, she could not yet cast the most potent wandless spells, but simple charms like the summoning charm came easily to her. When their snare failed, Hermione flicked her wand with the other hand, and a thick mist rose through the chamber. Short blades and Hermione's ghost-like movements in the fog could slay without a sound. Like a specter, she closed in on Golan Finduo, but his keen perception still betrayed her position. To draw his attention, Anna kept slashing with her longsword. Even he could d. Hermione and Anna thought at the same instant, if Golan Finduo still possessed a human body, he could never have pulled off. Golan Finduo flicked Anna's longsword aside and caught the hand that had thrust from behind. "You have done, moi." He was about to praise them when he noticed there was no dagger in Hermione's hand. "This is bad." Alarms rang in Golan Finduo's mind, yet there was no time to respond before a dagger plunged into the hollow of his back. After a brief shock, he understood what had happened before he dispelled the mist. Hermione had slipped the dagger into Anna's hand using the fog to conjure the illusion of Hermione's attempted stealth, while Anna delivered the true killing blow. Though their victory had been won by subterfuge, Golan Finduo was genuinely pleased. "You have done very well. You have shown me your unity, your cooperation. I am most satisfied." Returning the dagger to Hermione, Golan Finduo smiled. "You have displayed your strength and your courage to me. You have passed my test." His phantom grew faint, and his youthful visage slowly shifted into that of an old man. "Young ladies, my successor, the successor of Hogwarts, you have passed my test, my trial. Now, I entrust you with my knowledge and my power. May you lean upon them to fulfill your dreams." A pale rose-colored globe of light welled up within him and drifted into Anna's chest. "I, the founder of Hogwarts, Guda Liku Golan Finduo, bless your future and wish it ever calm and prosperous. May you never be parted. Farewell, young ladies." Golan Finduo's figure thinned into mist and at last vanished before them. From that moment, the chamber belonged to Anna. The garrulous, gossiping old man would appear no more. They had passed Golan Finduo's examination, yet an inexplicable hollowness remained within them. Anna and Hermione returned to their dormitory, while Golan Finduo's pupils watched Anna with undisguised displeasure. After a moment of thought on her bed, Anna said to Hermione, "Hermione, let's move into Golan Finduo's chamber. It's quieter there, it has a window larger than this one, and the room itself is bigger." The chamber's window was enchanted so that only those inside could see out from the castle's exterior. All one could see was a stretch of wall. "Will Professor Dang Bully Duo agree?" "Who cares? He can't get in anyway," Anna replied indifferently. Hermione pondered briefly and then agreed. They packed everything into undetectable expansion bags, and the dormitory was suddenly bare. Hermione cradled Kalu Kushan, Naji and I slithered behind Anna, and the two of them made for the chamber. "See, they're taking that snake out hunting." Ron grumbled, "My poor scabbers." Harry merely shrugged. "At least you were compensated, weren't you?" Ron fell silent, but patted the pouch of galleons he held. Entering the chamber, Anna and Hermione set their things in order. For some reason, the interior had altered, shifting from its former austere aspect into the appearance of a proper bedroom. "It has changed." "Yes. If only there were a bathroom as well." As if answering their wish, a door materialized. Anna opened it with curiosity and discovered an enormous bathing room identical to the great bathroom in Hermione's quarters. So marvelous. As if the room grants whatever is asked of it. "Hermione, are you truly a prodigy?" Hearing Hermione's words, Anna's eyes lit up. She cupped Hermione's face and kissed her. "A wish-fulfilling room. Perhaps it too belongs to one of the founders." As the days passed, even though it was almost confirmed that the Room of Requirement was one of the secret chambers of the founders of Hogwarts, Hermione and Anna still could not find a way to enter. No matter what methods they tried, the only thing they could access was the space conjured in their minds. Even thinking the secret chamber of the founders of Hogwarts was futile, the door to the Room of Requirement simply would not open. However, this only proved that the room was indeed related to the founders' chamber. The annual Quidditch match had arrived again, yet Anna still chose not to participate. Rather than watching a group of people flying in the sky, she preferred to continue unraveling the mystery of the chamber or locating Peter Pettigrew's whereabouts. Sometimes Anna truly doubted if the Marauders map was malfunctioning, as Peter Pettigrew's name had yet to appear on it. Could he have left Hogwarts? Anna sighed and looked out the window. She had to admit that their bedroom had a splendid view, with large windows offering a panoramic view of Hogwarts. Recently, Anna had been focusing on mastering her magical power. Gryffindor was able to control magic with precision, spreading it throughout the body to enhance oneself. Anna inherited this knowledge and gained the same precise control over her magic. In order to completely eliminate the curse within Nagini's body, Anna needed to refine her technique further, ensuring she could remove the curse without harming Nagini. Today, Anna felt that the timing was ripe. The sensation of magic flowing within her was incredibly clear. Nagini, I can help you remove the curse now, Anna said, sitting by the window. Nagini slowly crawled over to her, and as Anna gently stroked her head, she drew out her wand. Delicate purple lightning surged through Nagini's scales, entering her body. This time Anna could clearly sense the curse within Nagini. The kind of black energy that penetrates to the bones. I really cannot imagine what kind of pain Nagini endures every day. The moment the purple lightning touched the black energy, it instantly obliterated it. The lightning coursed throughout Nagini's body, annihilating the black energy completely. A drop of cold sweat trickled down on his forehead. This deeply rooted curse, combined with the prolonged high-precision control over her magic, was exhausting. Leaning wearily against the window, Anna glanced down to see a naked woman lying on the floor. She gently covered her with a blanket and looked out the window. However, this glance startled her. Countless Dementors were gathered in the Quidditch pitch, all pursuing a figure that was continuously falling, none other than our classmate Potter. A large number of Dementors hovered over the pitch, and while Anna was unconcerned about the safety of others, Hermione was also watching the game. Just as Anna was feeling anxious and wanted to intervene, a brilliant purple lightning bolt shot up from the Gryffindor stands, instantly shattering half of the Dementors. At the same time, a Patronus resembling a white ferret flew out from the Slytherin stands, dispersing the remaining Dementors. A Phoenix Patronus roared angrily in the air, but its target did not appear to be the Dementors, rather it was heading towards the Ministry of Magic. Seeing this scene, a smile crept onto Anna's lips as she put away her wand, waiting for Hermione to return. Sure enough, Hermione stormed into the chamber, flinging her coat onto a nearby chair, and complained, "Since when can so many Dementors enter Hogwarts? This time I support Draco, he'll let him go find his father." "Who is she?" As Hermione was speaking, she caught sight of Nagini lying on the ground. Anna had not moved her, so Nagini remained still. "She is Nagini, and I have lifted her curse," Anna quickly interjected, not for any other reason, but because she seemed to see a small knife handle appearing in Hermione's hand, along with her predatory gaze fixed on Nagini. "Nagini." Hermione put away the item in her hand and exclaimed in surprise. After a while, Nagini woke up. Due to the curse, her body still appeared as it did when she was around 30 years old. After donning the clothes provided by Hermione and Anna, Nagini gratefully bowed to Anna, saying, "Thank you, Anna. It's okay, I promised you that I would help you lift the curse. Where do you plan to go next? If you want to leave, I won't stop you." Hearing Anna's words, Nagini pondered for a moment, then spoke with determination, "I won't leave. I want to stay and join you. I want to help you." Nagini's words took Anna by surprise, as she never expected that after going through so much she would still be willing to trust a Grindelwald. "All right." In the late evening, Dumbledore announced to all the faculty and students at the banquet that the Dementors had completely withdrawn from Hogwarts. It is said that Fudge used his fastest speed to expel the Dementors. According to some officials from the Ministry of Magic, Dumbledore's furious voice could be heard coming from Fudge's office, even audible to the security guard at the front door. As the days passed after the curse was lifted, Nagini gained a brand new ability. She could now freely transform her body between that of a human and a snake, much like an animagus. However, this made it somewhat inconvenient for her to live with Anna and Hermione. Yet the secret chamber of Hogwarts remained ever so wondrous, as a smaller bedroom appeared next to theirs, perfectly suited for Nagini. Since Ron expressed his dissatisfaction with Anna in the Gryffindor common room, last time Hermione's communication with them diminished significantly, going from indifference to complete disregard. Outside of classes, Hermione rarely appeared before them. Of course, apart from classes, she was busy researching matters regarding the secret chamber with Anna. Just as the two were at a loss, a ghost unexpectedly approached them. "Isn't it the person my mother has been waiting for? The heir of Hogwarts?" Helena Ravenclaw's ghost appeared at the door of their bedroom. Upon hearing her words, Anna raised an eyebrow, completely taken aback that this ghost who had lingered in the castle for so long would seek her out. "I have observed you. You are searching for the Founder's secret chamber. And this very bedroom of yours is indeed the Gryffindor secret chamber, as I remember playing here in my childhood." Helena spoke in a halting manner which was not characteristic of her. This made both Anna and Hermione feel somewhat puzzled. Why was Helena Ravenclaw, who always kept others at a distance, acting so awkwardly? As if sensing their confusion, Helena took a moment before speaking again. "The room of requirement is my mother's secret chamber, but the key to open the chamber is also in the room of requirement." "Thank you. But why would you help us? Normally, aren't you averse to anyone touching your mother's belongings?" Anna asked curiously, as she had heard of Helena's character, which was so extreme that few could rival it, and it was because of this that she met her demise. "Because the key to opening the chamber is something I lost." Helena pursed her lips and spoke as if the words she was about to say required a great deal of courage. "Would you like to hear a story? My story? Could you please let me in for a moment?" This chamber can only be entered if invited by the owner, and even a ghost cannot enter freely. Upon hearing Helena's words, Anna and Hermione stepped aside to let her in. Thank you. Once inside the chamber, Helena found a chair to sit down, and after a moment of contemplation began to recount her story. I was once a very proud person. As the daughter of the most intelligent founder of Hogwarts, I always believed that I had inherited her wisdom, or rather, I thought it was only natural that I had her wisdom. My mother's most famous creation is a crown. A legend has it that whoever wears it will gain the wisdom of Ravenclaw. But she never allowed me to touch that crown, as she always said that the true owner of the crown had yet to arrive, and it was a gift reserved for the heir. I was very jealous. I was very envious of that prophesied heir, so I stole it. I stole that crown. Helena said with her head down, perhaps regretting, or perhaps lamenting the experiences she was about. But when I finally wore that crown, I found that it brought me no wisdom. It was just an ordinary crown. But now I understand. It was merely a key, and Ravenclaw, my mother's true treasure, is me. Helena's eyes were filled with guilt towards her mother and nostalgia for her family. Even after a millennium, that guilt still resided in her heart. But by the time I realized these things, it was already too late. I shall not speak of the rest of the story. Helena did not reveal her ending to Anna and Hermione, but both understood the story of what happened afterward, so they did not inquire further. After all, even after a millennium, Helena likely did not want to revisit the experiences of her death. 50 years ago, I encountered a very special wizard. He was very clever and ambitious. In fact, he opened the chamber of Slytherin, and at that time, I thought he was the true heir, so I revealed to him the location of the crown. But he was not the heir. He was a fraud. He brought fear to this world. And he also destroyed my mother's crown. I can never forget that foolish name. Tom Riddle. Or should I say Voldemort? Recalling the figure from her memories, Helena couldn't help but grimace. So, the true heir. Now that I reveal the location of the crown to you, it is not only to rectify my mistakes, but also to hope that you can expel that evil soul from my mother's relic. Helena earnestly pleaded with Anna. Seeing her expression, Anna nodded. In response, Helena solemnly bowed, and then vanished from Anna's room. Let's go, Hermione, we have a lead now, and it's a twofold benefit. Ravenclaw's crown should have been turned into a Horcrux by Voldemort, and we also need it to open the chamber. But how do we find the crown? This key is locked behind the door, which troubled Hermione, but Anna smiled and said, leave this to me. With that, the two of them headed towards the location of the room of requirement. I need a room to hide things. I need a room to hide things. I need a room to hide things. In front of the wish-granting room, Anna silently recited the room she envisioned, and sure enough, the door to the wish-granting room appeared before them. If Helena wished for no one to find the Ravenclaw crown, she must have hidden it away. Looking at the proud expression on Anna's face, Hermione couldn't help but kiss her on the cheek. Anna is amazing. Blushing, Anna pushed the door open, but the sight inside left both of them dumbfounded. The interior of the wish-granting room was an endless expanse with mountains of clutter piled high. This was not a metaphor. There were indeed many peaks formed by the heaps of clutter. The Ravenclaw crown flew over. Hermione and Anna stepped inside, gazing at the clutter before them, resembling a small mountain. Hermione felt a bit flustered and tried using the summoning charm, but to no avail. Sigh. It's useless. The summoning charm doesn't work on living objects. The Horcrux contains a fragment of Voldemort's soul. Hearing Anna's words, Hermione pouted, but fortunately Anna was quite sensitive to this malevolent soul. Hermione followed Anna as they walked toward where she sensed it. Even though they knew the approximate location, moving was still extremely difficult. The mountains of clutter meant that every step they took had to be taken with utmost caution, and some paths were completely blocked. In this situation, no matter how anxious they were, they dared not casually use the exploding charm. After all, disturbing this heap of clutter could trigger a catastrophic chain reaction. Finally, Anna and Hermione arrived before the crown, but seeing it perched atop the pile of clutter, they exchanged a distressed glance. Let me do it. All right. Just be careful. Anna slowly began to climb toward the very top, as her physique was sturdier than Hermione's. It felt like climbing a mountain. Anna thought to herself, and even upon reaching the pinnacle, the Ravenclaw crown, a strong sense of accomplishment surged within her. However, before she could show off to Hermione, the pile of clutter suddenly collapsed. Protego. In the instant the clutter fell, Hermione hurriedly protected herself to avoid injury. Whether it was by design or by chance, Anna landed directly on Hermione, who instinctively embraced her. Pressed against Hermione's soft chest, Anna felt her face flush, but she still looked at Hermione with concern. Hermione, are you all right? Did it hurt? Yes. A little. So how will you compensate me? Clearly everything was progressing according to Hermione's plan. Hearing the teasing tone in Hermione's words, Anna understood what had happened, but she couldn't refute it, as she had indeed fallen onto Hermione. Moreover, why was there a little anticipation in her heart for what Hermione had said? When we get back to the bedroom, Hermione whispered in Anna's ear, and after speaking, she even blew a breath against Anna's ear, causing her cheeks to flush even more. Fortunately, they remembered the Ravenclaw crown nearby and composed themselves. The crown emitted a dark aura, and as they drew closer, they could even hear a whispering sound. Wear me. I can grant you endless wisdom. Wear me. I can provide you with unlimited wealth. Wear me. I can bestow upon you boundless power. What a charlatan! Hearing the tempting voice of Voldemort from within the crown, Anna scoffed, and even Hermione was not swayed by it. A bolt of purple lightning struck the crown, and with a scream a thick cloud of black smoke rose from it, dissipating into the air. That's taken care of. Anna, let's discuss the Chamber of Secrets tomorrow. For now, let's head back and rest. Come on, follow me inside. Hermione glanced at the dissipating black mist, not giving Anna a moment to react. She directly wrapped her arms around Anna's neck and led her out of the chamber. In a dilapidated wooden house, a gaunt figure in a black robe clutched its heart in agony, its eyes filled with murderous intent that seemed almost tangible. Grindelwald. Wait a moment. Hermione, wait. Anna, pulled back into the bedroom by Hermione, exclaimed in a panic, but Hermione ignored her completely and yanked Anna's robe off. I just sweated a lot in the clutter, and I don't like smelly Anna. Let's hurry and take a shower. Ignoring Anna's continuous struggles, Hermione pulled down her shirt and dragged her towards the bathroom. When Nagini, hearing sounds like a fight outside, came out to check, she silently retreated, remembering to close the door and taking Crookshanks, who was watching the drama, with her. Hermione, don't. This was Anna's last remark before being pulled into the bathroom. Soon the sound of running water filled the air. With a flushed face, Anna sat in the bathtub with her head down, while Hermione held her from behind, a mischievous smile on her face. Anna, who should have been slightly taller than Hermione, curled up in Hermione's embrace, too shy to move. What are you shy about, Anna? Hermione's arm wrapped around Anna as she blew softly into her ear. I'm not. Anna said defiantly, her face reddening, and Hermione smiled slightly, flipping over and pinning Anna beneath her. Then why is your face so red? It's just too hot in here. Yes, it's too hot in here. Anna said stubbornly, and seeing her like this, Hermione smiled slightly, gently lifting her chin and kissing her. Is that so? After all, if it weren't hot, you wouldn't be clean after the shower. Nagini, eavesdropping outside the bathroom, couldn't help but smile at the sound of water, picked up a pen and paper from the table, and wrote a letter to the Granger family in London. Hermione, traitor. Mrs. Granger. Nagini, hee, after an unknown amount of time, even after dinner had ended, Hermione finally dragged Anna out of the bathroom, dried her off, and laid her on the bed. Looking at Anna's sleeping face, Hermione couldn't help but steal a few kisses. Anna, you look really beautiful. So fragrant and soft. Holding Anna, Hermione also happily drifted off to sleep. In the morning, Anna slowly opened her eyes, struggling to sit up, rubbing her sore legs and shaking her still dizzy head. Why do I feel so sore all over? Hermione doesn't know. Hermione, holding a glass of water and entering the room, pretended to know nothing and smiled. Anna pouted and took the glass from Hermione's hand. We still have to go to Ravenclaw's secret room today. How can I go like this? It's all your fault. Anna glared at Hermione in anger while Hermione covered her mouth, stifling a laugh without any remorse. I'm sorry, I'll be gentler next time. Seeing Nagini push the door open, Anna hurriedly covered Hermione's mouth, preventing her from speaking the next words. Nagini pretended not to hear anything and returned to her own room, though it would have been better if there wasn't a smile on her face. After resting for a moment, Hermione and Anna walked towards the room of requirement. Standing at the door, Anna took out the crown. Wisdom is the most precious treasure of mankind. After reading the small inscription on the crown, Anna placed it on her head, and at that instant a large door appeared on the wall. Unlike the black doors of the room of requirement in the past, the door to the Ravenclaw secret room was a platinum and white door resembling a grand entrance to a magnificent palace adorned with a large raven emblem. Opening the grand door, Anna and Hermione were stunned by the sight inside. It resembled a complete palace with white columns, a golden ceiling, completely different from the monotonous Gryffindor or Slytherin secret rooms. So beautiful. Just as the two were admiring the splendid decorations in the secret chamber, an unexpected change occurred. The flower pots on both sides of the room suddenly came to life, with countless tree-like creatures swiftly crawling towards them. Fire escape. Seeing this, Anna hurriedly shielded Hermione behind her, and a circle of blue flames erupted around them. Sure enough, those creatures turned to ashes the moment they touched the flames. The Ravenclaw's secret chamber seems to be testing our familiarity with magic. After pondering for a moment, Anna spoke up just as Hermione was about to respond. Countless vines began to wrap around the entire room along with the corridor leading forward. Fire God path. Seeing this scene, Hermione did not hesitate and used the spell Anna had taught her. However, remarkably, the flames were absorbed by the vines, having no effect whatsoever. What is this thing? Hermione stared in shock at this scene while Anna contemplated for a moment, murmuring an obscure incantation. Flames began to swirl around her, and Anna raised her wand, channeling energy towards the vines ahead. Dragon's breath. A deep red fireball shot towards the vines, instantly turning them to ashes. Wow, Anna. What kind of magic is this? Ancient magic, I learned it from Gryffindor's memories. But it seems to have been lost to time. Clearly Ravenclaw did not consider this point when creating the... Or perhaps it was designed specifically for those who passed through the Gryffindor chamber. Anna shook her head, abandoning any thought of understanding the design of this chamber. After all, who could penetrate Ravenclaw's thoughts? Continuing forward, they found themselves facing a chasm, and the magic within them seemed sealed. Are we really still in the castle? Hermione gazed at the bottomless chasm, muttering. Even knowing the castle was magical, this was beyond... I don't know. This should be another space created by Ravenclaw. Truly impressive. A legendary wizard from 1,000 years ago. Anna couldn't help but exclaim. Creating a space is not difficult, but the challenge lies in constructing such a grand edifice within it. So how do we get across? Jump across. Looking at the nearly 10-meter chasm, Hermione hesitated, but before she could decide, she saw Anna had already jumped over. As expected. Ravenclaw's chamber tests other aspects as well. Had it not been for the trial she endured in Gryffindor, Anna probably wouldn't have been able to leap across this abyss. Hermione pouted and followed closely behind. As the two reunited, the surroundings transformed instantly. Hermione curiously surveyed the area, noticing countless treasures, jewels, magical artifacts, and ancient books surrounding them. This place could be said to hold everything humanity desires. It resembled a treasure trove, like a magnified version of Gringotts' vault, and the room was quite simple, with only a large door in front of them inscribed with a line of text, "Choose the most precious treasure." Anna pondered for a moment, surveyed the items around her, tightened her grip on Hermione's hand, took nothing, and directly pushed open the door, walking inside. I no longer need other treasures. My most precious treasure is already by my side. Hearing Anna's words, Hermione's face instantly flushed, but she still curiously asked Anna, "How did you know that was just a test?" "I actually don't know. But I remember Helena's words that Ravenclaw's most precious treasure is her daughter, so none of the treasures here are Ravenclaw's most precious treasure." Anna shook her head and replied, "Choose the most precious treasure. For me, my most precious treasure is you, so I don't need to make any choice." Blushing, Hermione leaned her head on Anna's shoulder as they continued forward. Just as the door to the room closed behind them, all the treasures turned to ashes, consumed by the outstretched tendrils from the walls. Continuing onward, they faced a dim, ominous door devoid of any inscription save for a string of spells. For Anna, who was well-versed in the dark arts compendium, she immediately recognized this as the incantation for the Cruciatus curse. Gazing at the lines of spells, both fell into silence. This chamber seems to change based on the person and the number of individuals entering it. Anna analyzed, for if her deduction was correct, one person could not possibly open this chamber. Cunning Raven. Willing to go to any lengths to achieve its goals. A true Ravenclaw embodies extreme calmness and rationality. What does it mean? Hermione looked at Anna, puzzled, but Anna simply stared back at her. After a long silence, Anna finally spoke. "Hermione. Casting a curse on me. Casting the Cruciatus curse on me. What a... No. That's... And how could I possibly do that to you?" Hearing Anna's words, Hermione instantly lost her temper. Even though she didn't care about the unforgivable curses right now, Hermione still used it as an excuse. "Go ahead then. At me, I can do this." "Impossible." Upon hearing Hermione's words, Anna immediately stopped her. The expression on Anna's face was something Hermione had never seen before, unyielding and daring to challenge. "Are there no other ways?" "No. There is no other way. Sacrifice is required on the road to success. This is also the philosophy of Ravenclaw. Come on, Hermione, don't hesitate. I can handle it. You know my body is different from others." Seeing Hermione hesitating to take action, Anna urged her. Her soul was stronger compared to Hermione's, and facing a curse that directly affected the soul, Anna was far less affected than Hermione. Anna gently held Hermione's hand, looking into her eyes, and said, "Please. Hermione, this is the only way for us to move forward. Trust me." Facing Anna's words, Hermione never knew how to refuse. "All right." Hermione trembled as she slowly raised her wand while Anna opened her arms, ready to face the Cruciatus curse. "Cruciatus." With a trembling voice, Hermione uttered the curse, and a green bolt of lightning shot from her wand, striking Anna's chest directly. Anna's expression changed instantly, and she fell to the ground in pain. "Ugh." Holding her chest, Anna let out a painful groan, her body shaking violently from the intense agony. This direct pain affecting the soul was almost unbearable for her. "Anna." Seeing Anna in so much pain, Hermione immediately threw her wand aside and embraced the trembling Anna. I'm sorry. Hermione tightly hugged Anna, trying to lessen her pain. Tears streamed from the corners of Hermione's eyes, falling onto Anna's face. Witnessing this, Anna gently wiped away Hermione's tears with her trembling hand. It's okay. As the great door beside them glowed with an eerie green light after Hermione's curse struck Anna, wisps of green lightning were drawn from Anna's body, illuminating the characters on the door. The once trembling and suffering Anna gradually calmed down. Hermione. I'm fine now. This door has absorbed the curse. Anna gently patted Hermione's back, speaking softly. Upon hearing her words, Hermione immediately kissed her, as if they had just experienced a life-and-death separation. Never make me do something like this again. I never want to hurt you again. And I don't want to harm myself anymore. Looking at Hermione, who had turned into a crying mess, Anna couldn't help but freeze. Gently wiping away Hermione's tears, Anna softly said, "Okay. I promise you." Hermione nodded, picked up the wand from the ground, and helped Anna up. Together they walked into the door. The scene behind the door transformed once again into the splendid palace from the beginning, the only difference being a ghostly figure standing in the center. "My name is Rowena Ravenclaw, the heir of Hogwarts. You have passed my test, and done well." The figure, almost identical to Helena, turned around and smiled at Anna and Hermione, saying, "You have proven your proficiency in magic and your adaptability to obstacles. And most importantly, in the face of profit and friendship, you made the right choice. You did not sacrifice others for your own benefit. Well done." Looking at Anna, Ravenclaw's eyes held a hint of appreciation. "Now I will impart my knowledge and power to you. I hope you will use it wisely. But I believe I need not worry, for I have already verified your reliability during the trial," Ravenclaw said with a smile, and a pale blue light orb slowly flew from her into Anna's body. "My daughter, have you seen her?" After receiving the legacy of Ravenclaw, Anna and Hermione were about to leave, when Ravenclaw suddenly spoke up. She told us the location of the crown to open the secret chamber. When you see her again, can you tell her that I never held a grudge against her for taking my crown? She has always been my true treasure, and I have always loved her, haven't I?" Ravenclaw fell silent for a moment before looking at Anna and speaking, but Anna shook her head and replied, "What you said. She knows everything, and to this day, she still loves you the same." "Is that so?" "It is like that. Thank you." Upon hearing Anna's words, Ravenclaw finally smiled, and her figure gradually faded from the room as if she had found peace. In the moment Ravenclaw disappeared, two doors appeared in the room. Hermione curiously stepped forward and opened one of the large doors, shocked by what she saw inside. This. Oh my God. Inside was the very scene they had previously seen, a pile of treasures and ancient magical books, and the only difference was that these items were real, not a trial. "It seems these are our rewards," Anna said, picking up a gorgeous cup and tossing it aside, while Hermione completely ignored the treasures and headed straight for the stacks of magical books. Seeing this, Anna was not surprised. If Hermione weren't interested in this ancient knowledge, she wouldn't be Hermione. Helping Hermione, Anna packed all the magical books into the bag, and Hermione looked contentedly at the bag filled with books before curiously opening another door nearby. "This is our room," Hermione exclaimed in surprise at the sight inside, which turned out to be the Gryffindor chamber that they had already transformed into a bedroom. "It seems these two secret chambers are connected. That's good, this way we won't have to climb the stairs." Anna and Hermione walked into the bedroom, putting things down, and Anna immediately lay back on the bed. One must say this secret chamber trip was quite exhausting, especially the door that required the Cruciatus curse to pass through. Even though that pain had now faded, Anna still remembered it vividly. Lifting her shirt, a small lightning-shaped scar appeared on her chest, marking where she was struck by the Cruciatus curse. One must say Hermione had also become a very powerful witch. After all, a typical witch's Cruciatus curse would not leave a scar on Anna. As Hermione finished tidying up and walked over, Anna hurriedly pulled down her shirt to cover her wound. However, despite Anna's quick actions, Hermione still sensed something was off. Ignoring Anna's objections, she lifted Anna's shirt, causing Anna's face to flush. Yet Hermione gently caressed the scar on Anna's chest with a pained expression. "I must have caused this, I'm sorry." "It's okay. I accidentally left a scar on you before too." Anna's gaze drifted to the small scar on Hermione's arm, which even after so long had not completely faded. Embracing Hermione, Anna softly comforted her, yet the tender gesture caused Anna's body to tremble slightly. To her surprise, Hermione gently kissed the scar on Anna's chest, blew on it, and even licked it. "There, it shouldn't hurt anymore," Hermione said shyly, her face flushed. Seeing her demeanor, Anna could not help but understand her thoughts and playfully scolded her. "Hermione. Naughty, naughty, then let it be naughty." Hearing Anna's words, Hermione unreservedly pushed Anna down onto the bed, while outside the door Nagini, who had been eavesdropping once again, heard the strange sounds from the room, like Anna's scream. However, this also diluted the experiences the two had in the Ravenclaw chamber. After all, no matter what happened, it would not affect their relationship. Moreover, no one would do anything to hurt the other. "The time is approaching. Wormtail, bring that boy to me." "Yes, my master." A hoarse voice spoke to the timid man in the eerie wooden house. Meanwhile, the boy far away at Hogwarts remained completely unaware of it. Days gradually settled into calm, though only during daylight. The room was far from peaceful at night. Even Dumbledore upstairs failed to sleep soundly. Fortunately, the Muggle world offered earplugs, a modest salvation for him. Yet no such relief came for Anna. Fortunately, she rarely ventured outside, so no one noticed her legs trembling incessantly. Exhausted Anna lay sprawled across her bed studying the Marauder's map. Suddenly Hermione approached and gave Anna's backside a sharp pat, making her flinch violently. Just as Anna tensed to retaliate, her gaze locked onto a name on the map, and she gasped in astonishment. "What is it, Anna?" Hearing her cry, Hermione leaned in curiously, only to pale upon seeing the name. Anna pointed to Peter Pettigrew. There unmistakably Peter Pettigrew's name glowed upon an abandoned corridor deep within Gryffindor Tower. Coincidentally, two other familiar names shimmered beside his: Harry Potter and Ron Weasley. All three names froze momentarily. Then inexplicably Harry's and Ron's began trailing Peter's, moving steadily toward the castle gates. "Damn it. Something's wrong, Hermione. We must go now. Nagini, go fetch Dumbledore." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Anna snatched a vial of stamina potion from the desk and drained it in one gulp before dashing out with Hermione. She felt profoundly grateful she hadn't fallen asleep early. Instead, she deliberately delayed rest, wary of Hermione's pranks. At this hour, most young witches and wizards were already asleep. How strange that those two weren't. And stranger still that they'd been led away so mysteriously by Peter Pettigrew. The Marauder's map displayed only names within the castle walls. Once Anna and Hermione reached the outer grounds, all three names vanished into the vast starless night. Frustration flared in Anna's chest. "Damn it, we've lost them." Moments later, Nagini arrived, flanked by two men. "I couldn't find Dumbledore, but I found them," she spoke as she reached Anna's side. Behind her, Sirius Black rushed forward, his face taut with anxiety. "Where's Harry? Where was he taken?" "Beyond the castle walls, we don't know. Peter would never dare harm him inside Hogwarts." "Which exit leads outside?" "Most directly." Anna paused in thought. Then Sirius and Lupin exchanged a glance, their eyes converging instinctively on the Whomping Willow, slightly smaller now than in their own school days. "It looks different." "Never mind. There's a secret passage beneath the willow leading straight to the Shrieking Shack in Hogsmeade," Lupin declared. In his youth, he'd fled there each full moon. It had also been the cradle of their enduring friendship. At his words, Anna and Hermione sprinted toward the willow, only for its branches to lash out threateningly as they neared. "Be still," Anna commanded sharply. Bound to Hogwarts' ancient consciousness, the Whomping Willow instantly stilled upon recognizing its sovereign heir, then astonishingly extended a slender branch as if to gently touch her. Seeing its aggression dissolve, Anna, moved by some unspoken intuition, spoke again as though addressing a sentient being. "Did anyone pass through just now?" To the stunned silence of those behind her, the willow's thick trunk dipped in a slow, deliberate nod, then shifted aside, revealing the dark mouth of the tunnel beneath its roots. "Thank you, Mr. Willow." Anna plunged into the passage first. Hermione followed close behind, and as she passed, she too offered a quiet, respectful thanks to the ancient tree. Where are we? "You. Who are you?" In the dim timbered shack, Harry and Ron stirred awake. Harry recoiled in terror at his surroundings, then spotting the shifty man before him, cried out. His hand flew to his waist for his wand, only to grasp empty air. The man chuckled, holding up two wands, Harry's and Ron's. "You've done well, Wormtail. Your Imperius curse, masterfully cast." A hoarse voice rasped from the chair behind Peter Pettigrew. Instantly Harry's scar seared with pain, and his heart lurched, halting mid-beat. "No one can stop me here. I shall resurrect myself through you, then kill you. This time no one shall intervene. Not Dumbledore, nor that detestable Grindelwald." Peter wheeled the chair around, revealing a desiccated old man, unknown to Harry yet unmistakable by his burning crimson eyes. Clearly Voldemort had claimed yet another body. The small dark figure stepped closer to Harry and Ron, while Harry, with no means of defense, could only retreat step by step. "Don't come any closer." Just as the small figure's hand was about to touch Harry, a red spell struck him instantly. "Stay away from my student," Lupin shouted loudly at the small figure. Peter, seeing the sudden arrival of others, Peter's heart filled with panic. He barely attempted to rise and fight back before his body was bound by chains formed from the shattered wood on the ground. "Just be quiet for a moment, rat." Anna disdainfully looked at the small figure Peter, while Hermione gripped her wand tightly, her gaze fixed on him. There was no doubt that should Peter make any move, Hermione would unleash a powerful spell upon him, as she was eager to try out her newly learned magic. "Grindelwald." Sitting in the chair, Voldemort struggled to stand up and looked at Anna. "You always ruin my plans." Anna stared back at him. "It's pathetic. Ooh, just look at your ugly appearance. Tom Riddle, how dare you?" Hearing Anna's words, Voldemort immediately roared in anger, but Anna remained calm as she gazed at him. "You are merely a soul, an incomplete one at that. What can you do to me?" Avada Kedavra." A green light shot from Voldemort's wand, but was effortlessly deflected by Anna. This body Voldemort had casually occupied was even less useful than Quirrell had been. Damn it. Realizing that his frail body posed no threat to those present, Voldemort felt a sense of retreat. A blasting curse shattered a nearby wall, and Voldemort's body immediately transformed into smoke, attempting to escape. Meanwhile, Peter also wished to transform into a rat and flee. Frigid storm. Hermione suddenly raised her wand using the magic she learned from the books in the Ravenclaw common room, instantly freezing Voldemort and Peter in solid ice. Harry and Ron, who had been watching, were also shaken by the sudden drop in temperature. Hermione looked at her accomplishment with satisfaction, but just as they thought they had trapped Voldemort, he abandoned his frail body, a cloud of black mist escaping. Just wait. Grindelwald, one day I will resurrect, and then I will kill you and everyone you care about. This is your powerful secret. But don't worry, I will soon restore my former strength. Just wait. Grindelwald. Having said his piece, Voldemort fled through a hole in the wall, while the purple lightning shot from Anna's wand chased after him, ultimately evading capture. Just a cowardly loser fleeing. Watching Voldemort's retreating figure, Anna said solemnly. After the immediate crisis was averted, the Weasley student, who had been in shock, finally realized what they had just faced. That was Voldemort. You didn't see wrong, Weasley, so mind your words, and don't go spreading it around, Anna said coldly, and Ron quickly nodded, assuring he wouldn't say a word. Anna, Hermione, Professor Lupin. And Sirius Black. No, how did you find me? Harry stood up in surprise upon seeing Sirius Black, and hearing his words, Lupin approached to explain what had happened. So Sirius didn't betray my parents. But rather, after Lupin revealed everything to Harry, he cast a dangerous gaze at the frozen Peter, whose face was the only part exposed. Had it not been for this coward, he could have enjoyed the companionship of his parents like a normal person without being stuck at his detestable aunt's house, and no one would have bullied him as a child. If it weren't for him, his parents would still be alive, and he wouldn't have to envy others for having their parents with them during Christmas. As Harry thought of this, his gaze towards Peter filled with hatred, and he began to hear whispers in his ears. Avenge your parents. Kill him. Kill him. Perhaps influenced by these voices, Harry actually raised his wand, a glint of red light flickering in his eyes. Enough, Harry. Just as Harry was about to chant the spell, a voice interrupted him. Dumbledore appeared in the room at some point, gently resting his hand on Harry's shoulder, and spoke in his calm and soothing voice, kill him. Cannot bring your parents back. Harry, once your hands are stained with blood, there is no turning back. Dumbledore's voice echoed in his ears, and Harry gradually calmed down. Professor Dumbledore, moreover, only by capturing him can we restore Sirius' innocence. Harry, he hasn't told you yet, but he is your godfather, your family. Hearing Dumbledore's words, Harry looked in surprise at Sirius beside him, who appeared somewhat flustered. He didn't know if he could bear the title of godfather, but he looked at Harry earnestly. Now we must take Peter Pettigrew to Azkaban for a proper trial. Harry, do you have any objections? Harry shook his head, but the subject of the discussion, Peter Pettigrew, seemed to have some objections. He took advantage of Hermione's ice-like demeanor, which had softened over time, to break free. However, he didn't think about escaping. After all, how could anyone hope to escape from the world's most powerful white wizard? Please don't take me to the Ministry of Magic, I beg you. I can provide information. Important information. Seeing that no one was swayed, Peter Pettigrew threw himself in front of Ron. Please help me, Ron. We used to be so... Everyone looked at Ron, who under the gaze of so many people hurriedly shook off Peter Pettigrew's grasp on his leg. I don't even know you. I'm Scabbers. Ron, I've always been such a well-behaved pet. Peter Pettigrew crawled a couple of steps toward Ron, and his words shocked Ron. Fortunately, Anna came over and punched Peter Pettigrew on the head, knocking him unconscious. So talkative. However, what he said was true. He is an animagus, your Scabbers. Anna's words seemed to hit Ron like a heavy blow, bringing back memories of Scabbers that made him feel nauseated. Ugh. Remembering that he had even kissed Scabbers, Ron couldn't help but kneel on the ground and start gagging. Seeing this, Anna and Hermione both took a step back, fearing that Ron might actually vomit. Hermione pulled out a handkerchief and carefully wiped Anna's hand, which had just hit Peter Pettigrew, feeling as if just touching him would taint her hand. Cough, cough. Take him away. I will contact Fudge. I believe you will soon be cleared, Sirius. Dumbledore interrupted Harry, who was worriedly watching Ron gagging, and Anna and Hermione, who were looking at him with disdain. In the end, it was Lupin and Sirius who carried Peter Pettigrew out, while Anna and Hermione ignored Ron, who was still gagging, and walked straight through the tunnel back to the castle. That cabin was so filthy. Anna, let's take a shower. Wait. I'm not ready yet. Back in the bedroom, Hermione immediately excitedly pulled Anna towards the bathroom, while Anna struggled, trying to seek help from Nagini, but Nagini seemed to have chosen to ignore her, completely disregarding Anna's frantic struggles and heading straight back to her own room. Unlike the joyful atmosphere downstairs, the atmosphere upstairs was quite tense. Even though the time had long passed the working hours of the Minister of Magic, Fudge hurried over upon receiving Dumbledore's letter. Dumbledore, what happened? Sirius Black. Fudge rushed into Dumbledore's office, and before he could ask what was going on, he saw Sirius controlling Peter Pettigrew. Cornelius, I believe this is about a case from many years ago. What do you mean? Fudge frowned looking at Dumbledore, but he realized something was wrong the moment he saw Sirius. He certainly knew that the evidence back then was insufficient to convict Sirius, but to suppress Dumbledore after the war, he hastily imprisoned Sirius in Azkaban. It seemed that karma had come back to him. What else could Dumbledore want from him but to seek justice? I believe that Sirius did not betray the Potters, nor was he the one who killed Peter Pettigrew. After all, look, Peter Pettigrew is still alive and well. Dumbledore pointed to the unconscious Peter Pettigrew, saying to Fudge. Hearing this, Fudge couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. But is there any evidence to prove that Sirius did not betray the Potters? My memory. You fool. Just as Fudge was about to stubbornly argue, Sirius' words struck him back. Perhaps our minister could reopen this case. After all, this case was handled by Mr. Crouch back then and has nothing to do with you directly. Lucius, who was following Fudge, suggested, and hearing his words, Fudge's eyes lit up. That's how it should be done. This is a great opportunity to suppress Barty Crouch. Good. I will reopen the case now and take away Sirius Black and Peter Pettigrew. Thinking of this, Fudge immediately called the Aurors behind him to take the two away. If all goes well, Sirius will surely regain his freedom soon. Looking at Fudge's hurried departure, Dumbledore couldn't help but sigh. Cornelius, you used to be a good minister, before you got deeply mired in the quagmire of power. With the support of the Malfoy family and the Greengrass family, Sirius quickly regained his innocence, while Peter Pettigrew would soon be sent to Azkaban. This outcome was welcomed by many, as it not only cleared Sirius' name in the eyes of Fudge, but also tarnished the reputation of Barty Crouch, who had been blamed for mishandling the case. Barty's reputation took a significant hit, and he was likely to lose in the next election for Minister of Magic. As for Anna, helping Sirius was not particularly important to her. The deal she made with Dumbledore was merely a casual suggestion, but given that Harry carried the title of the Chosen One, it held some weight. Perhaps it was because her emotions had become increasingly nuanced, but Anna felt a certain sympathy for Harry. In a way, he reminded her of herself when she had been alone, having grown up without parental support. Perhaps it was this thought that led Anna to choose to help Sirius clear his name, as he was after all a family member. Summer vacation was always the most anticipated time for young wizards, yet the final exams before the break often caused significant stress. However, among these troubled young wizards, Hermione was not one of them. Even after spending a whole semester playing with Anna and missing several classes, Hermione still managed to complete nearly all her coursework. Of course, in divination, she received her first T in life. Upon receiving her report card, Hermione did not exhibit much emotional fluctuation. Instead, she disdainfully tossed it aside. Time always passed swiftly, and the Hogwarts Express once again approached the platform at Hogwarts. What an exciting year it has been. Looking at the distant Hogwarts, Hermione sighed, reflecting on how this semester had progressed. She explored the Chamber of Secrets with Anna, and their relationship had deepened further. Although they had not yet taken the final step, Anna had essentially revealed herself to Hermione. It must be said that life at Hogwarts was never dull with a classmate like Potter around. This semester, Hermione and Anna encountered a new version of their noseless classmate. But this time he had a nose. Next semester will be lively too, as there will be the Triwizard Tournament, Anna remarked, gazing out the window. Hearing this, Hermione looked at her curiously. The Triwizard Tournament? Yes. Dumbledore told me about it. It's an event jointly hosted by Hogwarts, Durmstrang, and Bosebadens, but it was temporarily cancelled due to its dangers, as someone had died during it. What? So dangerous? Will you participate? Hearing about the fatalities, Hermione looked at Anna with surprise and concern. But then she thought a mere young wizard likely wouldn't pose a threat to her. We'll see. If Dumbledore asked me to go, I wouldn't mind participating. Anna shrugged nonchalantly. After all, with someone as lively as Potter keen on the event, he would certainly join. If Potter participated, Dumbledore would need someone to ensure his safety, and Anna was the ideal choice. More than this tournament, Anna was more concerned about what conditions Dumbledore would offer to persuade her to help protect Harry. As the train slowly pulled into King's Cross Station in London, Anna gently woke Hermione, who had been resting on her shoulder. Upon exiting the station, the Grangers had been waiting at the door. For some reason, Mrs. Granger's smile towards the two seemed rather peculiar. Strange. Nagini, hee. Hermione, it seems your semester was quite exciting. Back at home, Mrs. Granger looked at Hermione and said with a smile, shaking a letter in her hand. Anna, with keen eyes, noticed the name at the bottom and quietly remarked to Hermione, Hermione, it seems we have a traitor among us. In the concealed bag, Nagini, who had been snacking, suddenly felt a chill, as if something bad was about to happen. Realizing who it was, Hermione was surprised by how her mother had connected with Nagini, yet she felt a pang of annoyance. Mom. All right, Hermione, I didn't mean to blame you. After all, I heard that you didn't do anything you shouldn't have done. Upon hearing her mother's words, Hermione's face flushed bright red, and she hurriedly pulled Anna upstairs. You just indulge her, Mr. Granger, who was sweeping the floor, commented helplessly. After all, regardless of what Hermione did, Mrs. Granger had always supported her unconditionally, even now. It's not just me, Hermione now has someone else pampering her. Has the Malfoy family betrayed us? No. When the master comes back, he wouldn't dare betray his master. In a dark room, numerous cloaked wizards gathered, seemingly discussing something. Then what will the next move be? Tell him it will also serve to verify whether he has truly betrayed us. A voice spoke after a moment of silence, and the room fell back into silence. Sigh. Anna put down the letter from the Malfoy family, pinched her brow, and sighed. Anna. Hermione leaned closer, asking with some confusion, while Anna handed her the letter. It's the death. They plan to cause trouble at the upcoming Quidditch World Cup, Mr. Malfoy informed me of this. It seems the Death Eaters still believe he is allied with them. But that is only temporary. Speaking of the Quidditch World, this is a letter from Ron. Setting Anna's letter aside, Hermione suddenly recalled a letter delivered a few days ago by a strange owl. The owl was really small, so small that it struggled to carry the letter. The letter was from the Weasley family, thanking Hermione for saving Ron from Voldemort last semester and inviting her to the Quidditch World Cup, while Anna was barely mentioned in the letter. It was clear that Ron did not really want Anna to attend, who others might not notice, but the perceptive Hermione immediately realized Ron's intentions. Slightly annoyed, she tossed the letter aside, not intending to reply. It was only when Anna mentioned the World Cup that she remembered. So are we going? Hermione looked at Anna, then at Ron's letter, and asked, I will go. Are you planning to go with me, or with the Weasley family? With you. Hearing Anna's words, Hermione made her choice, without hesitation. How could the Weasley family? Anna nodded and wrote a letter to Carl the Tool. She asked him to reserve a spot for them at the World Cup. Even though she wasn't particularly fond of Quidditch matches, it seemed Hermione was quite interested. A week after the holiday, Hermione successfully received a published copy of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. True to Rowling's reputation, it became a bestseller immediately after publication and is now popular worldwide. Rowling herself has made a lot of money from this book, and now she can truly be described as a rich lady. However, unfortunately, to protect her safety, she still resides in the depths of the Austrian mountains. This made her somewhat gloomy. After all, having money, but nowhere to spend it is quite frustrating. This brings us back to our tool Carl. After Rowling became wealthy, he took on another task, serving as the communicator between Rowling and the outside world. Almost everything from Rowling was brought back by Carl. As for the busy Carl, let's not delve into that. We can trust he will manage all his work well. A few days later, Anna indeed received the tickets Carl had arranged, located in the prime seats closest to the stands. The World Cup matches are held in the evening, and by now there must already be saints on the field preparing everything. After informing Mr. and Mrs. Granger of their plans, Anna and Hermione boarded the carriage, driven, as always, by Carl, who now appeared visibly exhausted. Mr. Rochester, are you all right? You look very tired. Hearing Hermione's words, Carl couldn't help but smile bitterly. Thank you for your concern. It's just, I have too many trivial matters to handle. I can't live without the happiness potion. Even the smell of the happiness potion makes me feel nauseous. Hearing Carl's grievances, even Anna couldn't help but awkwardly touch her nose, and said, You've been working hard lately, Carl. It won't be long before you won't have to handle these trivial matters anymore. However, you might be even busier then. Miss, are you implying? Hearing Anna's words, Carl suddenly turned to look at her, excitement shining in his eyes. Perhaps it wasn't just him. Every saint would feel thrilled upon hearing Anna's words. Yes. The great battle that is set to occur in the future is approaching. We must prepare before it arrives. I understand, miss. I will go arrange things right away. Anna quietly nodded, looking out the window. The gray weather outside seemed to hint at rain, as the clouds completely blocked out the sunlight. This is quite common in England. After all, the clouds will eventually disperse, and no one will mind. But what if the future is completely shrouded in clouds? What if the future holds no glimmer of sunlight? Even with the ability to foresee the future, Anna felt a slight fear within her heart. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but smile and shake her head. The former her would never have experienced such emotions when she was devoid of feelings. However, this is a good thing. Anna quietly rested her head on Hermione's shoulder, breathing in the fragrance emanating from Hermione. The confusion in Anna's eyes vanished. No matter how powerful the future enemies may be, she would never lose. She would definitely defeat them all. After all, she has someone she must protect at all costs. The Quidditch World Cup matches are held on a vast plain. Of course, Muggles cannot see it, as the Ministry of Magic does not allow the secrecy law to be broken. However, it won't last long. Anna quietly watched the bustling arena where almost all the wizards from England and Ireland had come. The venue was being guarded by an old Muggle who by now had already been hit by several memory charms from the Ministry of Magic. If only the Muggle and wizarding worlds could merge. Looking at the scene, Hermione couldn't help but imagine what it would be like if the two worlds merged. Wizards wouldn't have to crowd into the venue to witness such international events, but could instead watch through Muggle televisions. The scene of magic and technology combining. What a beautiful future it would bring for humanity. If only it weren't for those archaic and outdated officials and families. What you envision, we will one day achieve. Anna, seeming to guess Hermione's thoughts, embraced her and whispered while Hermione nodded in Anna's arms. The carriage driven by Carl slowly descended in front of a luxurious tent displaying a large phoenix emblem that revealed the owner of the place, with the Malfoy family's peacock and the Greengrass family's emblem, a meticulously designed crow emblem, on either side. Anna held Hermione's hand as they stepped down from the carriage and entered the tent. In the distance, a smaller tent housed someone who looked on enviously at this scene. Hermione did not accept our invitation. Would inviting Anna and the others have made a difference? Hearing Ron's words, Harry spoke up, genuinely puzzled by why Ron was so extreme about Slytherin. Anna was completely a good person, having saved him so many times. Even Draco, despite their conflicts, wasn't a bad guy. What kind of joke is this? Invite a Slytherin. Invite a Grindelwald. That's discrimination, little Ronnie. Attracted by Ron's outburst, the Weasley twins appeared on either side of Ron and pinned him in place. How could they not be good people supporting their ideals? Meanwhile, Anna inside the tent was unaware that she had just received several good person cards in a short time. How did you get bought off by her? And don't call me that. Ron stomped his feet in frustration, but he was helpless. After all, he couldn't fight against his two older brothers, and his current personality was indeed shaped by them. His outstanding brothers Bill and Charlie, along with Percy, who was always the student council president, despite being a bit mischievous, had many good ideas and clever tricks, while George and Ron were much sharper than him. And then there was the only girl in the family, his adorable sister Ginny. Stuck in the middle, Ron, who was already not outstanding, was naturally the one overlooked in the family. This was also the reason Ron loved to show off. Moreover, since the whole family was Gryffindor and his father always spoke of dark wizards as Slytherins, Ron developed the illusion that all Slytherins were dark wizards, an illusion that had not been corrected until today. Seeing Ron's expression, Harry couldn't help but sigh. Sometimes he really couldn't understand his friend's thoughts. As for Hermione and Anna, as soon as they entered the tent, they saw Daphne glaring at Draco, who was feeding Astoria sweets. Hermione, Anna, you two look at this guy, my sister. Seeing Anna and Hermione, Daphne exclaimed like she had found a savior, her heart in despair. After a semester, she had come to understand what it meant that the bigger the sister, the harder to keep. However, Daphne did not expect that the two who came were not her saviors, but a new form of torment. Looking at Draco and Astoria being all lovey-dovey, Anna merely raised an eyebrow, ignoring them. She sat down on the nearby sofa, hugged Hermione, and reached for a piece of cake, offering it to Hermione's mouth. Seeing this scene, Daphne couldn't help but feel a bit frantic, but ultimately slumped down on the sofa in defeat. So, why are you in my tent? Father told us to stay here during the duration. After all, Draco didn't finish his sentence, but Anna understood what he meant. The Death Eaters would conduct indiscriminate attacks as they harbored suspicions against the Malfoy and Greengrass families, and they had not informed them of the specific timing. Concerned about potential attacks at any moment, Mr. Malfoy decided to place the children in the Saint's tent. Anna understood this. The tent chosen by Carl was quite large and seemed to have already considered such a situation. Moreover, Draco and the others were her friends, and she would ensure their safety, which was also her promise. Well, then you should find a room to rest. The match will start late, and there are Saints hidden nearby to protect the safety of the tent, so there's no need to worry. Anna reassured the somewhat nervous Astoria, who being the youngest among them was still a bit anxious in this situation. Seeing this, Draco tightly held her hand, which eased Astoria a lot. Watching this, Daphne ground her teeth again, even crushing the sweet in her hand. Perhaps the Death Eaters also did not want to miss such an international event. Until the Quidditch match began, they did not cause any trouble. However, it is understandable, most of these Death Eaters are members of pure-blood families who already hold high positions by virtue of their identities. At this moment, they should be busy making appearances in front of other officials. Anna and the Malfoy family, along with the Greengrass family, walked into the stands where Fudge greeted a man. We have been waiting for you for a long time, Miss Grindelwald, Mr. Malfoy and Mr. Greengrass. The leading Anna merely nodded and did not engage in conversation, while those behind her also remained unresponsive, clearly centered around Anna. This puzzled Fudge a bit, but he smiled and continued, introducing the man beside him. This is the director of the Department of Sports, Ludo Bagman. Upon hearing Fudge's words, Ludo Bagman hurriedly approached, extending his hand to Anna, but Anna remained unmoved as her hand was only meant for Hermione. Fortunately, Mr. Malfoy, standing behind, was a gentleman with high emotional intelligence. Despite his inner disdain for these sycophantic politicians, he extended his hand and shook Ludo's. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Bagman. Managing such an event must have kept you quite busy. Hearing Lucius' words, Ludo's eyes lit up, and he began to vent his frustrations. Mr. Malfoy, you may not know, but this event has been keeping us utterly overwhelmed. How to prevent muggles from discovering it, and how to deal with foreign guests. Even I have invested a large sum just to manage these affairs. Ludo led the conversation to his own issues, then leaned in close, pretending he didn't want others to hear. Would you care to place a bet on this event? Clearly someone like Mr. Bagman, an old gambler, has never had much money to spare. Every time there is a bet, he ends up losing everything. Now he seems to have his sights set on Anna and her companions, for all present are wealthy and would not mind losing a little money. But for him, it would be a substantial amount. Who knows how he managed to get Fudge to assist him? Normally the minister wouldn't want to get involved in such matters. Perhaps it's because he owes Fudge money. Lucius was not particularly interested in such matters, but Anna was somewhat intrigued. Her mismatched eyes flashed subtly, and then she pulled out a bag of galleons from behind Hermione, placing it in Ludo Bagman's hand. 1,000 galleons Ireland will win, and Victor Crumb will catch the snitch. Hearing the amount in her hand, Ludo almost dropped the bag, looking at Anna with a tremor in his voice. Are you sure, Miss Grindelwald? If I lose, I won't get it back. I'm sure, and if I win, it will be tenfold. Mr. Bagman, please don't try to default on the bet. Anna's lips curled slightly, as if she could already see Bagman's fate. Lucius behind her pondered for a moment before also placing a bet of 1,000 galleons. Ludo, somewhat dazed, held 2 bags of galleons, and then a smile appeared on his face as he eagerly went to bother others. After all, in his eyes, such outrageous winning conditions could never be realized. Anna, why did you bet with him? The group settled into their seats, and Draco asked curiously. Anna did not respond, merely smiling slightly. Hermione rolled her eyes at Draco and spoke up. You haven't forgotten Anna's name, have you? Hearing her words, Draco suddenly realized, after all, she is Grindelwald, who possesses prophetic abilities. A little cheating to know the outcome of the match should not be difficult. Realizing how foolish he was, Draco pouted and ultimately decided to seek comfort from Astoria, while Daphne glared at this scene with gritted teeth. Daphne, so am I the one who ends up hurt in the end? As the audience gradually entered, it was surprising that the Weasley family was also in the special seats. This made Lucius raise an eyebrow. With the Weasley family's financial situation, how could they afford such seats? After pondering for a moment, he looked back at Anna, who was not paying attention to him, but was focused on chatting with Hermione. Lucius decided to annoy his old friend. Oh, isn't this Arthur? What's this? Did you sell your house to buy tickets? I didn't expect you to be so passionate about Quidditch. Get lost, Lucius. All right, then you all enjoy your seats. After having annoyed the Weasley family, Lucius returned to his seat, feeling refreshed. Annoying the Weasleys was an eternal pleasure for the Malfoy family, and watching them flustered brought a strong sense of satisfaction to Lucius. To be honest, the two families did not have any deep-seated hatred, they simply could not stand each other. Additionally, the Weasley family was not very well integrated into the pure-blood wizard community. That annoying old peacock. Arthur Weasley glared fiercely at Lucius' departing figure, then turned the children's heads back. Forget about him, the match is about to start, children. Just as a few people were conversing, the lights on the field suddenly dimmed, followed by fireworks bursting in the sky, marking the opening of the Quidditch World Cup, a globally renowned event. A whistling sound swept over the stands as the Irish team, clad in green jerseys, took to the field, accompanied by a giant Irish mascot dancing a tap dance. As the Irish team soared through the air, countless galleons rained down, and Ron, sitting not far from Anna and the others, immediately started frantically collecting money from the ground. Poor him, unaware that these magically conjured galleons would vanish in a matter of hours. Not far away, Draco looked on disdainfully at this scene. Didn't this Ron Weasley even understand basic common? Just as the Irish fans were cheering, the Irish mascot suddenly exploded, and several players in red jerseys from Bulgaria flew out. Their formation broke apart, revealing the key player in the center. The moment he appeared, a thunderous cheer erupted in the stadium as fans shouted his name, and he spread his arms wide, embracing the adoration of the crowd. Victor Crumb. Looking at the figure in the sky, Anna said to Hermione, beside her, Crumb. His grandfather was killed by the Saint. She remembered that last name. He was once an official in the German Ministry of Justice, a high-ranking and influential figure. The Saints sought to recruit him, but this upright and rigid official refused to collude with Grindelwald, who aimed to dominate the Muggles, and rejected them with righteous indignation. In a fit of rage, the Saints murdered him, forever binding the Crumb family in enmity with the Saints. However, Anna held no objections to this. The Saints of that time aimed to incite a revolution. Those who followed would prosper, and those who resisted would perish. There was nothing wrong with that. Off. Hermione looked at Anna in surprise, but only for a moment, as she leaned back against Anna's shoulder again. What did the former Saints matter now? The twists and turns on the field were always dramatic. The Irish team was in great form, continuously scoring, and the gap widened. Victor Crumb, hailed as the best seeker in the world, found the golden snitch and quickly pursued it. The Irish seeker had no desire to contest with him. The gap was too great. Even if he caught the snitch, the ultimate winner would still be Ireland. Sure enough, just as Anna had predicted, Ireland achieved final victory, and Crumb caught the golden snitch. Seeing this, Bagman turned pale. Facing the smiles of Lucius and Anna, his heart felt as if it were being squeezed by something. The wagers he collected that night probably wouldn't even cover the losses for these two formidable figures. Run. It seems unlikely he could escape. As everyone returned to the tent, unlike the still excited fans celebrating Bulgaria's victory, those inside Anna's tent grew tense. after all the attack by the Death Eaters was about to commence. Sure enough, a figure in a black robe appeared at the entrance of the Malfoy family's tent. He was likely there to announce the start of the Death Eater gathering with Lucius, but before he could say anything he was knocked unconscious by a saint hidden in the shadows and dragged into the tent. Get ready. It's about to begin. Carl, take people to protect Astoria and the others. After binding the Death Eater, Anna said to Carl beside her. Carl nodded. At that moment he had already donned the saint's new attire. A black and gold robe adorned with a phoenix emblem, wearing a matching mask exuding an air of mystery and elegance. Lucius hasn't come yet. He really has betrayed us. A voice filled with anger and madness echoed from the forest not far from the Quidditch fans' camp. Forget it, we'll kill him along with everyone else. An angry voice rang out, clearly holding great animosity toward the Malfoy family. Of course, if Lucius were present, he would recognize the voice as belonging to the former head of the Flint family. Clearly, the Flint family had fallen from grace among pure-blood aristocrats after being cut off by the Malfoys, and they even needed to sell some family antiques to maintain their expenses. Now his opportunity had come. Lucius had betrayed the Death Eaters, betrayed their master, and he intended to seize this chance to kill him and claim credit when Voldemort returned. In this way, the Flint family could once again thrive. Thinking of this, a sinister expression crossed his face beneath the mask as he raised his wand and shot a green light into the sky, instantly creating a massive Death Eater symbol in the air. The Death Eaters hidden in the woods sprang into action, attacking the celebrating crowd. In an instant, the green light, filled with the aura of death, shot about wildly, and countless lives were extinguished in a flash. The crowd, which had been celebrating moments ago, fell into chaos, with some attempting to resist, but facing the lethal strikes of the Death Eaters, they fell powerless, losing their vitality. Amidst the surrounding bodies, the Death Eaters laughed maniacally, shouting, as if celebrating their return. Listening to the chaos outside, Anna took out her wand and exchanged a glance with Carl. It's begun. Receiving Anna's signal, Carl immediately signaled the hidden saints outside, then covered Astoria and Daphne, as they quickly left, also bringing along the ready Draco. Draco's strength was still insufficient to face this crazed group of Death Eaters, and moreover, many recognized this young master of the Malfoy family, making it easy for Draco to incur retaliation. He'll go with you. Looking at Anna as she stepped out of the tent, Hermione also picked up her wand and said to her. After considering for a moment, Anna nodded. All right, but be sure to stay safe. Hermione was certainly no delicate flower sheltered in a greenhouse. Fear. Our era is about to return. After a Death Eater took an innocent life with a killing curse, he stood on the ground laughing heartily, but before he could finish laughing, he was frozen in place. What do they take life for? Hermione glared at the Death Eater who had been frozen, while Anna unleashed a blasting curse, shattering the ice block along with the Death Eater inside it. The dark mark above was obliterated, replaced by the symbol of the saints, and countless purple lightning bolts lit up the jungle, echoing with the cries of the Death Eaters and the scent of burnt flesh. A group of Death Eaters escaping from the saints unexpectedly discovered Anna and Hermione strolling casually, and they approached with sinister grins. Anna disdainfully glanced at them as a blue ring of fire enveloped her, and Hermione blocking all the curses they cast. With a gentle flick of her wand, the blue flames instantly consumed them, leaving no chance for a scream. Hermione coldly observed everything. If it were her a few years ago, she might not have been able to accept this scene, but seeing the Death Eaters casually kill the innocent left her with no sympathy. In the forest, purple lightning flickered continuously, reaping the lives of the Death Eaters, yet one particular fight caught Anna's attention, or rather it was not the flying spells, but the white weasel Patronus that emerged. Draco. Anna and Hermione's expressions changed as they ran towards the direction of the fight. They saw Draco struggling against a Death Eater, protecting Daphne and Astoria, behind him both girls bearing numerous small wounds. Draco Malfoy. Can't find your father. Killing you is just the same. Hearing the somewhat familiar voice, Draco frowned, but his opponent did not give him time to think. Countless curses flew towards him, and Draco could only struggle to defend himself. Dragon Breath. Seeing this, Anna instantly raised her wand, and a massive red fireball shot towards the Death Eater. The man hurriedly conjured a protective shield, but the moment it came into contact with the flames, it shattered, and he was struck by the fire. Anna's magic ignited him in flames, turning his black robes and mask to ashes. She casually extinguished the fire, gazing at the Death Eater who had lost an arm and a leg, and couldn't help but marvel at the effectiveness of Gryffinder's magic. When she removed the broken mask and looked at the face beneath, Draco couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. You are Marcus Flint's father. The young master of the Malfoy family can still recognize me. If it weren't for your Malfoy family, the Flint family wouldn't have ended up in this half-dead state. But don't worry. Master is coming back soon. Damn traitors. The master will not let you go. Flint glared at Draco as he spoke, while Anna stepped on Flint's severely burned chest, where even his red lungs were visible, and said to him, I don't know if Voldemort will trouble the Malfoy family, but I fear you won't be able to see it. This kick was not with full strength, but it still made Flint spit blood. This kick nearly crushed all of his relatively intact organs. Draco, are you alright? The intense explosion attracted the attention of everyone in the Ministry of Magic, and shortly after Lucius, upon seeing Draco in a disheveled state, rushed over to ask with concern. Carl, how is the preparation for that matter going? It will be completed within a few months, miss. Returning to the castle in Newmontgard, Anna looked at the 3 manors being constructed outside and nodded. Voldemort's return was merely a matter of time, and the Malfoy family and the Greengrass family, who had betrayed him, would undoubtedly be the targets of his reckoning. The best choice for their future safety was to relocate them to the headquarters of the Saints. The location of Newmontgard was already known to very few, and with various protective magic, even if Voldemort wanted to find it, it would take considerable time. Everything about the construction was based on the original appearance of their manors. In addition, Anna had specially planned a manor for the Granger family. She could ensure Hermione's safety, but regarding her parents. In Anna's foresight of the future, the upcoming battle would have far-reaching consequences. To protect everyone, this was the only method she could think of. Look at what this newspaper says. It's driving me crazy. After Carl left, Hermione, sitting on the sofa, angrily tossed aside the newspaper in her hand. The Daily Prophet reported on the one-sided slaughter of Death Eaters by the Saints during the Quidditch World Cup, but they remained silent about the innocents protected by the Saints. Instead, they lavishly commented on the resurgence of the Saints, portraying them as an evil organization intent on conquering the world and clashing with the Death Eaters. Although the Saints were indeed like that before Rita Skeeter's selective quotations and her attitude of expressing opinions without understanding had left Hermione feeling extremely dissatisfied. This journalist is so annoying. Rita Skeeter, that's the kind of journalist she is, writing conspiracy theories and sensational news. The audience loves to read these, don't they? Anna was not unfamiliar with this journalist. In fact, everyone who had ever appeared in the newspaper was well acquainted with her. A noisy gossipmonger, an obnoxious person, there weren't many positive comments about Rita Skeeter, but that didn't affect her status as the most well-known journalist for the Daily Prophet. The attack by the Death Eaters had begun to instill some panic among the people. After all, the Death Eaters had disappeared for 13 years, and their reappearance made it hard not to believe that Voldemort was about to return. The fear that Madman instilled in people was still very strong, and even after so long, no one dared to speak his name. However, this panic did not last long, as the Ministry of Magic's credibility remained strong in peaceful times. For the young witches and wizards at Hogwarts, what they cared about was evidently their holiday homework and the upcoming tests from their professors, as the holiday was short and the start of school was approaching. No one wanted to face Professor Snape's glowering face that looked like it could kill. This might also be the reason why the young witches and wizards completed their potion assignments relatively quickly. Of course, our good student Hermione had already completed most of her homework at the very beginning of the holiday. At this moment, she had returned home in London with Anna, starting to pack her finished assignments into her bag. Anna, why do you never go to class? Looking at Anna, who was lying on her lap in a daze, Hermione finally asked the question she had always been curious about. Anna's grades were excellent, even ranking among the top in her year, yet she had never attended a class. Because it has no meaning. Even Dumbledore only allowed me to enter Hogwarts to restrict me, to prevent me from losing control. He probably knew that Hogwarts could not teach me anything. However, if I hadn't gone to Hogwarts back, then we might not be like we are now. Anna's gaze focused on Hermione's face, making Hermione blush a little. In this atmosphere, their faces drew closer and eventually kissed. Ahem. A light cough interrupted them. Hermione hurriedly separated herself from Anna and glared at Mrs. Granger, who was smiling. I didn't mean to interrupt you, I just wanted to tell you that if you don't leave for the station now, you'll miss the train. Hermione quickly lifted Anna off her lap, grabbed her already packed clothes, and ran downstairs. Seeing this, Anna could only sigh helplessly and followed suit. This year's Hogwarts train was particularly lively. Clearly, compared to the attacks that occurred during the Quidditch World Cup, the young witches and wizards cared more about the results of the matches. Harry and Ron sat gloomily in the compartment. Their holiday had not gone well. After the Quidditch attack, they had been interrogated for a while, since they were found in the middle of the attack site. Because of their reckless running around, Ron had been grounded at home for the entire holiday, and Harry, who stayed at his house, was indirectly grounded at the Weasley home Beck. But will the new school year at Hogwarts really pass peacefully? Even Harry himself had doubts. Stupefied. In a dark alley, a red curse struck a robust man from behind, and at the moment he was hit, the man did not immediately lose consciousness, but instead fixed his strange eyes intently on the person attacking him. Just take a nap for now, or... The man who attacked him said ominously, licking his lips. Perhaps it was due to the upcoming Triwizard Tournament, but this year's Hogwarts was adorned more splendidly than ever, with the school emblem at the main gate polished to a brilliant shine. The professors were mostly dressed in formal attire, and even Professor Snape, who usually sported slick back hair, had washed his hair, though it was uncertain which brand of shampoo he used. It shouldn't be Potter, right? The young wizard settled in the Great Hall, and Dumbledore lightly tapped his cup to draw the student's attention to his position. You may have already noticed. Bang! Before Dumbledore could finish his words, the Great Hall's door was forcefully pushed open, and the young wizards in their seats turned curiously to look at the entrance, trying to discern who had interrupted their headmaster's speech and who dared to disrespect Dumbledore. A man with a face full of scars walked in, taking heavy steps. His wooden leg thumped rhythmically against the floor, and the magical eye in his eye socket spun wildly, seemingly surveying the students in the hall. For some reason, Draco felt as if that magical eye had locked onto him, pausing at his position for quite a while. Moody. You finally made it. I thought you wouldn't arrive today. Dumbledore smiled and opened his arms as he looked at the man who was still serious. The man known as Moody took out a peculiar-looking cup from his robe and took a sip, replying, "Sorry, I was delayed on the way." Moody said in a deep voice, then his magical eye scanned the young wizards below. The students, upon hearing his name, looked extremely shocked. "Mad, I am Moody, and Auror. Half of the criminals in Azkaban were captured by him," Anna whispered to Hermione, then glanced at Draco. "He has a history with your father. This semester might be quite challenging for you." Draco fell silent, pondering the strange feeling Moody had given him. This was not his first meeting with Moody, or rather they were somewhat familiar with each other. After all, Moody used to be an Auror and frequently came to their home to investigate dark magical items. Over time, Draco had become quite familiar with this person and was well acquainted with the aura surrounding Moody. Integrity, righteousness, and an overwhelming sense of security. Draco felt tense every time he saw him. But just now, when Moody looked at him, he felt nothing at all. Even as Moody passed by him, there was no sensation. There was something inexplicably strange about this Moody. It was as if he had been swapped out. With this thought, Draco couldn't help but shake his head in amusement. Who would dare to swap out a legendary Auror? "What's wrong, Draco? What are you thinking about?" Astoria, noticing Draco lost in thought, asked with concern, but Draco simply smiled and shook his head. "It's nothing. I just feel that this Moody is a bit strange. It might just be my illusion." Astoria nodded and turned her attention back to Dumbledore, but Anna remembered Draco's words. Dumbledore guided Moody to the staff table, and from the way Moody settled into his seat, it was evident that his relationship with Snape seemed less than amicable. "Children, this is Professor Moody, who will be teaching defense against the dark arts this semester. Over the course of the year, he will lead you in learning about dark magic defenses." As Dumbledore's words fell, a few applauses broke out among the young wizards below. Clearly, the students did not hold much affection for this rather fierce-looking professor. Moody, however, seemed indifferent, self-absorbed in eating the food on his plate. Seeing this, Dumbledore returned to the front. "Now let us return to the main topic. You may have noticed this year's Hogwarts is different from the past. It is more splendid than ever." Dumbledore pointed to the decorations surrounding the Great Hall and spoke to the students. "This year Hogwarts does not belong solely to us. Hogwarts has been chosen to host the Triwizard Tournament. You will treat our visiting guests kindly. Now follow me to welcome their arrival." Under Dumbledore's lead, the various houses neatly exited the Great Hall and came to the courtyard, waiting for the guests from afar. In the distance, a carriage emerged through the dark clouds, pulled by 4 magnificent thestrals, landing in the center of the courtyard. A noble and tall lady descended with her most outstanding student and a young girl. "Welcome, Madame Maxime, to Hogwarts." Dumbledore lightly kissed Madame Maxime's hand as a gesture of welcome. "Hello, Professor Dumbledore." Fleur Delacour, holding her sister's hand, greeted Dumbledore as well. "She's truly beautiful." Looking at Fleur's face, Ron's eyes nearly popped out, and he quietly whispered to Harry, who nodded in a daze. Hearing their conversation, Ginny stepped on their feet hard. "Are all you boys like this?" After the carriage from Beauxbatons landed, the previously calm surface of the Black Lake suddenly erupted with violent waves. A massive ship broke through the lake's surface, revealing the emblem of Durmstrang before the onlookers. It must be said that due to Durmstrang's educational methods, their students were indeed robust as they marched forward, brandishing long staffs towards Hogwarts. "It's Victor Krum," someone in the crowd at Hogwarts shouted, and immediately countless gazes turned towards the tall youth standing beside Durmstrang's headmaster Karkaroff. "Long time no see, Albus." "It has been a while, Igor." Karkaroff embraced Dumbledore, seemingly trying to bridge the gap between them quickly. However, Anna didn't believe their relationship was that good, especially since Karkaroff had once been a Death Eater, which was evident from the way Snape cast a dark glance at him. Dumbledore led the student delegations from the 3 schools back into the Great Hall. Magic was always so wondrous. Within the time it took for the students to leave and return, the Great Hall appeared to have expanded several times, now large enough to accommodate students from all 3 schools simultaneously. Students from Durmstrang and Beauxbatons curiously surveyed Hogwarts, particularly fascinated by the starry ceiling that was unique to Hogwarts. With a command from Dumbledore, an array of delicious dishes appeared on the long table of Hogwarts. This banquet was particularly lavish, perhaps to cater to the foreign students, as it featured many classic German and French dishes. The attention of the Durmstrang and Beauxbatons students seemed to be captivated by a British dish known as stargazing, yet no one dared to take a bite. After the banquet, the students from both schools returned to their arranged accommodations, leaving the Durmstrang students to suffer as they had to stay on a cold, damp ship. Hopefully they wouldn't catch rheumatism. Anna and Hermione returned to their bedroom, which had been transformed from a Gryffindor dormitory. Even without the cleaning of a house elf, it remained quite tidy. Perhaps that was the effect of magic. Anna, look. As Anna removed her robe, she noticed Hermione standing by the window clad in a thin nightgown. The moonlight filtered through Hermione's nightgown, rendering it somewhat translucent, allowing Anna to catch a glimpse of Hermione's graceful form, making her blush involuntarily. Oh no, not for you to look at me. Look here. Noticing where Anna's gaze had lingered, Hermione's face flushed, and she hurriedly turned Anna's head towards the pot of lilies they had planted on the windowsill. Under the moonlight, the blooming lilies emitted a faint glow that drifted deep into the forbidden forest. Anna, puzzled, opened the window to watch the direction of the light. That place was the Centaur's territory, where wizards were generally not permitted to enter, as it had always been a rule established between Hogwarts and the Centaur clan. Anna, shall we go take a look? This miraculous phenomenon successfully activated Hermione's adventurous spirit, characteristic of Gryffindors. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Anna and asked, while Anna hesitated for a moment before nodding. Let's go take a look, but that is Centaur territory. We must be cautious. Although centaurs are generally easy to deal with, it's best not to provoke them. The peaceful coexistence between centaurs and wizards was a rule set by Helga Hufflepuff, who had sheltered the centaurs coming to Hogwarts, and in return, they helped guard the Forbidden Forest. However, after 1,000 years, the centaurs seemed to have forgotten that they were the protected ones. They believed they were the true masters of the Forbidden Forest and harbored a disdain for wizards stepping onto their territory. Dumbledore had laid down the law: centaurs could not attack wizards entering the Forbidden Forest, and wizards would not encroach upon centaur lands. Dumbledore's authority still carried weight, and Anna did not want to clash with the centaurs, especially since if Death Eaters were to attack Hogwarts in the future, the Centaur clan would be a powerful ally. After casting a disillusionment charm on themselves, this eerie atmosphere reminded Hermione of her first experience in the Forbidden Forest. If it weren't for Anna's necklace, she might have perished at the hands of Voldemort back then. Don't be afraid. I'm here with you. Anna gently held Hermione's hand when she sensed Hermione's apprehension, and Hermione nodded in agreement as they continued deeper into the Forbidden Forest. That terrible creature has returned. Last time it nearly destroyed our home. Calm down, Bane. The stars tell me that if you cannot control your temper, something unfortunate might happen tonight. Halt. The Forbidden Forest welcomes no intruders. Go no further. No sooner had Anna and Hermione dispelled their disillusionment charms than an arrow thudded into the earth beside them. Instantly, Anna stepped forward, shielding Hermione behind her. Who's there? I am Bane, a warrior of the centaurs. Depart now, foul creature. The Forbidden Forest permits you no entry, else my arrows shall pierce you through. Bane raised his bow with a grim, snarling visage, aiming it fiercely at Anna. The Forbidden Forest forbids my presence. Since when did your word decide who may enter its depths? Anna had never intended conflict with the centaurs, but this threat against Hermione's life was intolerable. The Forbidden Forest has long been the sovereign domain of the centaurs. Foul creature, vanish from my sight at once, or both you and the young witch behind you shall perish beneath my arrows. Bane's bowstring was drawn taut. Behind him, several other centaurs leveled their longbows at Anna and Hermione. Centaurs. How arrogant. As arrows loomed toward them, Anna drew her wand and aimed it at Bane's forelegs. A flash of crimson light erupted, detonating violently upon impact. Reducto. The blast shattered both of Bane's front legs. A guttural cry of agony tore from his throat. His kin, stunned, loosed their arrows in haste. Yet Anna merely flicked her wrist, and the projectiles froze midair, halted mere inches from their targets. Enough. They are guests of the Forbidden Forest. Firenze emerged from the shadowed trees, flanked by numerous centaurs. At the familiar voice, Bane whirled, glaring with seething fury. Firenze, my legs, look what they've done to me. Bane, I warned you. Moreover, they are guests of the Forbidden Forest, so decreed by the Elder himself. At Firenze's words, Bane fell silent, but his gaze remained venomous, fixed upon Anna and Hermione. Ignoring it, Firenze approached them calmly. Fear not. You are honored guests of the Forbidden Forest. Please accompany me to meet our Elder. Trust me, I bear no ill intent. His sapphire blue eyes gazed upon Anna with profound sincerity, deep, clear, and unwavering. After a moment's quiet reflection, she nodded and followed him deeper into the forest. Firenze's path aligned precisely with the luminous trail that had drifted ahead, an ethereal beam piercing the dense ink-black canopy. Yet the surrounding centaurs seemed blind to it, walking in solemn silence as guides. Upon reaching the centaur settlement, Hermione stared in wonder. Thatched huts, ancient hunting tools, and curious foals peering shyly from doorways evoked a primordial world. Welcome to our gathering, esteemed guests. In 1,000 years, why? A venerable, kindly voice resonated through the room. An aged centaur stepped forward, supported by a young female centaur. Guests of Helga Hufflepuff. Anna frowned faintly, uncertain, uncomprehending. Indeed, it is beyond my wildest hope that I should live to behold Helga Hufflepuff's heir with my own eyes. I am Maya, elder guardian of Helga Hufflepuff's legacy in these lands. With a gentle, knowing smile, Maya introduced herself and studied Anna with quiet curiosity. According to ancestral records, Helga Hufflepuff granted our people refuge, and in return we swore to guard her treasures. As the elder spoke, the young female centaur produced an ancient tome and placed it reverently upon the low table between them. Helga Hufflepuff foretold that in ages to come her true heir would arrive here, to claim what she left behind. At Maya's words, clarity dawned upon Anna. The luminous trace in the chamber of Gryffindor had indeed been Helga Hufflepuff's guiding light. Yet how peculiarly the founders guided their successors. Slytherin relied on sheer chance, Gryffindor on an aging sorting hat, Ravenclaw on riddles and hidden chambers. And Helga Hufflepuff devised a clue visible only after passing all the others' trials, and discernible solely beneath moonlight. Their nocturnal pursuits must be remarkably vigorous. How on earth could anyone notice whether the flower by the window was glowing? It's all Hermione's fault. I have read the stars with certainty. You are Helga Hufflepuff's heir child. And surely, you have already received the sign she left for you. Maya's voice gently interrupted Anna's inward grumbling. Anna nodded, with quiet dignity, and still leaning on the young female centaur, Maya rose to her full height. Then follow me, to claim Helga Hufflepuff's legacy. Who would have thought that beneath an inconspicuous cabin in the woods there existed a vast space? Maya led Anna and Hermione down the steps, and the surrounding rocks clearly showed the ancient history of this cave, yet it seemed well-maintained, devoid of the wild overgrowth one might expect. We've arrived, heir of Helga Hufflepuff, Maya announced as she brought Anna and Hermione to a massive stone door. Anna curiously examined the door, where a huge badger emblem was engraved, signifying its owner's identity. After indicating that the next part of the journey was up to them, Maya took her leave from the secret chamber. Touching the closed door with curiosity, Anna felt a surge of golden light emanate from it, and slowly it began to open, revealing the interior. It was a hall-like room with an ordinary table laden with various delicacies. At the center of the table, a woman, looking rather gloomy, was stabbing a cake, shoving a large piece into her mouth, and mumbling to herself with puffed cheeks. How strange. My clues were so obvious. No need for deciphering. Clearly, I, Helga Hufflepuff, am not good at things. Why haven't they come yet? I've prepared food for them. Hearing footsteps at the door, Hufflepuff looked up with delight. Upon seeing Anna and Hermione, her eyes lit up, and she quickly swallowed the cake in her mouth and darted in front of the two. You finally made it. I'm so bored. No, cough, cough. Welcome, heir of Hogwarts. I am Helga Hufflepuff, one of the founders of Hogwarts. I'm sorry. Hermione couldn't help but laugh at Hufflepuff's sudden shift from excitement to seriousness. Seeing Hufflepuff turn her gaze toward her, she quickly apologized, saying, "Oh, indeed, I am not suited for acting serious. I can't compare to Rowena and Godric." But why did you only just arrive? Didn't I make my clues clear? Under the moonlight, all the plants nearby glow. Didn't you plant any flowers in your dormitory? Or do you mean to say you go to bed early at night? Hermione felt a bit awkward upon hearing Hufflepuff's words, and Anna shot her a glare, leaving Hufflepuff looking somewhat baffled. Never mind, come and try my cooking." Hufflepuff decisively abandoned her thoughts as she mentioned she wasn't very good at thinking. The feast Hufflepuff prepared was exceedingly lavish, and due to the time spent welcoming the other two schools in the evening, Anna and Hermione hadn't eaten well. Looking at the splendid feast prepared by Hufflepuff, Hermione couldn't help but swallow hard. "Will eating this late make me gain weight?" "My body won't gain weight." "Oh, I meant me." Hermione shot a glare at Anna, and upon hearing their conversation, Hufflepuff earnestly moved closer to Hermione and said, "Gain weight. Lose weight. You need to eat well to have the energy to lose weight. Eat up." For some reason, Hermione genuinely believed Hufflepuff's theory, pulling Anna down to sit. Most of the food Hufflepuff prepared was from 1,000 years ago, the dishes people loved back then. The spices were not as rich as today's, giving it a milder flavor. However, thanks to Hufflepuff's skills, Hermione thought it might be the best meal she had ever had. The food Hufflepuff made closely resembled that of Hogwarts feasts, as it was said that the house elves still used Hufflepuff's recipes, but the chef herself certainly made it taste better. Hermione and Anna enjoyed a sumptuous dinner, and seeing the two satisfied Hufflepuff wore a pleased smile. "So how was it? Delicious, right?" "Such a pity. I can only provide my spirit, and cannot taste the delicious food. It's really Hufflepuff let out a howl towards the sky, completely shedding the demeanor of a respected founder, but soon she regained her seriousness. "All right, let's get to the point. Young heir of Hogwarts, you have found my secret chamber, which means you have passed my test. Now I will impart my knowledge to you." A sphere of light flew into Anna's body, and in an instant all of Hufflepuff's knowledge regarding herbology, potion-making, and magical creatures flooded into Anna's mind. Seeing that Anna had accepted her knowledge, Hufflepuff suddenly pulled out a large plate and handed it to Hermione. "This is for you. Just channel your magic into it, and it will produce delicious food. This is my proudest invention. Looking at Hufflepuff's proud expression, Hermione couldn't help but laugh again. Thank you, Headmistress Hufflepuff. After thanking Hufflepuff, Anna and Hermione left the secret chamber. Watching them depart, Hufflepuff suddenly spoke, "May you seek the truth between life and death. But don't get lost in the power. I believe you can achieve your dreams with such strength. Good luck, young. Goodbye, we will meet again." Hufflepuff's figure gradually dissipated into the air, while Anna pondered thoughtfully over her words. The two left the secret chamber and walked out of the cabin where many centaurs had gathered in front of the door. Upon seeing Anna, they all bowed to her, sensing Hufflepuff's magic. Anna was the one she had chosen. "The centaur tribe serves you, heir of Helga Hufflepuff," Firenze said respectfully to Anna, who nodded in response. As she walked past Bane, she cast a spell to heal his front legs and then led Hermione back to the castle. However, Bane's eyes still flashed with a hint of hatred as he watched Anna's retreating figure. As the days passed, the long-awaited day for the young wizards finally arrived. Students from the three schools gathered in the auditorium waiting for Dumbledore to unveil the large box on the stage. Dumbledore stepped forward, lightly tapping the top of the box with his wand, causing it to melt away and reveal the goblet of fire inside. The ancient wooden cup was surrounded by blue flames, and upon its appearance the young wizards present became excited, with some even ready to drop their names into it. With a gesture, Dumbledore quieted the crowd and began to speak. "I believe you have all heard that in the past students have perished in the Triwizard Tournament due to its dangerous nature, which led to its cancellation for many years. Therefore, to prevent such misfortunes from happening again, the Ministry of Magic and we have established certain rules. Now I would like to invite Mr. Bartemius Crouch to read the rules that follow." As Dumbledore finished a Ministry of Magic off. "But I must remind you to think carefully. This is not an event that can guarantee your safety," Dumbledore cautioned the students before leaving. Yet, being proud young wizards, they did not believe they would lose to anyone or encounter any danger due to their own abilities. Anna and Hermione returned to their dormitory and took off their coats. Anna glanced at Hermione and asked, "Hermione, do you want to participate in the Triwizard Tournament?" Hermione pondered for a moment before shaking her head. Suddenly she looked at Anna with a smile and said, "I'm not interested in the Triwizard Tournament. But there is something else I am particularly interested in." Before Anna could finish her question, Hermione's lips pressed against hers, but Hermione did not proceed further. She released Anna and took out a newspaper. "Actually, what I am interested in is this. Look." Anna took the newspaper from Hermione's hand and saw the headline featuring a familiar name, Peter Pettigrew. "Peter Pettigrew has escaped from prison. Didn't we inform the Ministry of Magic that this guy is an animagus? Are the people at the Ministry of Magic completely incompetent? How could he manage to escape?" Anna frowned, expressing her dissatisfaction with the Ministry's inaction, while Hermione shook her head helplessly. "Indeed. Perhaps I should try to become a Minister of Magic myself. Who knows, I might be able to change the corruption within the Ministry little by little." Having been with Anna for a long time, Hermione was well aware of the Ministry's internal corruption. The Ministry was now largely controlled by aristocrats, with officials and even the minister deeply entangled in interests with pureblood families. This led to increasing corruption within the Ministry. Many young people were now unwilling to join the Ministry, resulting in a dwindling influx of fresh blood. The system had become rigid and personnel turnover was stagnant, making the Ministry more corrupt and less efficient. As a politician, Fudge was excellent. He handled interpersonal relationships well and knew what to say and what not to say. However, as the leader of the British wizarding world, he was undoubtedly incompetent, having become deeply mired in the quagmire of power. "All right, then I shall look forward to it, my dear minister." Upon hearing Hermione's words, Anna flipped over and lay on Hermione's lap her address, making Hermione blush. "Miss Grindelwald, your actions are disrespectful to the minister." Looking at Anna lying on her lap, Hermione gently pinched her nose and whispered, "So how will the minister punish me?" Just like this. Hermione suddenly cupped Anna's face and kissed her before her hands began to wander around. Wait a moment. Realizing Hermione's punishment, Anna panicked, trying to escape from Hermione's embrace. But how could Hermione let her slip away so easily, especially when Anna had come to her willingly? "This is bad. I've messed up." Regret filled Anna's mind as she couldn't help but feel remorse for provoking Hermione. Fortunately, Nagini is not here this semester, which is a good thing. After all, there would be no one to leak information this time. Nagini has now completely become Mrs. Granger's good friend, and the two are almost inseparable. But that's fine too. Nagini's combat strength is quite formidable, and being with Mrs. Granger ensures her safety better. Dumbledore, who was resting with his eyes closed, was suddenly awakened by the sounds from downstairs. After listening carefully, he cast a silencing charm on himself. Young people. You go first. You go first." In the Great Hall, Harry and Ron placed their name-labeled papers into the Goblet of Fire. Just as they thought their registration was successful, the goblet flickered several times and spat out their names. Upon witnessing this scene, a wave of laughter erupted in the hall, with Draco laughing the loudest. Why was he so amused? because he successfully put his name in while Potter and Weasley did not. What Harry and Ron had just experienced was not uncommon in the Great Hall these past few days. Many young wizards who did not meet the registration criteria were rejected by the Goblet, yet many others still attempted to submit their names only to be denied. Even more ridiculous were the Weasley twins who repeatedly attempted to submit their names hoping to sway the Goblet with their persistence and be chosen. After all, today was the last day for registration. At midnight the registration would close, so there were particularly many young wizards coming to sign up today. Just then the Great Hall doors were suddenly pushed open, and everyone ceased their laughter at Harry and Ron. They saw Karkaroff, the headmaster of Durmstrang, enter with a serious expression, followed by the equally grave-faced Krum. Krum stepped up to the front, placed his name and school on a piece of paper into the goblet, which flickered several times, and accepted his registration without surprise. Krum then turned around to survey the young wizards in the room, and when he spotted Hermione, a smirk appeared on his lips, seemingly captivated by her beauty. However, Hermione completely ignored him and turned her attention to the entrance, which seemed to further pique the Quidditch star's interest in her. Just as he was about to approach Hermione, the Great Hall doors swung open once more, and Anna walked in. The time rewound to earlier today. Just out of bed, Anna and Hermione stepped out of their bedroom to find Dumbledore coming down the stairs. "Good morning, Anna and Miss Granger." "Good morning, Professor Dumbledore." Unlike Anna, who responded to Dumbledore with a roll of her eyes, Hermione politely greeted him. "I need to speak with Anna about something. Can I borrow her for a while?" "Miss Granger." "Okay. Sure, no problem, Professor Dumbledore." Dumbledore casually handed over a jar of sweets to Hermione and then spoke. Upon hearing his words, Hermione's face suddenly flushed red and she awkwardly nodded. Meanwhile, Anna looked at Hermione in shock, as if asking, "You'd sell me out for just a jar of sweets?" Following Dumbledore, Anna entered the headmaster's office while Hermione proceeded with the earlier plan to watch Harry and Ron register. In fact, she was quite interested in whether the two would be successful. After all, it was the Savior Potter. "What do you need me for?" Upon entering Dumbledore's office, Anna sat down in the chair across from the desk, casually grabbing a snack from the table and asking, "It's like this, Anna. Earlier today, Harry's name was put into the Goblet of Fire." Hearing Dumbledore's words, Anna furrowed her brow. "But Potter is currently registering. So someone placed Potter's name in the goblet. But why didn't the goblet spit out the name?" Anna asked, puzzled. After all, given Harry's strength and age, he completely did not meet the registration standards. However, Dumbledore shook his head. The person who put in Harry's name used a very advanced Confundus charm, ensuring that Harry would be chosen, even deceiving the goblet. Or rather, deceiving the goblet isn't inherently difficult. After all, it's an old relic. So what does this have to do with me? You want me to break Potter's legs so he can't participate in the Triwizard Tournament? Anna rolled her eyes and asked, as Dumbledore always took a long time to get to the point, as if he was just adding words. Crossed out, Actually, even if Harry's legs were broken, he would still want to participate in the Triwizard Tournament. What I want you to do is to register for the Triwizard Tournament and then protect Harry during the subsequent events." Hearing Dumbledore's words, Anna frowned and asked in confusion, "Hasn't Potter already registered successfully as Hogwarts champion?" No. That's the brilliance of that person's Confundus charm. Harry is participating as the champion of the fourth school, which means you can still be chosen by the goblet, since among the young wizards no one is stronger than you. Dumbledore shook his head and looked sincerely at Anna, but the response he received was still Anna's rolling eyes. "So, what do you plan to offer in exchange for my protection of Potter?" The topic finally reached Anna's favorite part, and Dumbledore was not surprised by her question. After all, there was likely only one person in the world who could make Anna willingly help. Dumbledore pulled out a notebook from his bag and then took out a red object. "An egg. This is sponsored by Professor Snape. It's his notes from when he was younger, containing the magic you want to learn, his disarming charm." Anna took the notebook and continued to gaze at the red object in Dumbledore's hand. Seeing this, Dumbledore sighed helplessly and carefully placed the egg in Anna's hands. "This is a phoenix egg. It can also be considered a gift from me to you. There was once a legend that whenever a member of the Dumbledore family was in need, a phoenix would appear, and you too carry the blood of the Dumbledore family. So it belongs to you. I will help you protect Potter." Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, Anna was silent for a moment before responding. Although Anna had never voiced it before, when Dumbledore said she was part of his family, she felt warmth in her heart. "I also have family." Anna effortlessly threw her name into the Goblet of Fire. Witnessing this scene, Krum's face darkened further, and he followed Karkaroff out of the hall. As he passed by Anna, he paused for a moment and said viciously, "I look forward to meeting you on the field, Grindelwald. What's the rush to meet your demise, eh?" Ignoring Krum's provocation, Anna casually replied before leaving the hall with Hermione. Meanwhile, Krum in the hall had a complexion that alternated between green and purple, asking, "Anna, what did Professor Dumbledore give you?" Back in the bedroom, Hermione asked curiously, given that Anna had signed up for the Triwizard Tournament, which meant Dumbledore must have given her something of great interest. Anna placed 2 items given by Dumbledore on the table. Professor Snape's notes and a phoenix egg. Oh, a phoenix egg. What kind of egg? Hermione looked at the red egg in shock. A phoenix is an incredibly rare magical creature. She couldn't believe Dumbledore had actually found a phoenix egg. Anna waved her wand, gently transforming a nearby cup into a large iron cauldron. She then pointed her wand lightly, and blue flames immediately erupted within. Carefully, Anna placed the phoenix egg into the flames. The phoenix needs fire to hatch. I wonder what it will turn into. By the way, Anna, Harry didn't successfully sign up. Why did you still throw your name in? Hermione looked at Anna and suddenly remembered the scene when Harry signed up, asking with some confusion, but Anna shook her head and replied no. Potter has successfully signed up. Someone put his name into the Goblet of Fire, and he will compete as the champion from the 4th school. So he will definitely be selected. What? Hermione looked at Anna in surprise while Anna nodded and continued, this means that among these outsiders there is someone who is suspicious, someone who intends to do something to Potter, which is why they put Potter's name in. So you need to be careful around these people, including Moody. Draco said he felt something was off about Moody. Anna added, recalling what Draco had said in the hall, and Hermione nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, upstairs, Dumbledore furrowed his brow, pondering something as he flipped through various records he had written in the past, murmuring, how could it be you? With Dumbledore's magical level, he would know anyone who threw their name into the Goblet of Fire. Earlier today, when Harry's name was entered, he saw an unexpected name. Barty Crouch. That upright Ministry of Magic official. The man who even sent his son, a Death Eater, to prison. How could he be the one to put Harry's name into the goblet? Wait. Barty Crouch's son. Barty Crouch, too, little Barty Crouch. Their names are identical, and simply by name magic it's indeed hard to distinguish between the two. Moreover, little Barty was originally a Death Eater. But little Barty is already dead. Then there is only one possibility: little Barty Crouch is still alive. And he came out in some way created by his father. Now there's only one question left: who is little Barty disguised as? Dumbledore rubbed his temples. Why do so many chaotic events happen every year? He is already an old man. Even he feels somewhat exhausted by such matters. Then let the young ones handle it. After all, some people have just received their own great gifts. Dumbledore smiled and nodded, seemingly very pleased with his thoughts. He picked up a nearby quill and wrote a letter, then handed it to Fawkes. Fawkes nodded humanely, and with a flash of fire a letter appeared on his desk. Seeing the suddenly appeared letter, Anna rolled her eyes, but still picked it up. Such a delivery method likely only had one person in this world. However, upon seeing the contents of the letter, Anna couldn't help but furrow her brow. After much thought, Anna sent a letter to Carl, who was still busy. What a pity. We were actually rejected by the Goblet of Fire. In the Gryffindor dormitory, Ron complained unhappily. This was already the umpteenth time he had said this in the past hour. Sigh. There is nothing we can do. It just means the goblet thinks we are not strong enough. Harry sighed, helplessly realizing that he had merely experienced more than other young wizards. In fact, he wasn't much stronger than others, as his grades reflected. So, Harry, who do you think the Hogwarts champion will be? And I don't think anyone is stronger than her.